Audiobook title: Cannon Fodder in the Interstellar, 346-400 by author, Small Cotton Q. Translate by Zephyr. Audiobook, Chapter 346, A Brilliant Mind. Alicia Romani visited the 20th base, appearing before everyone and offering her guidance. Those who could get close to Alicia Romani and listen to her speak mainly were at the top, with Alicia Starr, a young woman, setting the precedent. No one underestimated Alicia Romani despite her extreme youth. After listening to her analysis briefly, everyone deeply felt that this mysterious young woman possessed unfathomable knowledge. Alicia Starr's assistant, ex-country's top aerospace expert, boldly raised a minor technical problem regarding spacecraft navigation and positioning after leaving the solar system. Alicia Romani explained it using a universal Earth data analysis method. After calculating using the formula Alicia Romani provided, everyone found the answer undoubtedly correct, and the formula could be applied to many areas. This drove the experts nearly mad with excitement, and they eagerly rushed to present their own technical problems to help Earth's technological civilization keep pace with this great leap forward. Alicia Romani spared no effort in answering all questions she could. Fortunately, she and Alicia Starr had already sifted through many technologies from the Gus Empire that could be adapted to Earth's current development stage. Otherwise, she couldn't have answered many questions. Alicia Starr knew about this advanced knowledge, but she couldn't reveal it now because of her identity and position in Earth society. Besides mechanical engineering and energy, Alicia Starr wasn't interested in other fields. Alicia Romani's explanations left a profound impression on scientists worldwide, greatly accelerating the development of aerospace technology. Just over a month later, with Alicia Romani's help, a large spacecraft capable of carrying 3,000 people was successfully built. Thus, all subsequent preparatory works began with great fanfare. However, the scientific community noticed that Professor Alicia Starr hadn't personally appeared in the follow-up activities of spacecraft construction. Rumor had it she'd gone into seclusion again, leading many to suspect she was working on another significant invention. Everyone eagerly anticipated a surprise from her. A month later, she truly gave everyone a massive surprise. Professor Lin had created meshes capable of combat on planetary surfaces and in space. Meshes. This was something everyone with space dreams most wanted to possess. This invention was no less significant than the successful development of the spacecraft. The ability users went crazy, as only they could pilot the meshes. Unfortunately, apart from ex-country's Special Forces team members, others had only seen images of these formidable weapons. After 2 months, to prevent Alicia Starr from working herself to death, Alicia Romani quietly visited the 20th base and helped Alicia Starr use Earth materials to manufacture 20 Level 5 space meshes, allowing Earth's forces to form a 50-person mesh squad. These meshes were quite fragile compared to those of the Gus Empire, but relative to third-level civilizations, they were still intimidating spacecraft equipment. A battle team with 50 Level 5 meshes had combat strength comparable to a medium-sized mercenary group from a third-level civilization. The meshes used the most common laser cannons, the same type equipped on the meshes from the captured spacecraft. With all preparations complete, Alicia Romani and her group only provided a specific departure time, leaving other matters unattended. Those who had settled in Antarctica with them couldn't possibly live there alone after Alicia Romani's group left with no fixed return date, so alternative arrangements had to be made. Alicia Romani hadn't expected these people to want to go with them unanimously. Never thought I'd realize my dream of exploring outer space in my lifetime, Linz further said enthusiastically, having harbored an astronaut dream in his youth. With all 3 of you siblings, plus my daughter-in-law and grandson leaving, what's the point of us 2 staying on Earth? Lin's mother said. Lin's parents had trained in physical techniques and had been forcibly elevated to level 3 warriors by Alicia Romani's medicinal treatments. Though their combat ability was relatively weak, they looked much younger than before, like people over 40. As level 3 warriors, their lifespans had been extended by at least 50 to 60 years, so the elderly couple was now passionate about training. I never intended to ask for your opinion. We were taking you with us, Alicia Romani said. Wang Miaomiao and Liu Yang, having secured their golden opportunity, had also significantly increased their abilities. Both were now level 5 warriors. Hearing this news, their eyes gleamed as they unanimously declared they would follow the organization. Liu Yang's parents were the same. Wherever their son and daughter-in-law went, they would go. They believed that through their son's advancement, they too could ascend. Despite their terrible training potential, they were now level 1 warriors with robust health, likely to live another 40 to 50 years. Li Xian also needed no persuasion. Lin Ruhai was the commander-in-chief for this expedition, humanity's first journey beyond the solar system, a momentous historical event. Anyone with the ability would want to participate. She, her son, and her parents wanted to go. Since they wouldn't take up Earth people's quota, it was fine as long as Alicia Romani was willing to take them. So when Alicia Romani asked, they eagerly agreed. As for Sulu Oxiu, she had already given birth to a son for Dean Archison. Surprisingly, the child's warrior training potential was 3D, with mental power potential even better than Dean Archison's, which delighted him immensely. Sulu Oxiu had excellent training potential and was outstanding even in the interstellar era, and now her son did too. When Dean Archison eventually returned to the interstellar era with his son and Sulu Oxiu, the Archison family would accept them. Regarding Dean Archison's violation of regulations by having a child, as long as Hebrew Adam could testify that Dean was on a special mission when his contraceptive chip failed due to interdimensional influences, the military wouldn't court-martial him. The fact that his implanted contraceptive chip had been tampered with and lost effectiveness was indeed proven. In short, exceptional circumstances required special handling, and with the prince's testimony and support, he wouldn't face significant problems. At Alicia Romani's insistence, Dean Archison and Sulu Oaksu held an Earth wedding ceremony at the B-City base. As the first Earth person to marry an alien and quickly bear a child, Sulu Oaksu made a profound impression on Earth's various high-level officials. This also reduced much of the discomfort felt by Earth's informed individuals. They had been somewhat anxious about not knowing where these humans from super-advanced civilizations came from, but from this event, they could deduce that these people must be the same species as Earth humans. After all, different species of organisms cannot reproduce together. Therefore, by this reasoning, Earth humans must also be advanced beings, possibly even sharing the exact origin. Alicia Romani naturally noticed Earth people's whispers, and she somewhat agreed with their logic regarding Sulu Oaksu and Dean Archison's ability to have children. She suspected that the current humans of the Gulamai star region might actually be Earth migrants from that time and space. Otherwise, how could they look identical to Earth humans and share similar living habits and concepts? Some people use this to propose another possibility. These individuals might not be aliens but humans from the distant future. Chapter 347, From the Future. The marriage and childbearing of Dean Archison and Sulu Oaksu led Earth people to suspect that Alicia Romani and her group were humans, too, not from this era but from the future. People with vivid imaginations followed this line of thinking. Without these people's intervention, humanity would have suffered devastating losses during the 2 years of zombie sieges, and then a year ago, many more would have been killed by the Star Alliance civilization's bombardment. This likely wouldn't have been the end of it. If Earth's civilization couldn't advance to level 2, it might have become a private planet for some faction of the Star Alliance. Just thinking about this made everyone weep for the tragic fate that would have befallen this generation and the next. Future humans, having developed the ability to traverse time and space, had come back from the distant future to help their ancestors change Earth's long period of miserable destiny. This theory felt closer to reality and was more reassuring to Earth people. After all, as the saying goes, those of different origins have different hearts. Apart from one's descendants, no matter how kind-hearted aliens might be, they wouldn't help Earth people so selflessly without compensation. Only future great-grandchildren would act this way. Thus, this theory became widely circulated among Earth's upper echelons, gradually becoming mainstream. When Alicia Romani heard this explanation, she wanted to say, "Ladies and gentlemen, you're quite imaginative. Truly, the sky's the limit for your creativity." However, this belief benefited Alicia Romani's life on Earth more, so they didn't oppose it. They even had Lin Ruhai and Alicia Starr subtly hint at its possibility. For humanity's first interstellar journey, countless people wanted to participate. When the Commander-in-Chief's name was announced, the entire human race turned their attention to Lin Ruhai. Everyone suddenly realized that, compared to Alicia Starr, who would go down in history, Lin Ruhai had seemed somewhat obscure. Many hadn't noticed that he was the world's only level 6 ability user. Alicia Starr was also a level 6 mental power user, but others didn't know this. To the public, she was merely a level 3 ability user. Lin Ruhai was the world's top expert, the brother of the spacecraft's chief designer, and a connected person who could directly communicate with those people. Considering all these factors, no one more suitable than him could be found to serve as Commander-in-Chief for this Star Alliance mission. Those with ambitions gradually gave up, and everyone believed Lin Ruhai was the most appropriate choice. After the rumor spread that these people were Earth's future descendants, everyone became even more convinced that no one but Lin Ruhai should be Commander-in-Chief. If future humans deemed him suitable, there must be a reason. Some people, in their moment of realization, thought of another possibility. When these 12 future humans first appeared, their coordinates were in the southern region of X country. After appearing, they headed straight for the B-City survival base with obvious intent, directly seeking out the Lin siblings, Ruhai and Kexin. Given Lin Mani's striking resemblance to Alicia Starr, some suspected that Lin Mani might be Lin Ruhai's descendant, which would explain how she knew of the siblings' existence and their address. However, many opposed this theory, arguing that with Earth's current technological level, achieving time travel might not be possible even after thousands of years of technological development. Over such an extended period, even direct bloodline descendants would have a diluted genetic connection to their ancestors, making physical resemblance unreliable. Therefore, more people believed it more likely that the Lin siblings had made enormous contributions to future history, contributions significant enough to influence posterity. These future humans knew of the siblings and thus sought them out directly after returning to the past. This wasn't mere speculation. After all, Alicia Starr had discovered new energy sources and was the chief designer of humanity's first spacecraft. As long as human civilization didn't collapse during this alien crisis, Alicia Starr would be recorded in history as Commander-in-Chief of humanity's first journey beyond the solar system. Lin Ruhai would also go down in history if this mission succeeded and Earth gained recognition from the Juelang Anizai Star Alliance. Some privately grumbled, wondering why these future humans didn't simply return to before the aliens spread the zombie virus and prevent their actions, sparing humanity from this apocalyptic disaster. Others argued that while the zombie virus spread was a global catastrophe for humanity, it was also a tremendous evolutionary event. Future civilization might well be built upon this evolution. Future humans could alter minor fates, but directly changing the primary course might shift human development in another direction, potentially affecting future humans. Everyone had their theories, creating quite a buzz. Alicia Romani even developed a new hobby, listening to survivors from various countries speculate about humans' future during her training breaks. After we return to the Gus Empire, we'll likely become the stuff of mysterious legends. I previously thought we'd be remembered as aliens, but who knew it would become a future humans version? Alicia Romani gossiped with Alicia Starr. Isn't that brilliant? We've left our mark on history here. What's the point of living if you disappear without a trace? How dull that would be. Alicia Starr chirped. Then, recalling her past life, she continued, Do you know what I thought before dying in my previous life? I wondered if anyone would remember me after I was gone. That's why I love my current life, no matter how difficult or tiring it gets." Seeing Alicia Starr's current state, Alicia Romani had to admit that staying on Earth was best for her. This world needed her. If Alicia Starr returned with them to the Gus Empire, she would be awkward. The same applied to Alicia Romani. With her current mindset, she wouldn't want to remain on Earth. Having grown accustomed to life in the interstellar era, the human survivor's advantage expanded further with various countries uniting, and the zombie population decreased dramatically. By the time all preparations for the spacecraft were complete, the ratio of zombies to human survivors was merely 2 to 1. This Star Alliance journey would take at least about 10 years. Besides 200 experts from various fields and 1,000 selected warriors, the rest would be family members. Alicia Romani didn't interfere with matters concerning scientists and experts. However, she appeared at the warrior selection competition. Alicia Romani was pleased to see that those she had specially marked were among the selected candidates, indicating Lin Ruhai's influence in this matter. At the selection competition, Alicia Romani met the female captain of the 71st Rescue Team, now looking clean and exceptionally spirited. Being a rare, outstanding female compatriot, Alicia Romani deliberately chatted with her for a few moments in front of everyone. Sure enough, Alicia Romani saw this female captain's name in the final selection list. Chapter 348, Flying to the Star Alliance. After that, Alicia Romani's group ceased their involvement. On the day before the Earth's spacecraft departure, their massive vessel rose from Antarctica. Those monitoring Antarctica only then discovered that a futuristic spacecraft had been hidden beneath the Great Ice Fortress all along. Alicia Romani's group departed first, waiting for the Earth's spacecraft. The 1st of January in the 5th year of the new era was a day that would be recorded in history, the day humanity advanced from a level 1 civilization to level 2. The massive New World interstellar vessel soared from Earth. Powered by new energy, it quickly escaped Earth's gravity, disappearing at tremendous speed from the farewell crowd site. To Earth people, the New World interstellar vessel appeared magnificent. However, in the eyes of the Gus Empire crew, it was somewhat awkward. This hybrid of Gus Empire technology and Earth materials resembled a chimera. Of course, the Gus Empire crew said nothing, and Hebrew Adam even configured his spacecraft to its most understated form. The journey to the Jualang Anzai Star Alliance would take less than 2 years for the Gus Empire crew traveling alone, but at the Earth vessel's speed, reaching their destination would take at least 4 years. After the two ships rendezvoused in space, Alicia Romani sent Li Xian and her son to the New World, and at Alicia Starr's request, brought her and Song Qinglong aboard the Gus Empire vessel. Lin Ruhai was commander-in-chief, with Song Qinglong as deputy commander. During the roughly 4-year journey, barring any interstellar incidents, the military personnel aboard the New World had just one mission besides rotational duties, training and more training, maximizing the combat capabilities of every warrior. Based on information from the Tree People's Yunuk mercenary ship, Earth's language specialists had learned their language and could communicate with these aliens. They also had a general understanding of the Jualang Anzai Star Alliance's situation, preventing them from entering unprepared. The Jualang Anzai Star Alliance contained 3 forms of intelligent life. The first resembled the Yunuk mercenary aliens, appearing to Earth people like tree people with green skin and trunk-like bodies. They had 2 leg-like limbs at the bottom, with eyes, nose and the mouth positioned on the upper trunk. At the very top grew 4 branch-like hands. Earth people gave them the fitting name, the tree people. The second intelligent species resembled humans with oversized heads and elongated limbs. They were dubbed the big heads. The third intelligent species had beast-like forms, human-like bodies with animal-like heads, so they were called the beast people. Intelligence indicated that the beast people possessed the highest combat prowess among the 3 races, though their technology lagged. The big heads were the opposite, individually weak in combat, but technologically the most advanced. The tree people were between the two, moderate in combat ability and technological advancement, with overall capabilities roughly matching those of the beast people. The big heads' technology approached level 4 civilization, making their comprehensive strength significantly higher than that of the other 2 races. However, being a more civilized intelligent species, the big heads not only avoided conflicts with the other 2 races but pressured them into a line with mutually restrictive regulations for collective development. Thus, the Jualang Anzai Star Alliance maintained a triangular balance for thousands of years, with relatively peaceful relations among the 3 intelligent species. However, the beast people reportedly experienced a sudden technological breakthrough in the past century and developed at an astonishing pace. The technologically superior big heads remained untroubled, steadily advancing beyond the beast people's reach, but the middle ground tree people faced danger. While the beast people developed rapidly, the tree people confronted an energy crisis over the past century. Rather than advancing steadily, their technology risked regression. The peace-loving big heads weren't the problem. The beast people were. With generations of mutual aggression and grudges between them and the tree people, they would be in peril once the balance of power tipped toward the beast people. No matter how peace-loving the big heads were, they might not intervene when the beast people launched an all-out attack on the tree people, avoiding entanglement in the conflict. Therefore, to acquire more resources for technological development and avoid falling behind, the tree people secretly directed freelance mercenary groups to plunder resources, leading to Earth's apocalyptic disaster for Earth people. Discord within the Alliance presented the best scenario, making it more likely that the Jualang Anzai Star Alliance would enter entertain their complaint. Earth's technological level usually couldn't intimidate the Alliance's intelligent beings into taking humans seriously. However, Dean Archison deduced from certain information that when the tree people deployed the zombie virus on Earth, they used meteorites as carriers to avoid detection by Earth's intelligent life. Unexpectedly, the high temperatures caused the zombie virus to mutate during the meteorite's fiery descent, combined with humans' unique physiology and partial resistance to the virus. Rather than completely transforming humans, it became a catalyst for rapid evolution, producing numerous high-level warriors in just a few years. This explained why Alicia Romani insisted that Earth send only its strongest warriors. The tree people had few level 5 mesh pilots and lacked the advanced weapons of the big heads. If Earth could field enough mighty high-level warriors, it could leverage the tree people's grave transgression to compensate for technological deficiencies and convince the three races to accept Earth into the Jualang Anizai Star Alliance. Of course, this was the best-case scenario. If the Alliance united in xenophobic rejection, Alicia Romani's group would find ways to change their minds. However, Alicia Romani's group had another objective for this journey. From the tree people's Yuck mercenary data, they learned that Earth wasn't the only planet infected with a zombie virus. 2 other life-bearing planets had been targeted. These planets lacked intelligent life. Dean Archison calculated their approximate coordinates, and the Gus Empire crew planned to detour during their journey to investigate. These 2 planets had been infected with a zombie virus over a decade ago. Now, with zombie creatures devouring each other, some had reached level 8. The Gus Empire crew's detour would yield high-quality crystal cores and provide excellent training, preventing time wastage while waiting for the Earth vessel. Due to their unique experiences on Earth, not only had Huadeli and Meenuila's cultivation advanced 4 to 5 years faster than expected, reaching the late stage of level 7, but everyone else had progressed better than anticipated. Thus, everyone looked forward to a good fight to further accelerate their cultivation. Chapter 349, The Gus Empire. On the barren planet Hulpao, 50 million kilometers from the Amber Star in the Gus Empire, a silver grey level 8 mesh led 10 others as they descended from space, entering the human base on the desolate world. Crown Prince Xiahayadam leapt lightly from the silver grey mesh. Despite training in space for 2 days and nights, he showed no signs of fatigue, his posture remaining impeccably straight and his demeanor composed. His personal guards weren't in such good shape, each revealing varying degrees of exhaustion. The group walked through the passage and entered the Gus Empire Alliance military camp. The Crown Prince's adjutant, Lieutenant Colonel Jean-Pierre Pinzy, immediately approached, saluted and said, "Your Highness, Colonel Huada has urgent matters to report." The Crown Prince glanced at Jean-Pierre Pinzy. Though he'd originally intended to go straight to his quarters for some sleep, he paused and changed direction towards the office. The two entered the office one after another. After Xiahayadam activated the screening program, Jean-Pierre Pinzy sent him some files. "Your Highness, confidential documents from Colonel Huada." Xiahayadam opened and reviewed them one by one, then sent a reply to Huachi. The two discussed matters via video for over half an hour before disconnecting. This was followed by a video call with King Adam. With both Prince Xiahayadam and Prince Hebrew Adam away from the Gus Empire, King Adam was shouldering the burden alone. He handled political affairs deftly. However, having delegated military matters to his eldest son for over a decade, King Adam needed to consult with him on certain details to avoid conflicting with his son's directives. This discussion lasted another half hour. Adjutant Jean-Pierre Pinzy stood by, swiftly noting the key points of Xiahayadam's discussions with the two important figures. He would be responsible for tracking the subsequent resolution process. Once there were results, or if the matter couldn't be resolved within the predetermined time frame, he would report back to Xiahayadam. "Your Highness, according to the previously established protocol, the space mesh brigades dispatched by various nations to the Gulamai Star Region Alliance forces should be in position the day after tomorrow. However, Comrade Logan from the Vera Federation claims they'll be delayed by several days due to travel issues," Jean-Pierre Pinzy reported in a flat tone. "Yet, according to our intelligence, the Vera Federation's Alliance space group is only a day's journey away." Jean-Pierre Pinzy's voice seemed emotionless, but his eyes betrayed his irritation. This Conrad Logan, supposedly the Vera Federation's most brilliant young major general, was nothing but a troublemaker who loved using petty tactics to make things difficult for their prince. Strangely, the prince maintained extraordinary patience towards Major General Conrad Logan, treating him with the deference of a junior despite his provocations. Sometimes Jean-Pierre Pinzy felt that His Highness had some bizarre soft spot for Conrad Logan. Fortunately, Conrad Logan merely enjoyed making things difficult for Prince Xiahayadam while maintaining a professional demeanor with other Gus Empire generals, and he hadn't made mistakes on serious matters. Nevertheless, Jean-Pierre Pinzy felt indignant. Since Major General Conrad Logan lacked the ability to outrank their Prince Xiahayadam and become the Commander-in-Chief of the Gulamai Star Region Alliance forces, he should behave properly and follow orders. After all, they were engaged in important matters requiring cooperation. Why did he constantly create difficulties and challenges for their prince? Like now, the Vera Federation forces were clearly about to arrive, yet they deliberately sent a message about delays, putting the prince in an awkward position. It wasn't that the situation was difficult to handle, but such blatant pettiness made any response seem either too harsh or too lenient. Xiahayadam, however, showed no anger whatsoever. In fact, he would have found it strange if Conrad Logan hadn't stirred up trouble. The man had always harbored intense dissatisfaction towards him. "Tell them that if they don't arrive on time, they'll be dealt with according to Article 121 of the Alliance military regulations," Xiahayadam said calmly, standing up to prepare for some rest. "Yes, Your Highness," Jean-Pierre Pinzy acknowledged. Fortunately, Their prince had the foresight to establish military regulations when the alliance forces were first formed. If the Vera Federation people wanted to be difficult, they wouldn't need to struggle with a response. They could simply impose penalties according to regulations. Jean-Pierre Pinzy thought with some contempt that Conrad Logan, no matter how troublesome, wouldn't push things so far as to subject the Vera Federation to hefty fines. The man clearly had issues. Upon returning to his quarters, Xia Hayadam finally allowed himself to show signs of weariness. After eating a little, rather than going straight to rest, he opened the Vera Federation's officer profiles and looked at the section on mental power users, staring at a particular image for quite some time before restraining himself, closing his quantum computer, and lying down on the bed. A day later, the Vera Federation's 5,000-strong Space Mesh Brigade, which had claimed they would be delayed, arrived punctually at the barren planet Hilpao. Leading them was a brown-haired man, none other than Conrad Logan. Conrad Logan was the current Vera Federation president's son and the youngest Level 8 Mesh Master in the Federation. He had advanced to become a Level 8 warrior at just over 60 years old. Before Xia Hayadam appeared, he was recognized as the most brilliant prodigy in the Goulet Star region. It was Xia Hayadam, this upstart, who had stolen Conrad Logan's title as the Goulet Star region's #1 genius, as well as his position as the region's most desirable bachelor. Now he had also taken the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Goulet Star region alliance forces, relegating Conrad Logan to second place in every arena, and might even take his. How could Conrad Logan not resent Xia Hayadam? Of course, while Conrad Logan made various undisguised petty moves in private, he maintained a certain level of decorum in public settings. When Xia Hayadam personally came out to welcome him, Conrad Logan still had the grace to shake hands and exchange a few insincere pleasantries, expressing his gratitude. Avril Logan, standing in the front row of the formation, saw her father Conrad Logan being willful again, making faces at the Gus Empire's Crown Prince Xia Hayadam, and felt utterly exhausted. Her father was over 60 years older than Prince Xia Hayadam, yet he behaved like a youngster, taking issue with someone simply because they were more accomplished and handsome than him. As her grandfather had said, her father had been spoiled by her grandmother and remained childish despite his age. They had already set out for the barren planet Hilpao and had no intention of disobeying military orders. Yet he had his adjutant contact Prince Xia Hayadam's adjutant to say they might not arrive on time. As Conrad Logan's daughter, Avril Logan found her father's behavior appalling. She wondered what her mother had said to him before departure. Her mother, a passive perceptive precognitive mental power user, must have foreseen something. But neither parent would tell her what it was, instead giving her peculiar looks. Now, as Alliance Commander-in-Chief, Prince Xia Hayadam was being extremely courteous to her father by personally welcoming him and not mentioning the misleading message he had sent earlier. Yet instead of graciously accepting this gesture, her father continued to put on airs and posture Avril Logan really wanted to. Chapter 350, carefully planned. Avril Logan desperately wanted to interrupt her father's posturing when she suddenly noticed Crown Prince Xia Hayadam approaching her. His deep blue eyes met hers as he offered a gentlemanly smile. Major Logan, you're the highest-ranked mental power user in our Alliance forces. I hope you'll serve as the Chief Information Instructor for the Alliance Mental Power Corps. Avril Logan's heart rate surged dramatically at Xia Hayadam's smile, nearly causing her to blurt out that he truly deserved his reputation as the Goulet Star region's most handsome man. Fortunately, although momentarily entranced by his good looks, her powerful mental abilities allowed her to multitask without issue. So while she was somewhat distracted by his handsomeness, she still registered his words. Chief Information Instructor for the Alliance Mental Power Corps, Avril Logan repeated, asking with genuine confusion. Commander, what sort of position is that? Observing the striking Avril Logan's inadvertently endearing expression of bewilderment, Xia Hayadam's eyes briefly flashed with an unusual glint before he composed himself and said seriously, get settled in for now. We'll discuss the details after tomorrow's training. Yes, sir, Avril Logan responded somewhat dazedly, offering a salute. General Logan, let's continue our discussion in the commander's office. I have many matters to discuss with you. Xia Hayadam turned back to Conrad Logan with a welcoming gesture before leading the way. Conrad Logan, somewhat resentfully, whispered to Avril Logan, what's this Chief Information Instructor for the Alliance Mental Power Corps nonsense? Since when did such a position exist in the Alliance forces? Is he having us on? General, Avril Logan had to put on a stern face for her father. Conrad Logan was forced to compose himself as he followed Xia Hayadam with his entourage of guards into the headquarters. Once her father was out of sight, Avril Logan led her subordinates toward the Vera Federation's designated camp. Major, I've never seen the general take such a dislike to someone. Prince Xia Hayadam is so young, handsome, and courteous. Why does the general despise him? Avril Logan's adjutant truly couldn't understand their general's peculiar behavior. It wouldn't be strange for the general to feel cautious or envious of someone like Prince Xia Hayadam, but outright dislike seemed odd. Avril Logan maintained her dignified, aloof image. She couldn't tell others that her mother greatly admired Prince Xia Hayadam, calling him the Goulet Star region's most divine man, often lamenting that she'd been born too early. Perhaps the poor prince had unwittingly become the target of her father's resentment because of this. You cannot die. While I'm not so important, you must live well. You must save humanity. The beautiful woman on the other end of the video showed him a sweet smile he'd never seen before. I'm glad to have known you. I've liked you since my teenage years. If there's another life, I hope to meet you earlier. My greatest regret is not being brave enough. In another life, you must let me sleep with you. He wanted to stop her, to grab hold of her, but across the void, he couldn't reach her. He could only watch helplessly as she vanished in the explosive flames. Forever. Xia Hayadam's eyes snapped open as he sat up in bed, his breathing slightly rapid. Had his adjutant been present, he would have been astonished to discover that the Crown Prince, always calm, composed and collected in any situation, was showing unprecedented remorse in the night. However, this moment of vulnerability lasted only a few minutes. After escaping the dream, Xia Hayadam quickly shook off its influence. He rose and walked to the window, gazing at the distant stars. The young Kai people would arrive in just half a year, but the Alliance forces were already in position, and all preparations had been completed for this day. He had meticulously planned 3 excellent strategies, sufficient to ensure that the humans of the Gulemai Star region would safely weather this apocalyptic crisis. He believed that certain tragedies that shouldn't happen, wouldn't happen now. After standing by the window for a full half hour, despite having rested for only 2 hours that night, the young man's abundant energy left Xia Hayadam completely awake. He decided to use the time for cultivation instead. That morning, just as Avril Logan finished training, she received a message from Prince Xia Hayadam, summoning her to report to the Commander-in-Chief's office. Avril Logan checked and rechecked the message. In disbelief, it had indeed been sent by Prince Xia Hayadam himself, not by his adjutant. Wasn't Prince Xia Hayadam supposedly averse to women? Even for official business, his adjutant would handle it. He would never personally engage. Reportedly, the only woman who could approach him and converse intimately with him was his legendary cousin, Huadomani, the future bride of the second prince of the Gus Empire. Avril Logan had seen a photograph herself, Prince Xia Hayadam talking with a black-haired, black-eyed young woman, his expression extraordinarily gentle. No wonder Huadomani was the object of such envy and jealousy, being able to elicit such treatment from their revered idol. The Hua family heiress had consequently become the public enemy of women throughout the Gulemai Star region. Avril Logan checked her reflection, ensuring that her hair, which had been disheveled during training, was now perfectly tied back, and that her expression appeared calm and composed before she left. Upon reaching the Commander-in-Chief's office, the guards verified her identity and immediately saluted. Major Logan, please enter. Prince Xia Hayadam's adjutant respectfully welcomed her. Major Logan, please come in. Our prince has been waiting for you. Inside the office, a young, handsome man in a crisp white uniform sat on a casual sofa. His deep blue eyes watched her as he offered a slight smile. Major Logan, please sit. Avril Logan sat down on the sofa in something of a daze, desperately wanting to capture this moment with the divine man before her. Bloody hell, who said the divine prince was extremely cold, never personally receiving women or smiling at them? That was complete rubbish. Xia Hayadam personally explained to Avril Logan the responsibilities of the Alliance Mental Power Core Information Instructor. She would train all mental power users in information analysis and appropriate responses. This training was crucial for mental power users' battlefield control and reactions. This task is too important. I fear I'm not up to it, Avril Logan said anxiously. If it were just training the Vera Federation's mental power users, Avril Logan wouldn't be intimidated. With her further there, she wouldn't hesitate to use his authority to establish control and quickly implement her work. But the Gus Empire's mental power users were notoriously haughty, and relations with the Vera Federation were superficially cordial but fundamentally antagonistic. They would certainly be difficult to manage. Winning them over would require considerable effort. Avril Logan preferred simplicity and tranquility, not wanting to become entangled in too many complications. If not for the national crisis, she would have remained a simple mesh designer rather than a soldier. Chapter 351, Too good a background. This position can only be filled by Major Logan. You're the only one with the ability to handle it. As for the Gus Empire personnel, rest assured they won't defy your authority. Of course, if anyone pays lip service while secretly resisting, Major Logan can contact me at any time. I'll resolve it without wasting your time, Xia Hayadam said, his voice steady and resolute. His gaze was equally determined, giving Avril Logan the genuine impression that she was truly irreplaceable. Thus, Avril Logan rather unsteadily agreed. Excellent, Major Logan. Here are my requirements. Jean-Pierre Pinzi kept glancing at the Alliance Commander-in-Chief's office. Although he had only become Prince Xia Hayadam's adjutant after Hua Qi's departure, Hua Qi's special status meant he hadn't spent much time at the prince's side. Jean-Pierre Pinzi had often served as acting adjutant, and when Hua Qi left, he was officially promoted. As someone who had followed Prince Xia Hayadam since their student days, Jean-Pierre Pinzi had to forcefully suppress his astonishment to maintain his professional composure as an adjutant. But where there's smoke, there's fire. While he could suppress his own surprise, others might not. Jean-Pierre Pinzi had received several messages regarding Prince Xia Hayadam's private meeting with a female subordinate. These messages came from people who had followed the prince for many years. Jean-Pierre Pinzi didn't respond to their irrepressible curiosity because, apart from meeting alone with a young, beautiful, and single female major, Prince Xia Hayadam hadn't shown any unusual behavior. And from what Jean-Pierre Pinzi understood, this meeting was necessary and didn't raise many questions. After leaving the Alliance Commander-in-Chief's office, Avril Logan walked back to the Vera Federation camp in something of a daze. Only then did she realize that during their conversation, Prince Xia Hayadam had been remarkably well informed about her abilities. Yet Avril Logan could swear they had never met before yesterday. As a prominent figure in the Gus Empire and a frequent subject of hot news across the Gulemai Star region, Prince Xia Hayadam was someone whose updates Avril Logan had always secretly followed. Therefore, even without having met him in person, Avril Logan had a certain understanding of Prince Xia Hayadam and didn't feel particularly unfamiliar when seeing him in reality for the first time. But Avril Logan, having grown up with a dazzling mother, disliked being in the public eye. While she was well known within the Vera Federation because of her family, who would recognize her outside it, Avril Logan was certain that few people in the Gus Empire knew her, and a busy person like Prince Xia Hayadam would be even less likely to pay attention to an unimportant woman from a neighboring country. So why did Prince Xia Hayadam's attitude and tone suggest he was quite familiar with her? When Conrad Logan found out, he was furious. Didn't I tell you to keep your distance from those Gus Empire people? Why did you agree? Dad, this is official business. Official business, Avril Logan emphasized. Conrad Logan was reluctant and frustrated, but couldn't express his deeper concerns. In the end, he could only stress again. Then keep your distance from Xia Hayadam. That man is extremely cunning. Even I am no match for him. Avril Logan found her father's behavior rather puzzling lately. Then why do you insist on provoking Prince Xia Hayadam? Unable to express his inner turmoil, Conrad Logan could only fall silent. Finally, he added one reminder. If you can't resolve something, come to me. That went without saying. With her father as such a powerful backer, of course she would use his support. Conrad Logan remained vigilant. While the Commander-in-Chief Xia Hayadam didn't seek out Avril Logan again, he frequently invited Conrad, the Deputy Commander-in-Chief, and genuinely entrusted him with important alliance military matters. It took Xia Hayadam and Conrad Logan a full half-month to properly organize the mixed alliance forces from the Gulemistar region, after which they took turns leading personnel for outer space training. Conrad Logan himself was so busy he barely had time to sleep. Seeing that Commander-in-Chief Xia Hayadam was even busier than himself, he had no time to think about other matters. Little did he know that several million kilometers away on the capital star, King Adam, who had only heard this news after nearly a month, dropped what he was holding in disbelief. What? Xia Hai spoke privately with a young woman in his office for half an hour. It was official business, not a private conversation. The king's adjutant emphasized to show he wasn't bringing this up merely for gossip, but the key point is that he was willing to be alone with a young woman, and in a room no less. King Adam said excitedly. On the matter of his son's love life, King Adam immediately shed his usual dignified demeanor, transforming into the very image of a worried father. Heaven knows that after that engagement incident, Xia Hai had consistently shown an aversion to women's proximity. For over a decade, not only had the royal family privately suspected that Xia Hai Adam might prefer men, but King Adam himself had almost begun to believe it. Who would have thought such unexpected joy would suddenly descend? Only the timing was terribly inconvenient. That was the Commander-in-Chief's office, a perfectly normal location for official business. There's absolutely no issue, the adjutant emphasized again. Have you ever seen such a situation before? King Adam countered. No, the adjutant answered without hesitation, then realizing this wasn't helpful, added, but that major isn't from the Gus Empire. Is the young lady's background unsuitable? Who is she? Seeing the adjutant's mixed expression of joy and concern, it seemed the young woman's background was quite problematic. Avril Logan, granddaughter of President Logan of the Vera Federation, the adjutant said resignedly. It wasn't that her background wasn't good, it was too good. King Adam didn't personally know the granddaughter of Vera Federation's President Logan, but he certainly knew that old fox President Logan, as well as that dear Conrad Logan. Is the young lady's mother Veronica Leones? King Adam asked. Veronica Leones had once been a star who captivated the entire Gulemistar region, a goddess in countless hearts. When she later married that rough man Conrad Logan, untold numbers had cursed him. Rumors had circulated widely throughout the Gulemistar region that Conrad Logan had forced Veronica Leones into marriage. Even King Adam had heard numerous rumors about their relationship. Thus, as soon as the adjutant mentioned it, King Adam immediately recalled. After her marriage, Veronica Leones had faded from public view. There had been little news of her for 30 or 40 years. Who would have thought she had quietly raised such a beautiful daughter? No wonder the adjutant wore such an expression. The young lady's background truly was unsuitable, as it involved political dimensions. If his eldest son weren't the future king, it might be manageable, but if he were, the situation would become extremely difficult. Chapter 352, An unusual occurrence. After learning that the woman who had prompted his eldest son's unusual behavior was none other than the granddaughter of the Vera Federation's president, King Adam couldn't help but wonder if his son's previous lack of romantic interest was because he had fallen for someone inappropriate. Although his two sons rarely stayed at home and seldom confided in him, King Adam had always paid close attention to their affairs and knew quite a bit about them. He was always the one who visited the Vera Federation. Xia Hai had never been there, and among the Vera Federation visitors to the Gus Empire, no young woman had ever approached Xia Hai. So when had his eldest son become acquainted with this young lady from the neighboring country? He had no idea. And when exactly had this happened? Xia Hai shouldn't have known Avril Logan before. King Adam thought and thought, believing his judgment to be correct. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince indeed met Miss Avril Logan for the first time, the adjutant confirmed. So perhaps they were overthinking it, and Xia Hai's meeting with Avril Logan was genuinely for official business. Whether it was or wasn't, the situation was troublesome. King Adam felt he was about to go bald from stress. Previously, his second son had been the source of his worries, but since being admitted to the first military academy of Xuangu, the boy had settled down and rarely caused trouble. Even when his second son had fallen for a girl at an early age, she had been of suitable status and excellent character, and the two made a good team. So in the past 2 years, King Adam's primary concern had shifted to his eldest son. If Xia Hai truly liked Veronica Leones' daughter, and if she was worthy of him, King Adam wouldn't stand in their way. As for the identity issue, they would deal with it when the time came. A determined person wouldn't be deterred by such problems. There would always be a comprehensive solution. Keep an eye on this. See if there are any developments. Be thorough. But even if something happens, don't speak of it. Now is not a good time, King Adam instructed his adjutant. Indeed, it wasn't a good time. Interstellar war was about to begin. Even if Xia Hai Adam had fallen in love with Avril Logan at first sight, given his character, he would suppress the matter until the war was completely over. Hebrew and the others have been gone for half a year now. I wonder how they're doing. King Adam couldn't help mentioning what worried him most at present. Although various simulations showed their success rate was very high with minimal chance of mishap. As an old father, His heart would remain suspended in anxiety until he saw his son safely return. The second prince's cultivation level is already so high, and there's Miss Huada with her level 7 mental powers. Young Master Huada, young Master Archison and the others are all formidable as well. The adjutant felt the king was overthinking. The adjutant sincerely believed that a group with such high combat prowess would never be at a disadvantage anywhere. Of course, he didn't know what these 12 troublemakers were up to, assuming they were executing some special mission requiring altered identities and appearances. King Adam didn't explain. His only concern now was whether they could return in time. After the Gulema Star Region Alliance forces gathered, they entered an intense period of integration, significantly increasing their overall strength. In this tense atmosphere, another 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Prince Xiahai hadn't summoned Avril Logan to his office again, but he had made time in his busy schedule to visit the Alliance Mental Power Core to support her. This was quite obvious and attracted considerable attention. Hua Qi naturally knew about this, but he had no interest in such matters because the monitoring satellites they had deployed in deep space were experiencing problems. Monitor 1 has lost its signal since yesterday. It didn't capture anything. The signal just disappeared, very suddenly. Based on the timeline, it should have happened around noon the day before yesterday. Hua Qi reported to Xiahai. Xiahai pondered in silence. If this wasn't an accident, then the situation was troublesome. Monitor 1 had 2 monitoring heads. It was impossible for both to fail naturally at the same time. This had to be an unnatural phenomenon. Keep an eye on Monitor 2. Implement Planner first, executing in 2 phases. Make a lot of noise about it, Xiahai said. Yes, sir, Hua Qi responded. After the transmission ended, Hua Qi didn't move. He sat in his office, thinking carefully for half an hour before getting up to leave. As previously agreed with Xiahai, if Xiahai wasn't within the Empire, Hua Qi would have to handle this matter personally. Given its importance, they had never left any trace of related information on the Skynet. 3 days later, Hua Qi sent another message to Xiahai. Monitor 2's video shows no abnormalities. It's still functioning normally. Sitting in his office, Xiahai carefully reviewed the video but still found nothing. Yet his instinct told him something was wrong. The situation couldn't be this simple. After some thought, Xiahai sent a message to Avril Logan. Major Logan, could you identify any unusual segments in this video? Avril Logan gladly accepted the task and sent her findings to Xiahai the next day, marking which time segments showed color changes in the video. Xiahai adjusted to the 2 time segments Avril Logan had indicated. The video showed only blackness, with the sole bright spot being the glow of a star at the top of the frame. Then, at the time Avril Logan had marked, while the star's brightness remained unchanged, a deeper black suddenly appeared within the black background of the video. This was merely a slight difference in shade, so subtle that even Hua Qi's subordinates with their special observational skills hadn't noticed it. Only Avril Logan, with her exceptionally keen intuition, possessed such remarkable observational abilities. At another time segment, the deeper black suddenly disappeared. Xiahai calculated the interval between these events to be 4 to 5 hours. Upon learning that the surveillance video truly had issues, Hua Qi and his team reviewed the time segments repeatedly, finally noticing the subtle difference in the black's background. Wow, your observation skills are incredible. To spot such a subtle change in 30 hours of video, Hua Qi couldn't help but admire. I didn't discover it, Xiahai said flatly. Even through the video, Hua Qi could sense something unusual about Xiahai, who has such strong observational skills. Hua Qi asked instinctively. Avril Logan, Xiahai replied. Hua Qi was genuinely surprised. He had practically grown up with his cousin until they separated when he joined the National Security Bureau. When Xiahai wasn't concealing anything, Hua Qi naturally noticed the anomaly immediately. Xiahai, of course, understood his cousin equally well. He didn't want to hide anything from him, but now wasn't the time to discuss this issue. What's your take on that subtle change lasting 3 hours in the video? Chapter 353, Political Turmoil. What's your take on that subtle change lasting 3 hours in the video? Xiahai asked Hua Qi. Something blocked it. Hua Qi replied without hesitation. That area was dark, empty space. Within several light years, there were no stars, planets, or even nebulae. 2 tiny detection devices, no larger than fists, were separated by at least 10,000 kilometers. In such an environment, they were like specks of dust. What could have noticed them and simultaneously blocked their vision? Neither Xiahai nor Hua Qi needed to guess who had both the capability and motive to do this. With their suspicions confirmed, the cousins could see each other's grim expressions through the video feed, their faces tense. They remained silent for a long while, each quietly reviewing the information before them, contemplating what would come next. This is at least 2 months earlier than we predicted, Hua Qi finally said. The timing was far too advanced, putting them at a severe disadvantage. Their original plan would need significant adjustments, and in the rush, some elements might fall short. Begin implementing Plan C. The overall framework can't be changed, but certain aspects need attention. I'll send you more details tomorrow. Meanwhile, keep monitoring the information from the remaining detectors. Try to determine if it's the main force or just the vanguard, Xiahai instructed. Yes, sir, Hua Qi acknowledged. Detector 1 had been completely destroyed without capturing anything. Detectors 2 and 3 showed only color changes, confirming their suspicions but failing to record anything substantial. However, contingency plans were already in place. Even with unexpected developments, they only needed to select an appropriate alternative strategy and adjust it to the current situation. Of course, these backup plans were somewhat cruder, lacking the detail and thoroughness of the original. On July 7th of the new cosmic calendar, several privately recorded videos began circulating in limited circles on the Skynet. Due to their sensational titles, those quick-to-click discovered footage of non-human creatures escaping, killing humans, and stealing hovercars in the outskirts. The brief video showed these vicious non-human beings acting with brutal efficiency. After stealing a human's hovercar, they actually drove away in it. Those who first viewed the video assumed it was fake. Only intelligent beings could operate hovercars, and the non-humans in the video were clearly intelligent. But humans were supposedly the only intelligent species in the Gulay Star region. Moreover, the victims in the video were unmistakably human. Their appearance and clothing clearly identified them as Gus Empire citizens. Yet experts quickly analyzed and confirmed the video's authenticity. Before people could process what was happening, the video was locked and deleted, leaving no trace. This prompted a swift reaction. Clearly the government had intervened to remove the footage. This governmental action suggested the video was problematic, indirectly confirming its authenticity. If it weren't genuine, they wouldn't have deleted it. Although the video was locked and removed, some quick-thinking individuals had downloaded it. While they couldn't repost it on public forums, they could repackage it and share it with friends. Thus, the video began spreading privately. There are many clever people in the world, and government secrecy only fuels public curiosity. Soon, speculation arose that these escaping non-human intelligent beings might be the Yunkai people, and that they had appeared on the barren star. Then someone obtained satellite footage of the barren star from that same day. Though it didn't show the non-human creatures, it captured an oddly shaped spacecraft suddenly bursting from the barren forest, pursued by Gus Empire mesh warriors. This video was also quickly locked and deleted, but those who had seen both videos pieced together the general situation. Evidently, non-human intelligent beings had suddenly appeared on the barren star. Most likely, they had been under military control but somehow escaped. These non-human intelligent beings had hidden their spacecraft in the barren forest and, after escaping, used it to leave the barren star. Many guessed the name of these non-human intelligent beings, the Yunkai people. Some attempted to repost these videos on the Skynet but were immediately identified by the National Security Bureau and warned. Thus, while the videos didn't spread widely, a significant number of people became aware of them. The general public could only speculate privately, unable to obtain official confirmation. However, the Gus Empire's upper echelons were well informed. The National Security Bureau launched massive operations, conducting inspections and arrests everywhere. The police cooperated, and many people mysteriously disappeared. When some stood up in protest, they too vanished without a trace. After that, no one dared to investigate or question. Tension gripped the entire Gus Empire as everyone kept their heads down, hoping the matter would blow over quickly. To commit such stupidity at a time like this, those in the know found it incomprehensible. Everyone knew the Yunkai people were about to attack the Gulay Star region, yet somehow, people had been bewitched by the Yunkai, betraying humanity for profit by helping them escape. What benefit could possibly make someone abandon their humanity? As the incident gradually subsided and the National Security Bureau's actions became less aggressive, a major event erupted in the political arena. On July 15, Ms. J. Watterson, President of the National Assembly, suddenly submitted an impeachment document, claiming one of King Adam's policies was detrimental to the military. Due to the harsh wording of Watterson's impeachment document, the matter quickly spread across the Skynet. On July 17, spokespersons from several major military corps successively voiced support for Watterson's impeachment, demanding that King Adam and his advisory team reconsider the policy. But King Adam stood firm, believing his policy was correct and that the Assembly's interpretation was overly radical. On July 18, the elderly Ms. J. Watterson personally entered the fray, publishing a condemning statement in the news. Watterson was no ordinary man. Beyond his status and position, he had once been named the most gentlemanly man in the Gulay Star region by a private research institute, illustrating his stellar public image. Now the public watched as he used the most courteous language to sarcastically criticize King Adam's policy as utterly disastrous. King Adam, known for his stern demeanor and dignified presence, became visibly enraged at Watterson's mockery in the video. The controversy escalated until it captured the attention not only of the entire Gus Empire but also others throughout the Gulay Star region. Some even secretly fanned the flames, making the situation more complex and attention-grabbing. Chapter 354, On High Alert. Huachi was Xia Hyadam's plan executor within the Gus Empire. After agreeing on a course of action with Xia Hyadam, he frequently contacted various military commanders under the pretext of investigating traitors. During the political turmoil in the Gus Empire, no one noticed the military's tense defensive preparations. Military corps from the Central Star region and Second-Tier Star region deployed portions of their forces, quietly flying toward the Amber Star and Dawn Star on July 13. The civilians from these two planets were completely evacuated on July 14 and 15 to several second-tier stars near the edge of the star region. However, due to proper arrangements, everything proceeded efficiently without chaos. The entire operation occurred silently. Neither the evacuated civilians nor the planets receiving them leaked any information. Such a large-scale operation attracted no outside attention. No one managed to capture footage of these events. Huachi continued reporting to Xia Hyadam daily. Detector 4 hasn't detected anything. Detectors 5 and 6 show the same color changes as 2 and 3, with similar duration. Detector 7 has lost signal. The backup communication protocol hasn't worked. Similar to Detector 1's situation, Detector 8 shows the same situation as Detector 2. Detector 9 shows the same situation as Detector 2. Detector 10 has lost signal. Detector 11 has lost signal. Detector 12 has lost signal. Detector 13 has lost signal. Detector 21 has lost signal. Detector 21 was only 32 days flight from the barren planet Hopao, calculated at Gus Empire spacecraft velocity. On July 29, people prepared as usual to check the Skynet for updates on the raging conflict between the Assembly and the royal family, curious whether a victor had emerged or new scandals had broken. Instead, they discovered that both the Assembly and royal family had suddenly fallen silent. All previously released videos and debates had been deleted, along with all public commentary posts. The Skynet was eerily quiet, so quiet that people wondered if they'd hallucinated the entire conflict between the Assembly and royal family, that it had all been their imagination. For over half a month, the Gus Empire citizens had been thoroughly engrossed in the drama. Now, with the sudden silence, they immediately sensed something was amiss. Even without intuition, the abrupt quietness on the Skynet indicated something abnormal about the conflict's disappearance. Many began to recall subtle inconsistencies in the Assembly-royal family conflict, gradually realizing that this drama might have been deliberately orchestrated. Such an obviously fake performance, yet these people watched it for nearly a month without many noticing the ruse. The intelligence of these netizens, the National Security Bureau operative who had stirred up this storm, genuinely found the public's intelligence frighteningly low. It's more that you're skilled at manipulating people. You've achieved exactly what you wanted, holding the entire Gulay Star region's population captive. No wonder you're constantly trying to resign. Such a person without constraints would be dangerous. Fortunately, he couldn't escape his boss's control. The public's suspicions were correct. King Adam and the Assembly's conflict was intentional, with the state deliberately fanning the flames to magnify the situation. Everyone knew the Yunkai people were approaching. The tension and fear that had built over the years now weighed like a mountain on the public's minds. This emotional state was detrimental to both the public and the nation. Any trigger could potentially spark riots. The unprecedented, image-disregarding conflict between the royal family and Assembly provided citizens with a distraction, a channel to vent their emotions. Now that this channel had suddenly closed, and the public realized this might have been a deliberate state action, the tension immediately returned to their minds. The controversy wasn't right, something was wrong. Many turned their attention to the Amber Star and Dawn Star, discovering that these two planets were unusually quiet, so quiet that the Skynet was completely silent, all information blocked. This silence might have gone unnoticed, but once spotted, everyone recognized its abnormality. After 2 days of suppression, someone finally asked on the Skynet, "Have the Yunkai people arrived nearby? Is war about to begin?" This post wasn't deleted but instead rapidly rose from light red to dark red, creating a new click record. Previously, the official prediction had been around October, and it was only early August now, making this a bold speculation impossible. There's still 2 months to go. This comment received numerous likes, becoming the most endorsed response. On August 8th, in outer space over 1,000 kilometers from the barren planet Hulpao, the Gulay Star region alliance forces had formed their battle formation, silently awaiting the moment of close combat. Xia Hyadam commanded the entire operation. He had barely slept during these days of strategic deployment, yet he remained calm and composed. On August 9th, the information Huachi relayed made Xia Hyadam sense something was wrong. After Detector 29 was destroyed, Detectors 30, 31, and 32 detected no anomalies. Detector 33 hasn't detected any anomalies either, Huachi reported. Also feeling something was amiss, Xia Hyadam pondered why, after a string of over 10 detectors being destroyed, suddenly there were no anomalies. Since it had already begun, it couldn't simply disappear naturally, so that meant Xia Hyadam abruptly stood up and immediately contacted Conrad Logan on another battleship, saying directly, "Major General Logan, if the Yunkai people bypass the Hulpao Barren Star region, from which area would they begin attacking the Gulay Star region?" Since Xia Hyadam had shared the Gus Empire's detection information with him, Conrad Logan reacted quickly. His expression changed as he swiftly opened the Gulay Star region star chart. When the Yunkai star system traversed space to reach the Gulay Star region, the Gulay Star system's position would place the Gus Empire directly in its path. The Gus Empire's star territory was vast, occupying nearly 1/5 of the Gulay Star region's outer star systems. The barren planet Hulpao was a gateway to the Gus Empire's border stars. If the Yunkai people didn't pass through this gateway, they would either have to enter the region with a black hole to the left or navigate through a small asteroid region with chaotic magnetic fields. They'll most likely enter the chaotic magnetic field asteroid region, Conrad Logan stated with certainty. The black hole region was a death zone. Even if the Yunkai people's technology were a level more advanced, they couldn't possibly conquer a black hole. With the Yunkai people's technological level, even if they forced their way through the chaotic asteroid region, they won't fare well with the traps we've set up beforehand. Conrad Logan actually hoped the Yunkai people would choose this route. I suspect they've gone around. Chapter 355, Destroying Battleships. Conrad Logan actually hoped the Yunkai people wouldn't directly assault the Hulpao Barren Star line, but instead enter through the chaotic asteroid region adjacent to it. They had set numerous traps throughout this chaotic asteroid region which, combined with the haphazard orbits of various sized asteroids and rock fragments, created hazards at every turn. Even with technology more advanced than their own, the Yunkai people would inevitably lose a portion of their fighting force after navigating through it for 10 days to half a month. No, since the Yunkai people could use our detection devices to create the illusion of a direct charge toward the Hulpao Barren Star battle line to deceive us, they likely already know about the traps we've laid. Their main force is probably already taking a detour, Xia Hyadam said, his tone conveying certainty despite framing it as speculation. To bypass both sides of the Hulpao Barren Star battle line would require an additional 2 months of flight time, Conrad Logan said skeptically. Such a detour would not only consume considerable time but also a frightening amount of energy. Could the Yunkai people, coming from so far away, really have such abundant energy reserves? Xia Hyadam's expression grew solemn. Our detection probes are either being blocked or destroyed, so we can only infer the Yunkai people's movements based on when anomalies appear. They're expending so much effort to outmaneuver us for only one reason: misdirection. They're drawing our attention to prevent us from noticing their actual route, which means they want to catch us off guard. His gaze momentarily became distant, as if recalling something. Although Conrad Logan didn't fully agree with Xia Hyadam's assessment, the matter was too serious to dismiss, and the question wasn't difficult to answer. A glance at the star chart would reveal the answer. If they're taking a detour, they'll either reach the Vera Federation or the Double Toe Empire. After the previous Super Beast attack incident, the Vera Federation had already prepared for assaults from outer space. Deploying detection devices in outer space wasn't particularly challenging for them, making it impossible for the Yunkai people to launch a surprise attack. Our Federation's edge space detectors haven't discovered any anomalies, Conrad Logan stated confidently. Xia Hyadam reviewed the information at hand again before initiating a quantum call to the president of the Double Toe Empire. Although called an empire, the Double Toe Empire couldn't be compared to the Gus Empire. Their overall national strength didn't even reach 1/50th of the Gus Empire's. For this Gulemai Star Region Alliance force, the Double Toe Empire had only sent just over 100 space mesh masters, which indicated their military strength. If the Yunkai people truly knew the strength of each Gulemai Star Region nation and wanted to kill the chicken to scare the monkey using an invincible attack strategy to undermine human confidence, they would certainly target the Double Toe Empire first. On August 11th, the Gus Empire's detectors finally scanned the entire space around the Hilpao Barren Star for hundreds of millions of kilometers. There were no anomalies whatsoever. Not only was there no fleet of Yunkai spacecraft, but not even a single battleship was visible. Xia Hyadam immediately and decisively dispatched 1/5 of the Alliance forces to fly at top speed toward the Double Toe Empire. Although circumnavigating from the outer space of the Gulemai Star region to the Double Toe Empire would take over 2 months, taking a direct route from the Hilpao Barren Star through the space between edge stars and second-tier stars would only require just over 20 days. On the Bugler Star of the Double Toe Empire, following the warning from the Alliance Commander-in-Chief, the Double Toe Empire's president quickly ordered the evacuation of Edge Star civilians and military deployment. However, all the space mesh masters of the Double Toe Empire totaled only 2,000 to 3,000 personnel, allowing at most half to be stationed on the Edge Stars. Therefore, on August 27th, when 5 massive black spacecraft appeared in space not far from the Double Toe Empire's outermost Duogia star, even the Empire's citizens watching this scene on a Skynet felt a heavy sense of despair. The Double Toe Empire's 12 spacecraft rapidly launched, intercepting the 5 mysterious black spacecraft. Although the Double Toe Empire's spacecraft were no smaller in tonnage and size than the black vessels, and they outnumbered them 12 to 5, everyone had an ominous feeling. In the command room at the Hilpao Barren Star Alliance headquarters, Xia Hyadam and Conrad Logan watched the video transmitted from the Double Toe Empire with grave expressions. In space outside the Duogia star, the 5 mysterious black battleships fired first. Due to the close proximity, the Double Toe Empire's battleships couldn't evade the projectiles. Their expected defensive light network proved completely ineffective as the enemy battleship shells directly struck the Double Toe Empire vessels. In the video, the battleships exploded like paper models with a single hit. While the Double Toe Empire's battleships weren't considered advanced, ranking as second tier in the Gulemai Star region, even the Gus Empire's battleships would need to fire at least a dozen shells to achieve such devastating effects. So the Yunkai people's battleships were even more formidable than they had anticipated. The Double Toe Empire's battleships certainly didn't just take the hits passively, they returned fire as soon as the mysterious vessels opened fire. However, the Double Toe Empire's shells couldn't penetrate the Black's battleship's protective network. The Black's battleships remained undamaged amidst the barrage. Meanwhile, the Double Toe Empire's battleships were destroyed one after another. Despite the fearless Double Toe Empire soldiers who continued to try to block the Black's battleships' advance, they ultimately became meteors in space. In just over an hour, all 100-plus battleships stationed at the Duogia star were destroyed. The 3,000 space mesh masters were quickly annihilated as well. In this war, the human battleships of the Gulemai star region were at an absolute disadvantage. If Alicia Romani had been in the Gus Empire at this time, she would have recognized that this battle unfolding at the Double Toe Empire was a version of the alien attack on the Amber Star described in the novel. However, in the novel, the Amber Star's population hadn't been evacuated, resulting in 200 to 300 million deaths. On the Duogia star, only a few thousand civilians remained who hadn't evacuated. After completely eliminating the Double Toe Empire's forces stationed on the Duogia star, the black battleships launched numerous meshs. These meshs dispersed and descended onto the Duogia star. The creatures emerging from the meshs stood over 2 meters tall with crocodile-like appearances. Looking ferocious, they raised their blades and began slashing at the defenseless civilians. Yunkai people, Xia Hyadam said through gritted teeth, his expression extremely grave. He gripped the object in his hand so tightly that the veins on the back of his hand were clearly visible. Chapter 356, Unleashing Slaughter. Conrad Logan's face turned ashen, desperately wishing he could dive through the Skynet video and kill those Yunkai people who were slaughtering civilians, but they were too far away, forced to watch helplessly as the Yunkai people unleashed a massacre on the humans of Duogia star. The Yunkai people's technology wasn't just more advanced than the Gus Empire's, their individual combat prowess also exceeded that of most humans. Even level 4 late-stage warriors fell to them in just 2 or 3 moves. They watched in horror as several thousand humans on Duogia star were methodically butchered by the Yunkai people. Bodies piled up in the streets, blood flowing like rivers, before being burned by the invaders. Conrad Logan's eyes nearly wept blood. his teeth grinding audibly. Despite his long-standing disdain for the Double-Toe Empire, which he viewed as the Gus Empire's lapdog, he couldn't bear to see fellow humans from the Double-Toe Empire being slaughtered without any means of resistance. "Commander, are we just going to watch this?" Comrade Logan's voice had grown hoarse. "Reinforcements won't arrive until tomorrow," Xia Hyadam said gravely. The Yunkai people had not only arrived in the Gulemai Star region ahead of schedule but had also bypassed the Hilpao Baron Star defense line to directly attack the weakest power, the Double-Toe Empire. As capable as Xia Hyadam was, he couldn't immediately send help. Xia Hyadam didn't say anything to discourage Conrad Logan, but when Conrad heard that the Gulemai Star region alliance forces would arrive tomorrow, his expression didn't relax in the slightest. Conrad Logan knew that, given the military strength of the Gulemai Star region, even if the alliance forces arrived, they might not be able to withstand the Yunkai people's bombardment. From the moment the Yunkai people's battleships appeared in outer space near the Double-Toe Empire's Duogia Star, the Skynet automatically displayed the entire battlefield. Thus, all humans across the Gulemai Star region watched helplessly as the war on Duogia Star began and ended. In less than 4 hours, the Double-Toe Empire's military was completely annihilated, and the people of Duogia Star were massacred. Humans had shown no capacity for resistance whatsoever, and those watching throughout the Gulemai Star region were stunned with fear. Meanwhile, the officers of the Gus Empire's National Security Bureau's Skynet Information Department were in chaos. But no matter what they tried, they couldn't shut down these videos. "These Yunkai people can control our network. We're completely powerless. Even cutting the power supply doesn't work," the Information Department director reported to Huachi in despair. He didn't need to be told. As soon as Huachi saw the live stream of the Yunkai people's invasion of Duogia Star on the Skynet, he knew the National Security Bureau's Information Department had failed, allowing aliens to infiltrate and control the Skynet's information dissemination. "I don't need your apologies. I need you to solve this problem immediately," Huachi said coldly. Apologies were useless in this situation. Their utmost effort to find solutions was what they needed to focus on now. The Skynet video continued its faithful broadcast. After exterminating the people of Duogia Star, the Yunkai people piloted their mesh back to their battleships. Then the black Yunkai battleships left Duogia Star, advancing toward Duoli Star, the nearest edge star. The people of the Gulemai Star region, terrified by the bloody tragedy on Duogia Star, were on the verge of collapse. This was a bloody, real-life catastrophe. The particularly brutal scenes, if not stopped, could potentially befall them soon, a thought many couldn't bear. "Oh no, those bloody aliens are heading for Duoli Star. Where's the Imperial Army? Why isn't the Double-Toe Empire's military fighting back? Come out and kill the enemy. Where's the Star Region Alliance force? Why aren't they stopping this? Where the hell are they? Why aren't they coming out?" No one wanted to remember, let alone mention, that before the Yunkai people massacred the people of Duogia Star, a space mesh battle group from the Double-Toe Empire had been completely wiped out by 5 Yunkai battleships in less than 2 hours. From Duogia Star to Duoli Star would take at least a day and a half using the Double-Toe Empire's own spacecraft, but the Yunkai battleships arrived in less than 10 hours. Since the Double-Toe Empire's space mesh battle group stationed at the Edge Stars had been completely annihilated during the battle with the Yunkai people at Duogia Star, there were no space mesh units left on Duoli Star. The Yunkai people advanced without hindrance. Landing on Duoli Star, they raised their blades of slaughter just as they had before. The garrison troops on Duoli Star had virtually no combat capability and were quickly killed. After Duogia Star was cleansed by the aliens, those on Duoli Star who could escape did so, but those with the means to leave the planet were few. Over 100 million people remained. Those who couldn't escape were terrified when they saw the Yunkai battleships appear in Duoli Star's sky. However, once the people of Duoli Star realized that fear was useless, under the leadership of brave individuals, they behaved differently from the panicked, fleeing people of Duogia Star. They fought back against the Yunkai people at all costs. What followed was a witness to how the people of Duoli Star used their lives to try to slow the Yunkai people's advance. Observed by the entire human population of the Gulemai Star region, the vast majority of humans in the Gulemai Star region were moved to tears by these tragic yet heroic scenes. Though the abilities of the Duoli Star people were weak, they threw themselves at the invaders one after another with reckless abandon, ultimately slowing the Yunkai people's pace of slaughter. After half the population of Duoli Star had been cleansed by the Yunkai people, the Alliance Forces spacecraft finally appeared in outer space above Duoli Star. Leading them were 2 battleships from the Gus Empire. As they approached, the lead battleship fired a series of light cannons from a distance, striking the Yunkai battleships. No one cheered, because earlier, the Double-Toe Empire military's shells had similarly hit the Yunkai battleships without any effect. As expected, the light cannons exploded against the Yunkai battleships, but the vessels suffered no damage whatsoever. However, immediately after, the second Gus Empire battleship also opened fire, launching a series of 12 light cannons. At this point, the lead Gus Empire battleship fired another series of light cannons, hitting another Yunkai battleship, followed by the second Gus Empire battleship firing another series of 12 light cannons. As the entire human population of the Gulemai Star region watched, waiting for their next move, the Gus Empire battleships fired at full power, made a turn, and headed for outer space. They're running away. Just like that, the people of the Gulemai Star region who witnessed this maneuver were furious, but before they could finish their outcry, they saw the 2 Yunkai battleships that had been hit by the Gus Empire suddenly flash with intense light, releasing 2 dazzling fireworks in the darkness of space. These 2 fireworks were so brilliant that the Gulemai Star region's people were stunned for 2 seconds before realizing what had happened. The Yunkai battleships had exploded. The Yunkai battleships had been destroyed by the Gus Empire battleships. Chapter 357, A Pyrrhic Victory. The Gus Empire battleship's apparent flight had sparked public outrage on the Skynet. The humans of the Gulemai Star region were furious, their emotions a volatile mix of fear and anger after witnessing the complete massacre of the Duodia Star population. Just as they were about to unleash a torrent of abuse online, they suddenly realized the Yunkai battleships had been destroyed by the Gus Empire vessels. What had seemed like retreat was actually a tactic to lure Yunkai ships away. Though only 2 Yunkai battleships had been destroyed, and the Gus Empire had succeeded only through a surprise attack rather than direct confrontation, it was still significant. Since the Yunkai battleships had first appeared, the Double-Toe Empire had shown no capacity for resistance. The people of Duodia Star had been helplessly slaughtered, and Duoli Star was repeating this tragedy. The Gus Empire's success provided the humans of the Gulemai Star region with a buffer, giving them the feeling that they still had some fighting chance, that they could at least harm the Yunkai people. Moreover, the destruction of 2 Yunkai battleships likely came as a major shock to the invaders, potentially dampening their aggression. After the Gus Empire battleships' 2 successful strikes, they had accelerated away at full power. With 2 Yunkai battleships in hot pursuit, the Yunkai people must have been furious. At this point, netizens on the Skynet noticed a batch of other Gulemai Star Region Alliance Force battleships hidden in the distance. They now all approached, and more than 50 battleships opened fire together on the single remaining Yunkai battleship. The sight of over 50 battleships firing simultaneously was spectacular on video, with a continuous barrage of shells nearly illuminating that section of space. Although the video didn't clearly show the battle situation, the unceasing gunfire indicated that the other Alliance nations' battleships lacked the Gus Empire's firepower. Most shells either missed the Yunkai battleship or had no effect when they hit. What the Gulemai Star region netizens could see from the video was Alliance battleships exploding one after another. The viewers immediately became intensely anxious again. If this continued, the Alliance battleships would be completely annihilated. Despite their vessels being sunk one after another, the Alliance battleships showed no sign of retreat and continued firing. As netizens watched anxiously, they suddenly noticed in the video that the Yunkai battleship had been hit by a series of light cannons, giving them a familiar feeling. At this moment, all the Alliance battleships suddenly ceased their attack. The Gulemai Star region netizens then realized that a Gus Empire battleship had been hiding among the Alliance vessels and had seized the opportunity to fire what appeared to be light cannons, striking the Yunkai battleship. The entire Gulemai Star region fell silent online. Everyone stared intently at the Yunkai battleship surrounded by light cannon fire. They all recognized this series of light cannons as the same ones the Gus Empire battleships had fired when destroying the previous Yunkai vessels. When they saw the familiar dazzling light flash again and the brilliant fireworks reappear, the Yunkai people's third battleship became space debris in an equally violent explosion. Witnessing this scene on the Skynet, the Gulemai Star region netizens couldn't help but cheer excitedly, embracing those beside them as if they themselves had achieved victory. After seeing this, Comrade Logan turned to Xia Hyadam with excitement, speaking with unprecedented respect. Your strategy has succeeded. No, this is merely the beginning. Once the enemy becomes cautious, this method will no longer work. In direct combat, our battleships have a low probability of hitting Yunkai battleships, and breaking through their defensive networks won't be so easy anymore, Xia Hyadam said with a faint, bitter smile. Only Avril Logan, the level 7 mental power user present, noticed this. Even Conrad Logan, sitting beside Xia Hyadam and speaking with him, didn't see it. Our battleships have no energy left to destroy the remaining 2 Yunkai battleships. However, there aren't many Yunkai people left on those 2 vessels. If our mesh masters can quickly eliminate the Yunkai people on Duoli Star, the Double-Toe Empire's crisis can be temporarily resolved, Xia Hyadam said gravely. Comrade Logan looked at the star chart showing the 2 fleeing Gus Empire battleships and the Yunkai battleships steadily closing the distance, and sighed inwardly. These 2 Gus Empire battleships, now without offensive capability, would eventually be caught and destroyed by the Yunkai battleships. All they could do was delay as long as possible, keeping the 2 Yunkai battleships occupied. The massive explosions in outer space above Duoli Star alarmed the Yunkai people conducting their massacre on the planet. Several thousand Yunkai people halted their slaughter and piloted their meshs toward Duoli Star's sky, directly encountering the Gulemai Star Region Alliance Forces Space Mesh Battle Masters descending from above. This was another life or death battle. Not just level 6 human mesh battle masters, but even level 7 human mesh battle masters could barely handle the Yunkai mesh warriors. Fortunately, this was humanity's home ground, and the Alliance forces had deployed over 15,000 mesh masters, giving them a numerical advantage. Although human meshs were continuously shot down onto Duoli Star, Yunkai mesh warriors were also being destroyed. This chaotic battle raged for a full day and night. In the end, the human mesh masters achieved a narrow victory. All Yunkai mesh warriors were killed, but of the more than 15,000 human mesh masters, only 4,000 remained. Truly a Pyrrhic victory. The Skynet fell silent. The people of the Gulemai Star region didn't know what to say. Just 5 Yunkai battleships and over 5,000 Yunkai invaders had resulted in more than 100 million human deaths, including over 10,000 space mesh masters and the destruction of more than 50 spacecraft. Nevertheless, a Pyrrhic victory was still a victory. Regardless, the Yunkai people's surprise attack had ultimately been stopped. The remaining half of Duoli Star's human survivors were temporarily safe, and the Double-Toe Empire had gained a chance to catch its breath. Some Gulemai Star region netizens still wondered about the 2 remaining Yunkai battleships, but the Gus Empire battleships had led them somewhere unknown. After 2 days without their return, people chose to selectively forget about them. At the Hilpao-Baronstar Gulemai Region Alliance Forces headquarters, the command staff watched as the two Gus Empire battleships, after fleeing for 2 days, were finally caught and destroyed by the Yunkai battleships. Their hearts felt heavy. No sooner had one crisis subsided than another arose. While the battle in the Doubleto Empire had captured the attention and hearts of all humans in the Gulemai region, trouble also erupted in the Vera Federation. On September 1st, the Vera Federation's Edge Star, Jinavat Star, was surrounded by ominous black Yunkai battleships. Chapter 358, The Second Battlefield. The Vera Federation's effective propaganda had given its citizens great confidence in their detection systems. They believed the surprise attack that befell the Doubleto Empire wouldn't be repeated in their territory. So on September 1st, when the Vera Federation's Edge Star, Jinavat Star, was surrounded by ominous black Yunkai battleships and videos of this scene automatically appeared, the Vera Federation citizens could hardly believe it was real. The Vera Federation populace trusted that their military strength was incomparable to the Doubleto Empire's. However, the problem was the sheer number of Yunkai battleships that appeared, over 100 vessels, forming a dark, intimidating mass that instilled profound anxiety in all who saw them. Consider that just 5 Yunkai battleships in the Doubleto Empire had proven nearly insurmountable for humans. When the Yunkai people's main force suddenly appeared in the Vera Federation, Comrade Logan felt immensely grateful for Xia Hyadam's foresight. A month earlier, Xia Hyadam had openly dispatched 1/5 of the Gulemai Region Alliance forces to support the Doubleto Empire, but secretly he had also quietly sent 2/5 of the Alliance forces to the Vera Federation. As a veteran commander, when Conrad Logan saw only 5 Yunkai battleships appear in the Doubleto Empire, he knew the Vera Federation was in danger. If the Yunkai people's main force wasn't attacking the Gus Empire, they were certainly heading for the Vera Federation. However, the Vera Federation's strength was undeniable. Although the Yunkai people had deliberately masked their movements, the Vera Federation wasn't like the Doubleto Empire, discovering enemies only when they reached their doorstep. Though the Vera Federation's detectors had been tampered with by the enemy, they still learned of the enemy's whereabouts 2 or 3 days in advance. This allowed them to position their space mesh battle groups in the space before Jinavat Star, meeting the Yunkai's main force head-on. In a life-or-death situation, the Vera Federation naturally showed no mercy. With the Doubleto Empire's experience as a cautionary tale, the moment Yunkai battleships appeared, the well-prepared Vera Federation battleships unleashed a meteor shower of firepower. The Yunkai had over 100 battleships. The Vera Federation mobilized more than 3,000 vessels for direct interception and containment. The Vera Federation's military equipment was several levels stronger than the Doubleto Empire's, so their spacecraft weren't destroyed like fragile toys as the Doubleto Empire's had been. The battlefield between the Vera Federation and the Yunkai people quickly developed into a stalemate, with no immediate resolution in sight. This was arguably good news for humanity, especially since this was the Vera Federation's home ground. Particularly encouraging was that less than an hour after the battle began, the Gulemai Region Alliance Force reinforcements arrived at Jinavat Star. They joined the Vera Federation space battle groups in attacking the Yunkai battleships, significantly enhancing their firepower. Comrade Logan's demeanor relaxed, evident from his posture. While the battlefield remained deadlocked, no one at the Alliance command hall on the Hilpao-Baronstar wanted to leave. Xia Hyadam hadn't rested for 2 nights, yet showed no signs of fatigue. Perhaps we should take turns resting, Comrade Logan suggested wearily to Xia Hyadam. The Doubleto Empire's battle had been so brutal that he hadn't even considered resting for days. Now, seeing the Vera Federation temporarily holding off a Yunkai attack, Comrade Logan's heart eased slightly, allowing fatigue to wash over him. Xia Hyadam glanced at Comrade Logan and nodded gently. Major General, you should rest first. The battlefield won't change significantly in the short term. The exhausted Comrade Logan rose and went to the rest room adjacent to the command center. He didn't notice the complex emotions that flashed in Xia Hyadam's eyes as he watched him leave. As Conrad Logan's daughter, Avril Logan had received special treatment and had been allowed into the command hall these past few days. From her position, she had a direct view of Prince Xia Hyadam's face when he turned to watch her father's retreating figure, allowing her to see his profoundly complex expression. Avril Logan's heart skipped a beat as she stared directly at Xia Hyadam, trying to decipher his meaning. Highly sensitive, Xia Hyadam naturally noticed Avril Logan watching him. Their eyes met. Xia Hyadam nodded slightly to her before returning his gaze to the video. Rather than being thrilled that her idol had noticed her, Avril Logan felt her heart sink slightly. Though her father hadn't spoken to her as his daughter, Avril Logan understood him well. Her father surely believed that their Vera Federation forces had responded quickly, deploying sufficient troops to contain the Yunkai people. With the additional strength of the Gulemai Region Alliance reinforcements, the Vera Federation wouldn't lose this battle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the presence of mind to notice his own exhaustion. But Prince Xia Hyadam's expression suggested to Avril Logan that his mood was extremely grave. Even if her suspicions were correct, there was nothing she could do. Better to let her father rest properly before facing whatever came next, she thought, returning her attention to the video. The command room had 2 large screens, one showing the Skynet video and another showing footage transmitted directly from the Vera Federation. Though from different angles, both videos showed a sea of flames, making it impossible to discern the true battlefield situation. After watching for over 3 hours, Avril Logan saw little change in the battlefield conditions on the screens. Unable to judge the current situation from the videos, she couldn't help but shift her gaze back to Prince Xia Hyadam. Like her father, Prince Xia Hyadam hadn't rested for 3 days. While her father had succumbed to exhaustion, he still sat with perfect posture, intently watching both videos without showing any signs of fatigue. From Avril Logan's angle, she could only see his profile. Despite the inappropriate setting, she couldn't help thinking that Prince Xiahayadam truly deserved his title as the Gulay Star region's most divine man. Even just his profile was distractingly captivating. Over the past month, due to her father's position as deputy commander, Avril Logan had seen Xiahayadam frequently. She couldn't help observing him secretly and discovered that this man rarely showed emotional fluctuations. Though his expression couldn't be described as cold or arrogant, it was predominantly one of calm composure bordering on expressionlessness, as if nothing could stir his emotions. However, this calm composure had completely dissipated since witnessing the bloody massacre of the Double-To Empire's people by the Yunkai. Avril Logan felt that Prince Xiahayadam now carried a certain sharpness about him, like an unsheathed sword. Chapter 359, Field Marshal Huada. On the Amber Star, all members of the Amber Star Space Battle Group were called to the Amber Star Military District headquarters. They sat together in rows, watching footage of the Double-To Empire battle and the Vera Federation conflict. They weren't viewing the Skynet videos but rather the Double-To Empire military's exclusive footage, which more clearly revealed the terrifying nature of the Yunkai people. The Yunkai people not only possess technology a level above that of the Gulay Star region humans, but their individual combat prowess also exceeded that of the vast majority of Gulay Star region humans. Watching the Yunkai people's merciless, bloody massacre of Gulay Star region humans stimulated the nerves of everyone in the Amber Star Space Battle Group. It also made them acutely aware of the Yunkai people's murderous intent toward humans of the Gulay Star region. If the Gulay Star region humans couldn't stop the Yunkai people's offensive, they would truly be completely exterminated. Have you seen clearly? If the Gulay Star region alliance forces hadn't been deployed at the Hilpao Baron Star, the Yunkai people would have advanced directly, and the Amber Star would have become like the Duodia Star of the Double-To Empire, Lin Chengfeng said. The Vera Federation war continues, having raged for 8 days now. The Vera Federation initially had over 3,000 battleships, plus reinforcements from the Gulay Star region alliance forces totaling about 4,000 battleships. Now only 1,000 remain, while the Yunkai people still had more than 80 battleships. The members of the Amber Star Space Battle Group knew that the Yunkai people had a total of 108 battleships appear in the Vera Federation. The Vera Federation had sacrificed more than 2,000 battleships to destroy merely 20 Yunkai vessels, a devastating price that highlighted the enormous disparity in strength between the two sides. Of these, 12 Yunkai battleships were destroyed by the Alliance Force reinforcements, more precisely, by our Gus Empire battleships. The Vera Federation itself only destroyed 8. Lin Chengfeng added, his voice carried a sigh, and the members of the Amber Star Space Battle Group looked on with sadness. Given the Vera Federation's current situation, unless their reinforcements were exceptionally effective, the Vera Federation battleships currently in the field wouldn't last even 2 more days. Prince Xiahayadam sent us secret orders yesterday, instructing our Amber Star Space Battle Group, the 7th Corps Space Battle Group, and other space battle groups from various Gus Empire armies to form the Gus Empire Space Mobile Force under the command of Field Marshal Huada. You are to report to coordinate point CHTFBJJAM by noon tomorrow. Lin Chengfeng continued. Field Marshal Huada. All members of the Amber Star Space Battle Group sensitively looked toward Lin Chengfeng, their eyes filled with questions. Those in the Amber Star Space Battle Group who were cultured and knowledgeable, and who had researched the Hua family, naturally knew who Field Marshal Huada was, their commander's great-grandfather, an Imperial Grand Marshal who had retired nearly 100 years ago. Those who didn't know Field Marshal Huada were still sensitive to the Hua surname. Everyone in the Amber Star Space Battle Group knew their corps commander was called Huada Mani, so this Field Marshal Huada was likely one of their commander's elders. This operation is classified. Do not leak any information on the Skynet, Lin Chengfeng concluded. Everyone in the Amber Star Space Battle Group understood why Lin Chengfeng had to say this. The current Skynet had been completely controlled by the Yunkai people. Apart from special military communication channels, all other forms of communication could potentially be intercepted by the Yunkai. This was precisely why they had been recalled to the Amber Star headquarters for this meeting rather than simply conducting a video conference as they would have in the past. They were now trying to avoid communicating with others as much as possible, preferring face-to-face conversations. Yes, sir. Vice Commander Ma and Deputy Officer Tong saluted. The two exchanged glances, their eyes revealing bitter smiles. Even the old patriarch, who had retired for nearly 100 years, had been dug out to serve as commander, a clear indication of how dear the Gus Empire's situation had become. However, for a space mesh force that integrated dozens of different factions, only someone of high cultivation and great prestige could maintain control. Without effective leadership, this elite space mesh force, the strongest in the Gus Empire, couldn't be properly integrated and would fail to demonstrate their best combat capabilities when facing enemy attacks. Commander, when will our colonel return? Vice Commander Ma couldn't help asking. Neither Vice Commander Ma nor Deputy Officer Tong knew what Alicia Romani had been doing over the past year. She had left in a hurry without leaving any message, and there had been no news from her throughout the year. They had made several inquiries but couldn't gather any information, leading them to suspect the mission was highly specialized. But at this juncture, Vice Commander Ma desperately hoped for the colonel's return. She was the backbone of the Amber Star Space Battle Group. As someone who had once served under the Crown Prince, Vice Commander Ma knew more than others and had a more strategic outlook. Logically, since the Yunkai people's main fleet had targeted the Vera Federation and was now being held there, the Gus Empire's defense line should have been somewhat relieved. Yet the Crown Prince had secretly assembled the strongest space mesh masters of the Gus Empire to form a mobile force, deploying them at coordinates CHTFBJJM. Upon checking, Vice Commander Ma discovered that if the Hilpao Baron Star was the first line of defense for the Gus Empire, then coordinate CHTFBJJM was the second line. Xia Hyadam's actions indicated that he believed the Gus Empire might face an even more serious situation, prompting him to deploy defenses in advance. Under these circumstances, Vice Commander Ma particularly missed their colonel. According to the colonel's cultivation plan, she should now be a level 8 mental power master. A level 8 mental power master. Vice Commander Ma wasn't entirely clear how powerful a level 8 mental power master would be on the battlefield, but he knew that with his own abilities against the Yunkai people, he could at best manage a one-on-one fight. Yet against Alicia Romani, he would be defeated in seconds. That's why Vice Commander Ma and Deputy Officer Tong especially missed their leader. In the entire Amber Star Space Battle Group, he was the only level 7 Mesh Master. However, as an Edge Star, the entire Amber Star had only 2 level 7 warriors. Lin Chengfeng had achieved his rank merely 2 months before Vice Commander Ma. As the commander of the Amber Star, Lin Chengfeng would certainly remain to guard it. Lin Chengfeng glanced at Vice Commander Ma, desperately wanting to heave a long sigh. The truth was, even he didn't know where Manny had gone, but he knew she was on a dangerous mission. He also knew that if Alicia Romani and her companions returned successfully, this war would quickly turn around. If they couldn't return, they might never come back at all. Without level 8 experts like Alicia Romani and Hebrew Adam, the humans of the Gulei Star region would likely suffer heavy losses. When it's time for her to appear, she will appear. Lin Chengfeng could only say cryptically. As Alicia Romani's superior and adoptive father, Lin Chengfeng appeared not to know her whereabouts. What more could Vice Commander Ma and Deputy Officer Tong do? The two could only juggle their dual roles, leading the Amber Star Space Battle Group in preparations to assemble at coordinates CHTFBJJM tomorrow. Chapter 360, Defeated Again. Upon receiving their orders, the Amber Star Space Battle Group immediately prepared for departure, setting off in their spacecraft before dawn the next day. Since its formation, the Amber Star Space Battle Group had maintained a total strength of 1,200 personnel. A year ago, when Alicia Romani first organized the group, it comprised over 410 level 6 warriors and more than 700 mid to late stage level 5 warriors. After a year, these figures had changed significantly. During this period, Alicia Romani, the commanding colonel, had been absent on a special mission, leaving all responsibilities to Vice Commander Ma and Deputy Officer Tong. As Alicia Romani's hand-picked subordinates, these two continued to train the troops according to her specialized methods. Moreover, thanks to Alicia Romani's influence, someone from the Imperial Capital Star continued to supply them with cultivation elixirs. Therefore, even without their leader present, the Amber Star Space Battle Group enjoyed abundant cultivation resources, with treatment comparable to elite core from second-tier stars. Over the year, many had advanced in rank. More than 100 personnel had progressed from level 5 to level 6, in line with Alicia Romani's previous plan. By the time the Yunkai people arrived, half of the Amber Star Space Battle Group would be level 6 Space Mesh Masters. Vice Commander Ma had also followed Alicia Romani's advancement schedule, successfully reaching level 7 just over 2 months ago. The journey from the Amber Star Space Battle Group to coordinate CHTFBJJM required only 3 hours at most, so flying at normal speed, they arrived before noon. To their surprise, upon arrival, they discovered that the elderly Field Marshal Huada had already established a base with the Central Region Space Mesh Core on a small barren planet in the CHTFBJJM area. Evidently having been there for some time, the Amber Star Space Battle Group would be disbanded and integrated into the newly formed Gus Empire Space Mobile Force with the elderly Field Marshal Huada as commander. Vice Commander Ma and Deputy Officer Tong had little cause for concern. Although the Amber Star Space Battle Group ranked as the least prestigious among the Corps, it had been personally trained by the Hua family's young mistress. Vice Commander Ma was someone Prince Xia Hyadam had assigned to the young mistress, while Deputy Officer Tong had been cultivated by the Hua family itself. Even without special treatment, the elderly Field Marshal Huada wouldn't recklessly sacrifice them as cannon fodder. Upon approaching coordinates CHTFBJJM, Vice Commander Ma received a quantum message from the elderly Field Marshal Huada. Once communication was established, the old Field Marshal got straight to the point, stating that he would reorganize them completely, leaving Vice Commander Ma and Deputy Officer Tong no choice but to obey. Clearly, the elderly Field Marshal Huada had already made arrangements. He directly connected the person in charge with Vice Commander Ma and Deputy Officer Tong, and everyone proceeded according to the list. Apart from Vice Commander Ma joining Mobile Squad 1, the Level 6 Mesh Masters from the Amber Star Space Battle Group were organized into Mobile Squad 23, while the Level 5 Mesh Masters formed Squad 28. Vice Commander Ma thought to himself that the young mistress's great-grandfather certainly lived up to expectations. His operational style was identical, preferring to group those of the same level together. Before this, Vice Commander Ma had never actually met the retired Field Marshal Huada. Field Marshal Huada was a late-stage Level 8 warrior, his cultivation ranking among the highest in the entire Gulei Star region. The old gentleman's only drawback was his advanced age, and Vice Commander Ma worried whether he could still maintain the combat effectiveness of a late-stage Level 8 warrior. Now, seeing a man who appeared to be in his early 60s, with excellent mental and physical condition, Vice Commander Ma felt reassured. He believed that in terms of both prestige and cultivation, the old gentleman could absolutely command respect and maintain order. On September 7th, the elderly Field Marshal Huada led the Gus Empire Expeditionary Force in quietly deploying defenses in the Gus Empire's CHTFBJJM region. On September 9th, the battle near the Vera Federation's Jinnovat Star finally reached its conclusion. The Vera Federation Space Battle Group's vessels and the Gulei Star Region Alliance Force battleships were all destroyed by the Yunkai People's battleships, which still numbered 79. When human battleships were destroyed, many Space Mesh Masters actually managed to escape. entering Jinovat Star. This war had persisted for 10 full days. The residents of Jinovat Star had been completely evacuated, and more than 30,000 human space mesh masters had landed there. Originally, these space mesh masters had planned to use the ground advantage for a final battle to the death with the Yunkai people. Unexpectedly, the Yunkai people ignored them, continuing their battleship advance deeper into the Vera Federation. With humans clearly at a disadvantage on the battlefield, the Vera Federation dispatched another, stronger space mesh force as reinforcements. However, before they could reach Jinovat Star, the Vera Federation's first space mesh force had already been defeated. The Yunkai battleships approached the Vera Federation's second edge star without encountering any resistance. But this planet had been completely evacuated, leaving only an empty world. Consequently, the Yunkai battleships didn't linger, heading directly for the third edge star, Natex-Inza Star. Although Natex-Inza Star was also an edge star, its position was quite close to the second-tier star region, making it relatively prosperous with a substantial population of nearly 15 billion. With such a large population, evacuation became challenging, especially since no one had anticipated that the Vera Federation would lose so catastrophically and swiftly. On September 5th, seeing the unfavorable situation at Jinovat Star, the people of Natex-Inza Star hurriedly began evacuating, never imagining that the flames of war would reach them so quickly. The Yunkai battleships advanced at an astonishing pace. When the Yunkai people reached the outer space of Natex-Inza Star, nearly 11 billion people remained on the planet. Fortunately, the Vera Federation's reinforcement space mesh force had just arrived near Natex-Inza Star, intercepting the Yunkai battleships charging toward the planet just in time. The Vera Federation's second space mesh force was superior to the first in both equipment and personnel combat power. However, without the Gulemai Star Region Alliance Force reinforcements this time, their overall strength was actually weaker than the first space mesh force. Nevertheless, having learned from their previous failure, this Vera Federation space mesh force adopted more flexible tactics. Although they couldn't destroy the Yunkai battleships, they managed to preserve their own vessels to the greatest extent possible. The Vera Federation battlefield temporarily descended into a stalemate. The Vera Federation citizens watched anxiously, knowing that if this space force were also annihilated after the bloodbath on Natex-Inza Star, the Yunkai battleships would charge into the central star region and unleash slaughter. Edge stars could be temporarily evacuated due to their smaller populations, but each planet in the central star region housed tens of billions of people. How could so many be relocated, and to where? If the Vera Federation military failed to stop the Yunkai people's offensive, the Vera Federation citizens would face catastrophe. Therefore, the Vera Federation populace grew increasingly anxious, inevitably criticizing the Gulemai Star Region Alliance Forces Commander-in-Chief. Now that the Yunkai battleships had bypassed the Gus Empire to attack the Vera Federation, why hadn't the Commander-in-Chief brought the Gulemai Star Region Alliance Forces to fight alongside the Vera Federation military? Chapter 361, Despair and Hope. The tragedy in the Double Toe Empire and the unfavorable war situation in the Vera Federation had left the Vera Federation citizens restless and irritable. They recalled the original purpose of establishing the Gulemai Star Region Alliance Forces and remembered Prince Xiahai-Adam's speech when he took office as Commander-in-Chief. Gradually, they seemed to find reasons for their anger. If Xiahai-Adam hadn't been so cunning, stationing the Gulemai Star Region Alliance forces in the Gus Empire, the Yunkai people certainly wouldn't have bypassed the Gus Empire to charge directly at the Vera Federation. Now that the Gus Empire was no longer in danger, why weren't the Gulemai Star Region Alliance forces being deployed to fight alongside the Vera Federation military? Leaving them idle on the Gus Empire's defense line seemed utterly selfish. The entire human population of the Gulemai Star region was now one community. If anyone failed, the others couldn't escape the consequences. How could the Gus Empire only look after itself? The Vera Federation citizens grew increasingly indignant, increasingly convinced that the Gus Empire harbored sinister intentions, seeking to weaken the Vera Federation's strength through the Yunkai people's actions. Watching the throng of people on the Skynet chattering away, criticizing the Gus Empire and Commander-in-Chief Xiahai-Adam, a heavy silence fell over the command room at the Hilpao Baron Star Alliance headquarters. The Gus Empire personnel maintained impassive expressions when confronted with these extreme views. They lacked even the energy to be angry. Comrade Logan and his subordinates from the Vera Federation couldn't utter a word. Having nothing to say, one didn't need exceptional insight to see that when the Vera Federation's second space mesh force faced the Yunkai people, all they could do was delay as long as possible. Defeat was inevitable. Comrade Logan and his team now pinned their hopes on the Vera Federation's third space mesh force, racing toward the battlefield, reaching the Natex-Inza Star battlefront as quickly as possible to join the second space mesh force. Then, using their absolute numerical advantage, they might delay long enough to deplete the Yunkai battleship's energy reserves. Of course, once their battleship's energy was exhausted, the Yunkai people would certainly land on Natex-Inza Star. The planet's inhabitants would suffer, with many casualties, but this was the least terrible option available. Only this way could the Vera Federation's mesh masters employ human wave tactics, wearing down the enemy mesh until their energy was depleted, then annihilating them completely. Only through such measures could the Vera Federation's crisis be temporarily resolved. The remaining 20,000 troops of the Gulemai Star Region Alliance forces would not be sent to support the Vera Federation. This wasn't because Commander-in-Chief Xiahai-Adam was selfish or self-interested, but because the true interstellar war hadn't even begun. The Yunkai battleship fleets that had appeared in the Double Toe Empire and Vera Federation were merely the vanguard. The real main force in the Hilpao Baron Star Command Hall Everyone stared at the dense swarm of Yunkai battleships on the video screen. No one paid attention to the Thera Federation citizens' bitter complaints and curses. They would have preferred if these accusations were true, but the reality was that the Hilpao Baron Star garrison couldn't possibly spare any attention to support the Thera Federation. What they faced next was truly a matter of life and death for all humans in the Gulemai Star region. Unlike the previous Vanguard forces that had mysteriously obscured the Gulemai Star region Alliance forces detectors, the Yunkai people's main force approached openly and directly, though not moving quickly. Their advance left the Gulemai Star region Alliance forces at the Hulpao Baron Star feeling suffocated. The Yunkai people weren't afraid of the Gulemai Star region Alliance forces at all, which explained their undisguised, brazen approach. What did this signify? It meant that after their Vanguard forces had engaged with the Gulemai Star region Alliance forces, the feedback indicated that the Alliance forces were weak, no match for the Yunkai people at all. The Yunkai were absolutely confident in their complete victory over the Gulemai Star region Alliance forces. Indeed, the Thera Federation's defeat had severely damaged the Gulemai Star region Alliance forces' confidence. Now, the governments of all Gulemai Star region countries placed their only hope on the Gus Empire. In the battle against the Yunkai Vanguard battleships, the light cannons fired by the Gus Empire battleships were clearly a new type of weapon. These light cannons possessed tremendous destructive power. If they hit a Yunkai battleship, they could destroy it. Other Gulemai Star region countries lacked this capability. The second strongest power, the Thera Federation, in its battle near Natex Star without the Gus Empire battleship's assistance, had struggled for 2 days to destroy just one Yunkai battleship. In this desperate situation, all informed parties in the Gulemai Star region hoped the Gus Empire possessed some top-secret weapon that could reverse the outcome of this war. Originally, when Xia Hyadam had suggested that the Gulemai Star region nations should increase their contribution to a second alliance force, the various governments had quarreled fiercely, believing the Gus Empire was being excessive. Later, to purchase Gus Empire elixirs at favorable prices, they had reluctantly agreed, providing a list for the second batch of alliance forces, just a list, with no real intention of delivering. But when the national governments saw the ominous Yunkai fleet pressing toward the Gulemai Star region with intimidating momentum, everyone gritted their teeth and, without hesitation, dispatched the troops on the second alliance force list to the Hilpao Baron Star. They weren't worried about timing, as the Yunkai main force would take another month to reach the Hilpao Baron Star at their current speed. What they feared was that even if they exhausted all their resources and sent every available battleship, they still couldn't stop the Yunkai invasion. They feared that the Gulemai Star region alliance forces on the Hilpao Baron Star defense line, when confronted by the Yunkai main force, would be utterly helpless, just as the Double Toe Empire had been. If the Hilpao Baron Star defense line couldn't hold, the Gulemai Star region would have no hope whatsoever. Because this news was so grave, and premature public knowledge would only generate negative emotions and unrest, the information was suppressed, known only to the governments of the Gulemai Star region countries. The general populace knew nothing, which was why they had the luxury of bickering on the Skynet. Whenever Avril Logan was in the command hall, her eyes never left Xia Hyadam. While everyone else was depressed and solemn, he remained composed, showing neither tension nor despondency, as if the situation he faced wasn't particularly serious. Undeniably, as the commander-in-chief of the Gulemai Star region alliance forces, Prince Xia Hyadam's calm demeanor, whether genuine or affected, influenced the emotions of other alliance force officers, steadying them considerably. His accurate assessment of the Yunkai Vanguard's movements had earned their trust, instilling a sense of hope. They hoped that this inscrutable Prince Xia Hyadam might have effective countermeasures against the Yunkai people, and that the Gus Empire still possessed hidden, unknown strengths. Chapter 362. Old acquaintances meet. Maijun, Vice Commander Ma, had gone from being the second-in-command of a powerful space battle group to an ordinary member of the Gus Empire Mobile Forces Space Mesh Squad 1. Although the Amber Star Space Battle Group had only been a temporary posting for him, and Maijun didn't particularly value the authority, he still felt somewhat dejected that Field Marshal Huada seemed to disregard his abilities entirely. However, upon reporting to Space Mesh Squad 1, Maijun discovered many old acquaintances there, including his former superior. It turned out that the over 600 members of Space Mesh Squad 1 were all level 7 mesh masters from the Imperial Capital Star. Among them, Maijun's cultivation was actually the lowest, so if he wasn't to be a grunt, who would be? The squad leader was also an old acquaintance of Maijun's, Dali Dursley, Alicia Romani and her group's instructor from the 1st Military Academy of Xiuangu. Maijun had been assigned as Alicia Romani's covert bodyguard by Prince Xia Hyadam even before she attended the academy. Consequently, after Alicia Romani enrolled, Maijun and Dali Dursley had interacted several times, each knowing the other's background. Dali Dursley himself was a major, an early-stage level 8 warrior. Upon seeing Dali Dursley and the others, any lingering concerns Maijun had vanished. With these people around, he'd hardly have a chance to stand out. However, Maijun could deduce from this that the Empire had deployed its strongest mesh combat masters here. Unaware that the Yunkai main force was approaching, Maijun immediately realized the gravity of the situation upon seeing so many high-level mesh combat masters in this hastily assembled mobile force. Having not seen each other for several years, Dali Dursley and Maijun chatted briefly, inevitably discussing Alicia Romani and her group. They'll definitely return, Dali Dursley said with certainty. Although Dali Dursley didn't know where Prince Xia Hyadam had sent these 12 people over the past year, he was aware of the prince's high expectations for them. Maijun, also knowing Prince Xia Hyadam's hopes for Alicia Romani's group, naturally eagerly anticipated their return, unaware of Dali Dursley's inner size. Previously, Dali Dursley had hoped that Hebrew Adam and Alicia Romani could become the saviors of the Gulemai Star region's humanity, but after witnessing the Yunkai people's military might firsthand, he had lost that hope. After all, individual ability has its limits, The overall strength disparity between the two civilizations was too great. One or two people couldn't reverse such a disadvantage. As a teacher, Darlie Dursley had invested the most emotion in these 12 students, including Alicia Romani and Hebrew Adam, as they were his most promising pupils. Therefore, even if he hoped for someone to save humanity, Darlie Dursley didn't want his own students to bear such a heavy burden, as it implied sacrifice. Time was too short. Hebrew Adam and Alicia Romani hadn't yet grown to a point where they could decisively overturn the Gulemi Star region humans' disadvantage. Pushing them out now would likely only result in pointless deaths. They were still so young. Thus, from a personal perspective, Darlie Dursley, embodying the principle that a teacher for a day is a father for life, actually hoped Alicia Romani and her group wouldn't appear on the Gus Empire battlefield. Meanwhile, at the temporary base on this small barren planet CHTFBJJM, others were also discussing Alicia Romani and Huadali. His Highness the Crown Prince will surely have the young Miss and young Master return at the most critical moment. After a year, I expect the young Miss has already become a level 8 mental power master, the old butler said confidently. Lysiamba merely smiled faintly. The old butler didn't know where Alicia Romani had gone, but Lysiamba did. Field Marshal Huada was studying star charts, while Lysiamba discussed the old gentleman's diet with the Hua family's chief steward. Since reuniting with her daughter, Lysiamba had found new purpose in life. After dispelling her inner demons, her long stagnant cultivation had surged rapidly, and she was now a mid-stage level 7 mental power master. For this military deployment, Lysiamba had abandoned her previously aloof attitude towards the Hua family, actively requesting to serve as the old gentleman's adjutant. Given Lysiamba's status and position, she wouldn't have been assigned to this dangerous area without her own request. The old gentleman had been in seclusion for a long time. Although his strength remained, his former subordinates were no longer in this world. While their Hua family could assign him the best adjutants, none could compare to his great-granddaughter-in-law, a mid-stage level 7 mental power master. Lysiamba was the Hua family's direct line matriarch and an active duty soldier. She was fully capable of handling most trivial matters for the old gentleman, only requiring his input on important decisions. Moreover, as his great-granddaughter-in-law, Lysiamba could also help care for the old gentleman, making her the perfect adjutant candidate. After the old butler left, Lysiamba walked behind the old gentleman, observing the screen before him displaying the battle between the Vera Federation and the Yunkai people. Lysiamba remained silent, simply watching. As an experienced mental power mesh master, she could see that the Yunkai battleships were deliberately maintaining this stalemate. It wasn't just the Vera Federation aiming for a war of attrition. Both sides were trying to wear down the other's strength. Another screen showed the vast, ominous Yunkai main force. Lysiamba's expression remained calm, showing no worry or sadness about the impending disaster. Of course, neither did the old gentleman. He too observed dispassionately, without a trace of anxiety. For the old gentleman, a veteran of countless battles and brushes with death, maintaining composure in such a situation was normal. But Lysiamba's similar demeanor was remarkable. I never realized before how outstanding the second grandson's wife is, the old butler privately remarked to the old gentleman. The old gentleman smiled without answering. There were things the old butler didn't know, so he couldn't fully understand. The only thing Lysiamba truly cared about was her daughter. If Manny and her group couldn't return to this timeline on schedule, even if this world were destroyed, Lysiamba wouldn't feel particularly sorrowful if her daughter wasn't here, even if she lost her own life. If Manny and her group returned on time, they would surely be incredibly powerful after their experiences. Whether or not they could defeat the Yunkai people, survival would be easy for them. The old gentleman knew that even if the Gulemi Star region alliance forces were utterly defeated, humanity in the Gulemi Star region wouldn't be exterminated. The Gus Empire had contingency plans, so he didn't view Lysiamba's attitude as cold or unfeeling. After all, his own great-grandchildren were among those people, and his thoughts aligned closely with Lysiamba's. As long as the Hua family line continued, and he, as an old field marshal, could fulfill his duty to the country, he could die without regrets. As a veteran commander, he had never feared sacrificing his life for his nation. Chapter 363, Battlefield Setback. Only a select few knew that the forces deployed at coordinate CHTFBJJM, the Gus Empire's second line of defense, represented the true potential to annihilate the Yunkai people's main force. This strategy was designed to confuse Yunkai intelligence, preventing them from accurately gauging the Gus Empire's true strength, while allowing the military corps at the CHTFBJJM defense line to maximize their combat effectiveness. Prince Xia Hyadam had positioned himself as bait, leading the Gulemi Star region alliance forces at the forefront, standing directly in the eye of a storm. Indeed, Prince Xia Hyadam's significance was so profound that those unaware of the inner workings could scarcely imagine he would deliberately make himself a target. This approach meant that even if the Yunkai people noticed deployments at point CHTFBJJM, they wouldn't pay excessive attention, enabling a surprise attack when the time came. As the nominal resistance against the Yunkai people's main force, the Gulemi Star region alliance forces were undoubtedly a thorn in the Yunkai's side. Predictably, once the Yunkai main force arrived, Prince Xia Hyadam, as commander-in-chief of the alliance forces, would be their primary assassination target. Xia Hyadam wasn't merely a prince but the first in line to the Gus Empire throne. He could have easily commanded from the rear, yet for the sake of his nation and people, he risked his own life in this gambit. How could those who understood his intentions selfishly prioritize their own survival? Field Marshal Huada, forced out of seclusion after so many years due to dear circumstances, had already transcended concerns of life and death. For a veteran commander, dying on the battlefield represented the most fitting end. Lysiamba felt similarly. As long as her daughter remained safe, she would contribute her abilities to this nation without regret, even unto death. Thus, On the battlefield, these like-minded individuals faced the crisis without significant emotional fluctuations. Those unaware of Xia Hyadam's arrangements simply observed that despite the looming threat, he remained composed and confident. Naturally, those following him also settled into a state of calm as the Yunkai people's main force drew ever closer. Tension mounted daily among the Gulemai Star Region Alliance forces on the Hilpao Baran Star defense line. Meanwhile, on the Vera Federation battlefield, the 3rd Vera Federation Space Mesh Force reached Natex Star on September 12, forming a pincer attack with a faltering 2nd Space Mesh Force. With the Vera Federation military's absolute numerical advantage, their offensive suddenly intensified, destroying 3 Yunkai battleships in a single day. The Vera Federation abandoned their previous delaying tactics, launching fierce daily attacks against the Yunkai people. In the following days, they progressively destroyed 7 or 8 more Yunkai battleships. However, the Vera Federation's battleship losses were catastrophic, sacrificing roughly 100 vessels to destroy just 1 Yunkai battleship. Such an attritional approach proved unsustainable even for the Vera Federation with its reinforcements. Yet the Yunkai battleships seemed to maintain abundant energy reserves, causing immense anxiety among the Vera Federation government. Fortunately, on the morning of September 18, the battlefield situation suddenly shifted. The Yunkai battleships at Natex Star abruptly disengaged from combat before the Vera Federation forces could react. The Yunkai battleships had positioned themselves above Natex Star, deploying 50,000 Yunkai space mesh combat masters. By the time the Vera Federation battleships responded and gave chase, the Yunkai vessels had already left the battlefield, heading into outer space. Although the Vera Federation military detected that the Yunkai battleships hadn't traveled far, merely hovering several thousand kilometers away in space, seemingly waiting for something, they didn't pursue. Firstly, the Vera Federation battleships simply couldn't match their speed. Secondly, they had more pressing matters at hand. The deployed Yunkai mesh combat masters, upon landing on Natex Star, immediately began a merciless slaughter of humans. The Vera Federation military naturally couldn't attend to other matters and hurriedly deployed their own mesh combat masters to Natex Star to eliminate the Yunkai threat. Due to the slower speed of Vera Federation battleships, human mesh combat masters arrived half an hour late. In that brief window, over 300,000 people had already perished at the hands of the Yunkai. The Yunkai people's individual combat prowess proved overwhelmingly superior. Clad in meshes, they could only be marginally countered by human mesh combat masters of level 7 or above. Moreover, approximately 1/10 of these Yunkai people demonstrated exceptional strength, requiring level 8 mesh masters to confront them. Although 200,000 human mesh combat masters had entered Natex Star, fewer than 5,000 were level 7, and only 2 were level 8. With such vast disparities in individual combat strength, compounded by technological differences between the two civilizations' meshes, human mesh combat masters had no choice but to employ group tactics against the Yunkai people, with over a dozen surrounding a single opponent. Even with these measures, human mesh masters could barely kill these Yunkai people. They could only marginally restrain the Yunkai's butchers' knives, preventing completely unimpeded slaughter. On the Skynet, Vera Federation citizens watched helplessly as their mesh combat masters fell one after another. They witnessed how areas affected by the fighting saw human structures universally collapse, with civilians who couldn't escape in time either crushed by falling buildings or casually killed by Yunkai people. Although the Vera Federation space mesh forces and the Yunkai Vanguard battleship fleet had fought for over 10 days near Natex Star, the planet's population was simply too vast. The Vera Federation couldn't possibly relocate so many people in such a short time. 7 to 8 billion residents remained. Thus, the tragedy that had befallen the Double-Do Empire's humans a month earlier replayed before the entire Gulemai Star region human population. Witnessing their countrymen dying so tragically, the Vera Federation citizens nearly went mad with grief. This time, however, no one cursed the Gulemai Star region alliance forces on the Skynet. Although the various governments of the Gulemai Star region had remained reticent, intelligent individuals abounded. Seeing the Vera Federation battlefield so pressed, with the Gulemai Star region alliance forces not only withholding support but other countries actually diverting available troops to the Hilpao Baran Star defense line, many had deduced the reason. The term Yunkai people broadly referred to all intelligent humanoid life forms from the entire Yunkai Star region. Though many had perished in the Great Yunkai Star System catastrophe, an entire star system's intelligent population couldn't possibly number just tens of thousands. It must have been in the billions. Yet thus far, only 100-odd Yunkai battleships had appeared in the Gulemai Star region, with only 50 to 60,000 Yunkai individuals. Following this line of reasoning, anyone with a functioning brain could deduce that this couldn't possibly represent the Yunkai people's main force. Chapter 364, Close Combat. On September 30th, humans on the Vera Federation's Natex Star remained in dire straits. With nearly 1 billion inhabitants already dead, why doesn't the Federation deploy all their level 7 warriors? It's obvious that the mesh combat masters on Natex Star simply cannot kill the Yunkai people, Avril Logan said heatedly. The Assembly rejected your grandfather's proposal. They want those forces to protect the Central Star, Comrade Logan replied, his expression grim. In the Vera Federation, the Assembly, controlled by the great aristocrats, wielded enormous power, particularly over military authority. The Federation president couldn't deploy troops without Assembly approval. Otherwise, he had no means to mobilize military personnel. But at this rate, not only will the Natex Star people be completely slaughtered, But those mesh combat masters won't survive either. How can they just watch? They should gather all level 7 mesh masters to kill those Yunkai people, Avril Logan said furiously. Comrade Logan glanced at his daughter and fell silent. The assembly members' thinking was easy to guess. They wanted the Nate Xinza star population to exhaust the Yunkai people's stamina and capabilities before sending reinforcements to finish them off, thus ensuring the central star faced no danger. His daughter could surely deduce this but was unwilling to believe the assembly members could be so hideously selfish. Xia Hyadam observed the father and daughter talking together. Though he couldn't hear their conversation, their anger and anxiety were plainly visible, and he could roughly guess what they were discussing. Looking at the screen displaying the current state of the Vera Federation's battle, Xia Hyadam inwardly sighed with resignation. Had this situation occurred in the Gus Empire, these Yunkai people would have been eliminated long ago. The Vera Federation's ability to match the Gus Empire as a formidable opponent indicated their military strength was second only to the Gus Empire. They weren't as weak as they appeared. This spectacle emerged because the great aristocrats in the assembly, prioritizing their absolute safety, directed the nation's crucial forces to protect themselves rather than valuing ordinary citizens' lives. Of course, even with this approach, the Vera Federation would eventually resolve this batch of Yunkai people, just at the cost of sacrificing numerous civilians and mesh warriors. But if the Vera Federation themselves didn't care about their own people's lives, and as long as it didn't endanger the Gus Empire, Xia Hyadam had no interest in interfering with another country's internal affairs. Their own hard battle lay directly ahead. On October 1st, with the arrival of the second batch of Alliance forces, the Gulemai Star Region Alliance forces on the Hilpao Baron Star defense line now numbered over 700,000 personnel and more than 7,000 battleships. However, only one-third were level 6 or higher mesh combat masters. Level 7 mesh combat masters numbered fewer than 5,000, and there were only 12 level 8 mesh masters. No one in the Gulemai Star Region Alliance forces believed their 700,000 plus space mesh combat masters stood a fighting chance against the Yunkai people. Compared to the approaching Yunkai main force, the Gulemai Star Region Alliance forces were far too few, with humanity's disadvantage painfully evident. If not for Prince Xia Hyadam's continued composure, which instinctively inspired hope, many would likely have despaired. On October 5th, Yunkai battleships appeared in space at the Hilpao Baron Star defense line. Leading them were over 5,000 Black's battleships, pressing toward the Gulemai Star Region Alliance force vessels with intimidating momentum. The flames of war quickly ignited across this vast expanse of space. On a certain star, in a certain forest, a pitch-black cave suddenly appeared in the previously verdant mountainside. An exceptionally handsome golden-haired youth leapt out of the cave first, followed closely by a beautiful young woman with black hair and black eyes, who stood beside him. Then came a succession of handsome men and beautiful women, 14 people in total, as the golden-haired youth appeared. Nearby beasts hunting for prey initially tensed as if facing a great enemy, then fled desperately into the distance. Adam glanced at a level 7 beast fleeing in panic. He hadn't even released any killing intent. Why were these beasts so terrified? Alicia Romani followed Adam's gaze, observing the rapidly retreating posteriors of several beasts with tucked tails. With her exceptional memory, she identified their current location from these beasts. Where are we? Is this the barren forest? Dean Archison was the first to speak. As he spoke, he looked around curiously. By now the beasts had all fled, so he couldn't even see their retreating forms. He could only stare at the trees, trying to determine their location from the tree species. Everyone surveyed their surroundings. The towering trees blocked the sky, creating an unfamiliar landscape that bore no resemblance to the barren forest they had entered before crossing into the other world. Weren't we supposed to enter the other world from the barren forest and return to the barren forest when he came back? This doesn't look like the barren forest. Su-43 also looked around. This tree species should be unique to the barren forest. I recognize it. Meanwhile, approached a tree, examining it carefully. Adam, however, activated his quantum computer, checked something, and sent out a message. His actions reminded those standing behind him that while they were observing the environment, they had forgotten to check their quantum computers. There's a signal. My quantum computer is receiving the Skynet signal. Whether this is a barren star or not, we've returned to our own world, Sheila Shahan exclaimed joyfully. Hearing this, everyone except two somewhat bewildered individuals immediately checked their quantum computers. During their 40-plus years in the other world, they had primarily used their quantum computers for communication, becoming unaccustomed to relying on them. Thus, they hadn't immediately thought to use them to determine their location. This really is the barren forest, though not the place we entered, right? Su-43 scanned the surrounding environment with his quantum computer. Ah, we finally returned. Heavens, I was going mad in that other world. Ren Yuayu cheered. His companions echoed his sentiment, exclaiming, finally back. I want to, though they all loved cultivation. Even the most passionate would find decades of monotonous, day in day out training maddening if not for their sense of responsibility. Adam, however, didn't share his companions' mixed feelings of joy and relief at returning to their world and finally being liberated. After sending a message, he quickly received a reply. Turning to his companions, who were still celebrating their return, he said gravely, the Yunkai people's main force has already reached the Gus Empire. Joy instantly froze on everyone's faces as they snapped back to reality. Having lived in the other world for so long, they had momentarily forgotten about the Yunkai invasion of the Gulemai Star region. Chapter 365, they're back. At coordinates CHTFBJJM, the elderly Field Marshal Huada sat in the command battleship, watching the video displaying the battle between the Gulemai Star Region Alliance forces and the Yunkai people. In fact, not only was the Field Marshal watching, but so were all available personnel on the command battleship without active duties. Indeed, the entire human population of the Gulemai Star region was fixated on the conflict. Everyone recognized this war's crucial importance, Since hostilities began, the entire human population of the Gulay region had been watching with bated breath. Although the battlefield's outcome remained uncertain for now, it was far better than the feared scenario of immediate defeat and unchecked Yunkai advancement. But that was the extent of the good news. On the Vera Federation's Natex star, after so many days of fierce fighting, casualties had exceeded 300 million. While the Yunkai people had lost only a few thousand, humanity's disadvantage was simply too great. No one harbored much hope for this war, with everyone envisioning a bleak future for humankind. The elderly Field Marshal Hua Dai observed the Hilpao Baron Star defense line, now engulfed in full-scale war, with remarkable composure. However, Deputy Commander General Archison appeared perplexed. With some anxiety, he said, "Field Marshal, if we provide support now, we should stand a fighting chance." Their forces' combined strength was actually comparable to the current Gulay region alliance forces. Field Marshal Huada couldn't possibly have overlooked this point. Yet why did he remain stationary? With time, the alliance forces would suffer excessive losses, further disadvantaging humanity. "I'm waiting for Prince Xia Hyadam's action signal." At this critical juncture, the elderly Field Marshal didn't mind revealing some aspects of the operational plan. Upon hearing this was Prince Xia Hyadam's arrangement, General Archison's anxious heart calmed considerably. If the Crown Prince had planned it this way, it meant the moment for their engagement hadn't yet arrived. Just as they were speaking, the elderly Field Marshal received an anticipated message. Looking up, he said, "Let's move out." Major Amber, input the route map. "Yes, Field Marshal." Lissy Amber saluted, entering a series of commands into the control console. In the darkness, 10,000 battleships of the Gus Empire Space Mesh Mobile Force deactivated their cloaking devices and, according to their sequence numbers, quietly advanced toward a specific coordinate. 3 hours later, they reached the notorious chaotic asteroid region. According to the flight route map, they were to traverse this area. Just as the Vanguard battleship fleet entered the chaotic region, the elderly Field Marshal received a mysterious transmission. After viewing the message, the old man's face lit up with rare excitement. He immediately ordered all warships to halt operations. "Field Marshal, has something happened?" Lissy Amber looked at the old gentleman questioningly. "They've returned according to plan," the elderly Field Marshal said excitedly. Lissy Amber immediately understood his meaning, her face showing both excitement and concern. General Archison even stood up, his face equally animated with insider knowledge. "Field Marshal, you mean those children have returned?" Suddenly ordered to stop. The other personnel on the Field Marshal's command battleship looked toward him in confusion, naturally noticing the excitement on both his and the old general's faces. What could make these two once illustrious old commanders of the Gus Empire lose their composure like this? Perhaps a battlefield development, one favorable to humanity. Various speculations raced through everyone's minds, but they needn't wonder for long, as they soon witnessed the cause firsthand. When everyone saw the 12 young people entering the battleship's command room, they understood why the Field Marshal and the old general were so excited. The young people at the front, though more mature and steady than in everyone's memory, having transitioned from adolescence to poised young adulthood, were unmistakable. Most people aboard this command battleship belonged to the Huan Archison families. They might not recognize others, but how could they fail to recognize their own young masters and mistresses? Moreover, the Gus Empire's second prince, Hebrew Adam, leading the group, was hardly someone one could overlook. At the outbreak of the war with the Yunkai people, the Gus Empire's citizens had placed extremely high expectations on the Hua family's eldest daughter. It was common knowledge that a year ago, Hua Domani had already been a late-stage level 7 mental power master, so after the war erupted and humans suffered setbacks, many remembered her, hoping she had become a level 8 mental power master who could turn the tide. But despite the interstellar war raging for so long, she hadn't appeared. Not only did Gus Empire citizens continually mention her on the Skynet, but even people from the Vera Federation brought her up. The official answer eventually provided stated that Hua Domani and Prince Hebrew Adam had embarked on a secret mission a year ago and hadn't yet returned. Yet what secret mission could be more important than the current interstellar war? This was a matter concerning the survival of all humans in the Gulay region, especially after more than a year. Some couldn't help but wonder if these two had been assassinated by the Yunkai people. The Hua family members hadn't harbored such doubts. However, their young Miss Manny had left with young Master Li, and if something so significant had happened to them, the family couldn't possibly have remained so calm. After just a year apart, the aura emanating from both their young Miss and young Master surpassed even the elderly Field Marshals. What did this signify? It meant that these two youngest members of the Hua family had reached at least the late stage of level 8 in their cultivation. Not just the Hua family members, but everyone present immediately understood. These people must have disappeared for a year to seclude themselves in some mystic realm for cultivation. Otherwise, they couldn't have advanced so rapidly in such a short time. Adding 12 level 8 mesh combat masters at once, including 2 mental power masters. No wonder the elderly Field Marshal was beside himself with excitement. Everyone was. Mother, Alicia Romani naturally spotted Lissy Amber immediately, having met the real Alicia Romani in her original world and shared their hearts. With all her inner conflicts resolved, Alicia Romani could now truly consider herself the real Alicia Romani upon returning to this world. Thus, she wholeheartedly accepted Lissy Amber as her mother. Lissy Amber had been separated from her daughter for just a year, but for Alicia Romani, 50 years had passed since she'd last seen Lissy Amber. Therefore, seeing Lissy Amber brought genuine joy, and she embraced her. Manny, Lissy Amber returned her daughter's embrace, noticing that her daughter now stood taller than herself, As a mental power master, Lysiamba could feel the heavy pressure from her daughter's mental power level. She knew what this signified and felt both shocked and delighted. Hello, Mother. Hebrew Adam also came forward to greet Lysiamba. Speaking of which, Hebrew Adam and Alicia Romani's engagement hadn't yet been celebrated with a formal banquet due to everyone's busy schedules. It remained merely a verbal agreement. Few would have known that Prince Hebrew Adam and the Hua family's eldest daughter were betrothed if not for Hebrew Adam and King Adam's calculated leaks to the outside world. Chapter 366, What's Happened? Ever since learning how Queen Amber had manipulated Lysiamba, causing Alicia Romani, a young lady from a prestigious family, to grow up as a commoner on an edge star, and how Lysiamba and Huadayu's relationship had fractured, leaving their marriage in name only, Hebrew Adam had felt deeply indebted to Lysiamba. Later, when he wanted to become her son-in-law, he approached the Hua family only through his parents and elder brother to ask for their daughter's hand. Due to the tense circumstances and Lysiamba's continuous military service, he never found the opportunity to formally pay his respects to her. So, despite the urgent situation, Hebrew Adam came forward with genuine sincerity to greet her, demonstrating his respect for his future mother-in-law. Hebrew Adam's respectfulness represented his affection and regard for her daughter, naturally pleasing Lysiamba. Your current cultivation levels, Hebrew and Manny, you've both reached level 9, haven't you? The old gentleman asked eagerly, dispensing with formalities. Everyone on the battleship drew a sharp breath, thinking their old master was truly daring in his assumptions. The Gulemai Star region hadn't produced a level 9 cultivator for over 1,000 years. Even with exceptional cultivation potential, such advancement would typically occur after 100 years of age. How old were these two? After all, yes, Hebrew Adam nodded. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Manny and I have reached the late stage of level 9, while Huadali, Mina, Dean and the others have all reached the early stage of level 9. The rest are at the late stage of level 8, Hebrew Adam stated calmly. The others gasped repeatedly, but these words came from Prince Hebrew Adam himself. In such a critical situation, he couldn't be joking with them. Everyone's eyes gleamed with excitement. They didn't know what secret mission these 12 elite youngsters had undertaken to advance their cultivation rapidly, but level 9, 5 level 9 mesh combat masters, plus 7 at the late stage of level 8. These individuals would be humanity's secret weapons for turning the tide of battle in the Gulemai Star region. Everyone's hearts suddenly filled with hope. The elderly Field Marshal Huada was overwhelmed with excitement. Heaven be praised. He never imagined he'd live to see 2 level 9 cultivators in the Hua family. No, it should be 3, as Mina would also become part of the Hua family. But that wasn't the most essential matter at hand. What mattered most was that with their arrival, the elderly Field Marshal Huada felt his anxious heart could finally relax considerably. In this interstellar war, a turning point for humanity in the Gulemai Star region had finally emerged. Prince Xiahai Adam's plan had succeeded at last. Come, come. Your great-grandfather brought you the specially crafted meshs. Let's take a look. On the Hilpao Baron Star defense line, inside the Gulemai Star Region Alliance Forces Command battleship, Xiahai Adam personally maneuvered the vessel to evade Yunkai attacks. As Commander-in-Chief, piloting the battleship was ordinarily beneath his station, but no one else could so accurately anticipate and narrowly avoid the Yunkai people's assaults. As previously predicted, the Yunkai people had identified Xiahai Adam's identity and status, targeting his battleship immediately after hostilities began. Their attacks were ferocious, single-mindedly attempting to obliterate Prince Xiahai Adam's battleship and kill him. The original pilot couldn't withstand such fierce attacks, forcing Xiahai Adam to take control personally. The Yunkai people likely hadn't anticipated that, faced with such intense aggression, Prince Xiahai Adam's battleship piloting skills would prove unexpectedly exceptional, consistently evading their attacks just in time. Avril Logan needed to concentrate completely on another battleship to assist her father in commanding the Vera Federation Alliance forces and help the pilot dodge the Yunkai people's bombardment. Perhaps because Prince Xiahai Adam's battleship had become a target attracting Yunkai firepower, the Yunkai people didn't pay special attention to other command vessels. However, no one could offer assistance. As everyone struggled to protect themselves, the enemy bombardment was too fierce, and their battleship defenses were too formidable. Meanwhile, the Gulemai Star Region Alliance Force battleships not only had inferior defenses but also inflicted minimal damage on enemy vessels. Though they hadn't yet been defeated, everyone fought with extreme difficulty. This was only because Prince Xiahai Adam commanded effectively, seemingly understanding which angles of attack would minimize casualties on their side while still inflicting some damage on the Yunkai battleships. Despite his youth, everyone deeply admired him. Prince Xiahai Adam truly deserved his position as Commander-in-Chief of the Gulemai Star Region Alliance forces. Amidst the Yunkai people's relentless, shadow-like attacks, he not only piloted his battleship to evade their assaults but also seized opportunities to counterattack while calmly issuing orders and maintaining control over the entire battlefield. Xiahai Adam's outstanding command prevented the Gulemai Star Region Alliance forces from descending into chaos despite the enemy's overwhelming strength. Even at a disadvantage, they maintained orderly evasion and attack patterns, barely preserving a semblance of balance. However, the power disparity between the Gulemai Star Region Alliance forces and the Yunkai people was too vast. Even Prince Xiahai Adam's exceptional abilities couldn't overcome these weaknesses without absolute numerical superiority. By the fourth day of the Interstellar War, the Gulemai Star Region Alliance forces were clearly at a disadvantage. These days, the entire Gulemai Star region fell silent, with all eyes fixed solely on this conflict. Everyone knew the Gulay Star Region Alliance forces represented humanity's greatest hope, yet even those without military insight could see this hope gradually crumbling. The Alliance forces lost more and more battleships, making the Yunkai vessels seem increasingly numerous by comparison. The assessment was even clearer for military personnel. The Gulay Star Region Alliance forces could hold out for at most one more day. On the sixth day of the Interstellar War, the Gulay Star Region Alliance forces would face total defeat, allowing the Yunkai people direct access to the Gus Empire. If the Gus Empire couldn't withstand the Yunkai people, after slaughtering the Gus Empire's population, they would advance toward other nations, and then this outcome was truly catastrophic, so dire that the faces of all governments and military departments across the Gulay Star region turned sickly green. Indeed, with victory in sight by the fifth day of the Interstellar War, the Yunkai people intensified their offensive. The Gulay Star Region Alliance's force battleships vanished at an accelerating rate, and total defeat seemed imminent. But suddenly, inexplicably, all Yunkai battleships simultaneously ceased their attack and began an orderly retreat. The Gulay Star Region Alliance forces couldn't understand what was happening. Fearing some grand enemy maneuver, they also hastily withdrew. Then the Alliance forces watched in astonishment as the Yunkai battleships all made a wide turn and retreated. The few remaining Gulay Star Region Alliance force battleships and the numerous escape pods floating in space seemed to freeze like static images. Chapter 367, The Enemy's Rear. The Gulay Star region netizens watching on the Skynet were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why the enemy had suddenly taken flight. The Gulay Star region alliance forces were clearly on the brink of collapse. Had the Yunkai people pressed their attack for just one more round, they would likely have destroyed all the remaining alliance battleships on the battlefield. With victory assured for the Yunkai people, what possible reason could have prompted them to abandon their imminent triumph and retreat? Though the impending defeat of the Gulay Star region alliance forces had weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, and this development brought some relief, no one celebrated. After all, the Yunkai people's abrupt departure wasn't due to being driven away by the Alliance forces. They had left of their own accord. Their withdrawal didn't mean they wouldn't return to attack the Gulay Star region unless the Yunkai people found another suitable star system for settlement. These desperate invaders would eventually return to attack the Gulay Star region. Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly a positive development. At the very least, the Gulay Star region Alliance forces hadn't been completely crushed. They could catch their breath, regroup, and a turning point would emerge. Not only were the netizens on the Skynet desperately seeking answers, but the Gulay Star region alliance forces on the battlefield were equally mystified by the Yunkai battleship fleet's sudden retreat, so much so that not a single battleship thought to seize the opportunity to attack. Everyone commence rescue operations immediately, then return to the Hilpao Baron Star for resupply. Prepare to depart in 2 hours, came the order from Commander-in-Chief Prince Xiahayadam. Cutting through the confusion, the bewildered Gulay Star region alliance forces suddenly found purpose, hurrying to retrieve the escape pods scattered throughout space. These pods contained comrades who had escaped from destroyed battleships. The escape pods lacked sufficient propulsion to reach inhabited planets within the Empire. Therefore, Alliance battleships with capacity would collect nearby escape pods. Avril Logan asked Conrad Logan in confusion, "Father, what's happening?" They had received no intelligence reports. Prince Xiahayadam has ordered us to return for resupply, then continue fighting. So this unexpected development was likely arranged by him or the Gus Empire. Conrad Logan speculated. Didn't you say Prince Xiahayadam always maintains such calm composure? He likely has a backup plan. I'll ask him, Conrad Logan added, opening a communication channel. I did make arrangements, but I haven't received confirmation yet. However, I've already contacted the Gus Empire's National Security Bureau to have nearby detectors observe the situation. Xiahayadam replied. The father and daughter weren't fools. Having met frequently over the past month, they had developed some understanding of Prince Xiahayadam. Though Xiahayadam claimed uncertainty, the pair could discern that he had relaxed considerably from his expression. He knew something, and these developments benefited humanity in the Gulay Star region. Conrad Logan was a renowned marshal in the Vera Federation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have initially felt resentful about being subordinate to Xiahayadam due to his inferior cultivation level. So Conrad Logan pondered deeply, what situation could be significant enough to make the Yunkai people abandon their imminent victory and retreat, expressly withdrawing toward the rear of their main force. He quickly arrived at the most likely possibility. The Yunkai people's migrant population from the Yunkai star system, positioned behind their battle fleet, must have come under lethal attack. Since they were frontally attacking the Gulay Star region alliance forces, the Yunkai main force would have positioned their military at the vanguard, with civilian migrants at the rear. Under these circumstances, the civilian spacecraft section at the rear of the Yunkai main force, even with defensive personnel, would have relatively weak military protection. If the Gus Empire's space mesh forces could safely traverse the chaotic asteroid region, they could outflank the Yunkai people and launch a surprise attack on their civilian spacecraft, causing tremendous damage. Having survived their star system's apocalypse and traveled tens of billions of kilometers, the surviving Yunkai civilians represented the foundation for their civilization's future development. Losses they couldn't afford. The Yunkai people were truly cunning when attacking the Gulay Star region alliance forces. They transmitted battlefield videos to Skynet. However, no videos were available for their rear areas. However, Prince Xiahayadam had mentioned videos would be available soon, and indeed, about an hour after the Yunkai battleships fled the battlefield, a space video appeared on the Skynet Gulay Star region. Netizens eagerly clicked on it. The footage appeared blurry, perhaps due to distance, so viewers maximized the image to see enormous spacecraft. These vessels' designs differed from typical Gulay Star region spacecraft, and there were so many of them, Netizens quickly speculated that these might be civilian spacecraft carrying Yunkai civilians. Once this conjecture gained widespread acceptance among Gulema Star region netizens, it immediately sparked public outrage. Everyone knew these aliens intended to exterminate all humans in the Gulema Star region and seize their life-bearing planets. Upon seeing the alien civilian spacecraft, Gulema Star region netizens wished they could reach through the video and destroy these vessels. Amidst this anger, sharp-eyed netizens noticed black dots moving in the video. Enlarging this area, they saw 14 mesh combat masters piloting meshs, charging toward the nearest spacecraft. Initially, netizens couldn't identify these mesh combat masters. Several minutes later, Gus Empire netizens pointed out that these 14 mesh bore Gus Empire military insignia on their shoulders, alerting the Gulema Star region netizens. These were Gus Empire mesh combat masters, but why were they flying toward the Yunkai people's spacecraft? In the video, the 20-meter-tall meshs appeared minuscule compared to the massive spacecraft. Unable to comprehend the situation, netizens stared intently at the footage. The meshs moved with extraordinary speed, and these 14 mesh combat masters quickly disappeared into the shadows of the spacecraft. What are they doing? Surely these Gus Empire people aren't defecting? Some netizens speculated. Honestly, such speculation carried a particular malice. Gus Empire netizens naturally objected, retorting, "What kind of person are you? Your words sound like you're siding with the Yunkai people. You seem eager to defend yourself. Otherwise, why not assume they're attacking? How could that be possible? The spacecraft is so enormous. How could a few meshs possibly?" Just as the netizens' argument began, that massive spacecraft suddenly emitted a blinding light. Chapter 368, A Surprise Force Appears. Gulema Star region netizens, not understanding what the Gus Empire mesh combat masters were doing, began making malicious speculations. The Gus Empire citizens naturally erupted in anger, and the two factions began quarreling on Skynet. Then suddenly, they witnessed a Yunkai spacecraft explode. Gulema Star region netizens who saw this were dumbfounded. They had personally observed 14 Gus Empire space mesh combat masters charging toward this spacecraft, and minutes later, it exploded. What did this signify? It meant the explosion of this Yunkai spacecraft was connected to those 14 Gus Empire mesh combat masters. After all, Yunkai spacecraft wouldn't spontaneously explode without reason. The netizens felt both elated and mournful. Regardless of how these 14 space mesh combat masters had managed to destroy such an enormous spacecraft, they surely couldn't have escaped in such an explosive situation. Such heroes perishing this way left everyone regretful. No one could definitively say whether sacrificing 14 to claim tens of thousands of Yunkai lives was worthwhile. Regardless, witnessing one's own people die, especially in such heroic sacrifice, was profoundly sobering. Someone suddenly cheered on the Skynet at that moment. "They're still alive. They didn't die." Netizens quickly enlarged the area surrounding the exploded spacecraft and discovered 14 black dots again, now flying toward the nearest spacecraft. How had these 14 Gus Empire mesh combat masters escaped the explosion zone? Everyone shared this question, though it would remain unanswered. However, this didn't dampen the Gulema Star region netizens' excitement, as the 14 Gus Empire mesh combat masters' objective was clear. They were preparing to destroy another Yunkai spacecraft. Half an hour later, another Yunkai spacecraft exploded, delighting the Gulema Star region netizens with newfound experience. They enlarged the video and searched the explosion site, again spotting 14 black dots at the explosion's edge. These 14 dots were heading toward the nearest Yunkai spacecraft. Yunkai battleships are moving to intercept them. Someone cried in concern. Their worry lasted only 10 minutes, as the Yunkai battleships attempting to intercept the Gus Empire mesh masters soon exploded. Once again, viewers efficiently located 14 black dots at the explosion's edge. Just as the Gulema Star region netizens celebrated, they noticed numerous meshs converging on the scene. These meshs were somewhat familiar. They were Yunkai meshs. The combat prowess of Yunkai mesh combat masters was well established, causing viewers' hearts to tighten with anxiety. Dozens of Yunkai mesh masters surrounded the 14 Gus Empire mesh combat masters. The Gulema Star region netizens desperately tried to see clearly, but no matter how they adjusted the video, it remained too blurry to discern the battle details. However, they could still determine the outcome. The 14 black dots maintained their movement, while the surrounding Yunkai meshs either exploded or suddenly ceased moving. In just over 10 minutes, the 14 black dots quickly broke through the Yunkai mesh combat masters' encirclement and continued toward the nearest Yunkai spacecraft. The dozens of Yunkai meshs remained motionless, indicating that the mesh combat masters inside had been neutralized. This time, the Gulema Star region netizens waited quietly. As expected, about 20 minutes later, that spacecraft also exploded, and at the explosion zone's edge, everyone successfully located those 14 black dots again. "Everyone, look here, there's fighting here too," a netizen exclaimed. Following these instructions, netizens clicked on a coordinate point in the video. They discovered Gus Empire battleships piercing through the middle section of the Yunkai main force like an arrow, tearing open a large gap. They were on the verge of cutting the Yunkai main force in half. The 14 Gus Empire mesh combat masters had severely damaged the Yunkai civilians. Meanwhile, this suddenly emerged Gus Empire space mesh force was causing massive harm to the Yunkai military. So that's it. The Yunkai frontline forces completely abandoned their imminent victory and retreated toward their rear because the Gus Empire's attack was so ferocious. A netizen speculated. This post rapidly turned dark red with popularity. If the Yunkai people don't hurry back to defend, their rear will be annihilated by the Gus Empire. How could they possibly care about victory at this point? The overjoyed Gulema Star region netizens chatted away on the Skynet, but the battle lines stretched too far. The returning Yunkai forces couldn't arrive quickly enough. Therefore, on the battlefield at the Yunkai rear, the Gus Empire battleship fleet and the 14 Mesh combat masters held the upper hand. In the Skynet video, enemy battleships and spacecraft exploding one after another thrilled the Gulema Star region netizens. Just over an hour earlier, these same netizens had been mired in despair. The sudden appearance of the Gus Empire's surprise force had reversed the Gulema Star region alliance forces' impending total defeat. Watching the Gus Empire space forces gain the advantage, hope surged in the hearts of Gulema Star region netizens. Perhaps a victory was possible after all. The Yunkai people stretched their main force so thin because they were overconfident. They thought our Gulema Star region alliance forces would crumble easily, so they underestimated us, leaving only a rearguard. This has worked to our advantage, the elderly Field Marshal Hua Day observed. This proves that even with absolute power, one should never underestimate the enemy. General Archison concluded. Those children, they can flash teleport, the elderly Field Marshal Huada said with mixed surprise and joy. Flash teleporting refers to brief spatial jumps. In Gus Empire legends, level 9 mental power masters could momentarily tear open space, achieving short-distance spatial traversal. At the moment of spacecraft's explosion, they had flash teleported beyond the blast radius, so that's why they could guarantee that even spacecraft explosions wouldn't harm them, General Archison remarked. Without these youngsters occupying the enemy, they couldn't have easily torn through the Yunkai battleship defense line. They're far stronger than we imagined, General Archison sighed. Previously, they had been skeptical, believing a few individuals couldn't possibly reverse the battle situation. Now they understood how their limited perspective had constrained their imagination. They hadn't anticipated these youngsters would be so powerful, easily breaching Yunkai spacecraft defense networks and striking their power sources with missiles, causing entire spacecraft to explode. The spacecraft carried ordinary Yunkai people, tens of thousands per vessel. Watching them explode one after another brought immense satisfaction. For the Yunkai people, however, this must have been an unbearable loss of life, forcing them to abandon the front lines and hurriedly retreat to defend their rear. Chapter 369, The Tide of Battle Turns. Thanks to the successful surprise attack by the Gus Empire Mesh forces and their superior battle readiness, the situation wasn't too pressing. Moreover, Alicia Romani and her team had proven far more potent than expected. Amidst their joy, the elderly Field Marshal Huada and General Archison couldn't help but spare a moment to discuss. Lysiamba naturally paid close attention to her daughter's situation. On the command ship's screen, she observed the Yunkai people constantly tightening their defenses and sending Mesh combat masters to encircle Alicia Romani's group of 14. Even knowing her daughter was now a late-stage level 9 mental power grandmaster, powerful beyond imagination, Lysiamba couldn't help but worry. Hearing the two old generals conclude that her daughter's group could flash teleport, Lysiamba breathed a sigh of relief. Her concerns significantly eased. The ability to briefly tear open space and traverse it surely meant they could avoid danger. Without asking, Lysiamba knew the flash teleporters must be Alicia Romani and Meanwhile only mental power grandmasters possessed such capability. While the two old generals chatted briefly during a lull, Lysiamba could only steal occasional glances as more Yunkai battleships retreated from the front. The Gus Empire vessels faced increasing attacks. The battlefield situation gradually turned unfavorable for the Gus Empire forces. However, the more Yunkai battleships there were, the more they could destroy. Their Space Mesh Forces ships were equipped with the Gus Empire's latest shipborne weapons. Two battleships worked in tandem. One attacked to breach the Yunkai ships' defense networks. The other fired deadly plasma cannons to destroy Yunkai vessels efficiently. The mighty plasma cannons consumed enormous energy. Each ship could only fire 3. Without absolute certainty, they dared not fire recklessly, conserving energy as much as possible. Due to their sudden rear attack catching the Yunkai off guard, they destroyed over 200 Yunkai battleships in just over an hour, losing only 10 of their own. A result better than anticipated. During this time, Prince Hebrew Adam's team's sneak attack on Yunkai civilian ships destroyed 6 in just over an hour, killing at least 500,000 to 600,000 Yunkai people and severely dampening their morale. Alicia Romani's group knew roughly how many Yunkai they had killed, but it was a fight to the death with the Yunkai intent on seizing human habitable planets. They couldn't soften their approach just because the spacecraft contained civilian aliens, nor did they feel guilty. These Yunkai civilians were their target. If the Yunkai couldn't stop these 14 individuals, they would destroy all the spacecraft, killing all Yunkai civilians. Alicia Romani's team didn't proceed entirely smoothly, encountering several Yunkai Mesh Combat Master interceptions. These Yunkai Mesh Combat Masters were extremely powerful, likely unbeatable by level 7 human Mesh Combat Masters, and even level 8s would struggle to defeat them quickly. However, of their 14 members, 9 were level 8 Mesh Combat Masters and 5 were level 9. Hebrew Adam, Huada Lee, and Dean Archison quickly destroyed the Yunkai Mesh's cockpits. No matter how many Yunkai Mesh Combat Masters came, these 3 could handle them. Alicia Romani and Meanwhile didn't need to fight. They focused solely on flash teleporting the team. Meanwhile, having just reached level 9, lacked precise control over flash teleporting. She and Alicia Romani divided responsibilities to conserve mental energy for potentially prolonged combat. Meanwhile teleported the group into the spacecraft's power sections. Even if her control was imprecise, it didn't matter. They could simply search further if needed. Teleporting to the wrong place and getting surrounded by Yunkai was even better. More enemies to kill. For level 9 mesh combat masters, this was child's play, saving them the trouble of searching. When the spacecraft began to explode, Alicia Romani would teleport everyone to safety. Precision was crucial then. Even with their immense power, they couldn't guarantee avoiding injury in such explosions. One mistake could cost them their lives. After losing 16 small battleships and over 500 mesh combat masters, the Yunkai likely realized they couldn't quickly deal with Alicia Romani's 14-person team. As Alicia Romani's group destroyed their 11th spacecraft, they noticed the remaining Yunkai ships retreating in scattered directions into deep space, making pursuit difficult. These damned aliens are running away, Dean Archison grumbled, frustrated at losing his targets just as he was getting into the fight. Alicia Romani also felt regret. The Yunkai had over 100 civilian spacecraft and only destroyed 11. Unfortunately, their basic level 9 meshs couldn't unleash their full combat potential and couldn't catch the fleeing spacecraft. Otherwise, Alicia Romani was sure they could have destroyed at least 2 more Yunkai ships. Let's return to battle the warships. Ibrahim decisively produced their spacecraft as his companions expressed disappointment. They were far from the battlefield. Returning by spacecraft would be faster and allow them to rest briefly. The Yunkai civilians had fled, but their military remained the real challenge. With the Yunkai spacecraft gone, only their battleships remained. Perhaps freed from concern for civilians, the Yunkai attacked the Gus Empire ships more fiercely. Yunkai's military strength far exceeded the Gus Empire's as they counterattacked with full force. The battlefield situation quickly shifted from the Gus Empire's initial advantage. However, the experienced Field Marshal Huada, upon noticing the Yunkai spacecraft leaving the battlefield, immediately ordered the Gus Empire forces to tighten their fleet formation and switch from all-out attack to a defensive posture. Thus, the Yunkai's sudden fierce assault didn't severely damage the Gus Empire battleships. On the Skynet, Gulemai Star region netizens were related to see the Yunkai spacecraft fleeing from the Gus Empire mesh combat masters' onslaught. Unable to perceive the turning tide against the Gus Empire mesh forces, netizens excitedly engaged in a round of lively discussion. Since the Yunkai Vanguard's appearance over a month ago, Gulemai Star region forces had been consistently outmatched. The Double-Toe Empire and Vera Federation had lost hundreds of millions of citizens. Coupled with the Gulemai Star region alliance forces' near defeat just hours earlier, the region's populace had been thoroughly disheartened. Now, seeing their side strike back forcefully and drive the Yunkai to flee, how could they not rejoice? Chapter 370, Fleeing Again. Watching the Yunkai civilian spacecraft fleeing the onslaught of 14 Gus Empire mesh combat masters filled the Gulemai Star region netizens with joy. However, these netizens soon discovered that without the spacecraft to worry about, the Yunkai military battleships had no more constraints. With more vessels retreating from the front line, the Gus Empire fleet faced an increasing number of enemy ships. Their previous overwhelming advantage quickly dissipated. Recognizing the deteriorating situation, the Gulemai Star region netizens' mood grew heavy once more. Where are those 14 Gus Empire mesh combat masters? Netizens scoured the video but couldn't locate the 14 individuals, causing some anxiety. They haven't gone chasing after the Yunkai spacecraft, have they? Someone speculated. Impossible. No matter how fast meshs are, they can't outpace spacecraft. They'd never catch up. Despite searching everywhere for the 14 Gus Empire mesh combat masters, the netizens, though disappointed, didn't suspect they'd met with misfortune. Everyone quietly waited, focusing their attention on the battlefield. Although the Gus Empire mesh forces had preemptively destroyed many Yunkai battleships, the increasing number of returning Yunkai vessels had eliminated their advantage. The battle had devolved into a grueling struggle. Given the technological disparity between the two civilizations, a prolonged stalemate would disadvantage the Gus Empire's mesh forces. While the Gulemai Star region netizens couldn't discern this from the Skynet, they sensed the gravity of the situation. Their hearts in their throats, they feared the Gus Empire mesh forces would suffer the same fate as the Gulemai Star region alliance forces after their standoff with the Yunkai. Fortunately, an hour later, the Gulemai Star region netizens discovered that after regrouping for over an hour, the previously battered alliance forces had departed from the Hilpao Baron Star defense line. They now attacked the Yunkai fleet from one side while the Gus Empire mesh forces attacked from another. As the situation developed, it became evident that while the Yunkai military forces held a significant advantage, the Gulemai Star region alliance and Gus Empire mesh forces had numerical superiority. The battle had reached another stalemate, with no immediate resolution in sight. The Skynet fell silent again. Netizens could only wait anxiously, just anxiously wait. The Gus Empire had played its trump card. If they defeated again, the Gulemai Star region would be beyond salvation, as no nation's military might exceed the Gus Empire's. They've reappeared. Glance. Those 14 Gus Empire mesh combat masters have reappeared. Suddenly, someone's shout broke the heavy silence on the Skynet. Many netizens immediately inquired, where? Someone quickly provided coordinates. Everyone immediately split their screens to enlarge the view, and indeed, they spotted the 14 now familiar black dots. These 14 Gus Empire individuals can't be human, can they? They can destroy alien spacecraft, and now even alien battleships. Though this comment might sound derogatory, it genuinely expressed amazement at their seemingly superhuman capabilities. The existence of such powerful champions among the Gulemai Star region humans seemed incredible, but everyone was delighted nonetheless. Though just 14 individuals, their appearance injected hope into the battlefield. Perhaps those fighting didn't realize it, but the netizens observing the broader picture on the Skynet felt renewed optimism. Their numerous, well-equipped battleships destroyed the most Yunkai vessels on the Gus Empire mesh forces side. Although the Gulemai Star region alliance forces had reorganized, Their previous defeat had inflicted heavy losses. Combined with inferior weaponry compared to the Gus Empire mesh forces, they could inflict limited damage on Yunkai battleships. Their strategy was to occupy as many Yunkai vessels as possible, preventing them from collectively attacking the Gus Empire forces. Under these circumstances, the number of Yunkai battleships they destroyed nearly matched that of the 14 Gus Empire mesh combat masters. This created a three-pronged attack against the Yunkai. Though the battle appeared deadlocked, it differed from the previous confrontation between the Gulemai Star Region Alliance forces and the Yunkai. As time passed, it became apparent that after the 14 Gus Empire mesh masters joined the battle, the Yunkai lost more battleships than the humans. Since the Gulemai Star region already had more battleships than the Yunkai, the current battle situation slightly favored humanity. Good news suddenly arrived from the Vera Federation as the Gulemai Star region netizens observed the battlefield around the clock on the Skynet. Just as Vera Federation reinforcements arrived, the Yunkai people on the Vera Federation's Natex Star had mysteriously lost their offensive capability. The critical situation on Natex Star had reversed in less than a day, with all Yunkai people eliminated. However, reprehensible actions eventually become apparent. With 400 to 500 million deaths on Natex Star, the Vera Federation military's inaction was glaringly obvious and widely discussed on the Skynet. Compared to the Gus Empire's all-out efforts to evacuate and resettle tens of billions of Edge Star civilians while resisting enemies at the border, the Natex Star crisis might have been resolved. Still, the Vera Federation assembly members had earned notoriety throughout the Gulemai Star region. In this matter, the Vera Federation president escaped criticism. Firstly, the Vera Federation's presidency and assembly represented two separate powers, with military authority resting with the assembly. The president remained constrained by the assembly regarding troop deployment. Secondly, the president's son and granddaughter fought for their lives with the alliance forces at the Hulpao Baron Star. How could anyone accuse them of inaction? Reportedly, Deputy Commander-in-Chief Conrad Logan's battleship had been destroyed by the Yunkai if not for the Gus Empire mesh forces' surprise attack on Yunkai spacecraft, forcing the Yunkai military to rush back in defense. Conrad Logan's escape pod might not have survived. Therefore, regardless of the Vera Federation government's shortcomings, no one would criticize the Vera Federation president. Although the Gulemai Star region forces held a slight advantage, no one dared predict their ultimate victory. With the battle so evenly matched and entangled, everyone in the Gulemai Star region expected a prolonged conflict. Unexpectedly, shortly after news of the Vera Federation's complete victory on Natex Star arrived, the Yunkai battleships suddenly and mysteriously fled again. The Skynet erupted in commotion. Have their civilians come under attack again, forcing them to rush back? Probably not. Those 14 Gus Empire mesh combat masters haven't left the battlefield. They're still destroying battleships. This person not only made the statement but also provided video evidence. Then what's happening? Can someone please explain? The netizens once again found themselves desperate for answers. Chapter 371, Beyond Belief. Watching the rapidly retreating Yunkai battleships in the video, Xia Hyadam leaned back in his chair. His face showed the fatigue of someone finally relaxing after extreme tension. Though his eyes remained remarkably bright, he immediately opened another video showing the Gus Empire mesh forces' surprise attack on the Yunkai people. Conrad Logan, also in the command room, came over to watch. Conrad's battleship had been destroyed during the Yunkai people's most ferocious assault. The Yunkai people had escaped before the vessel exploded, and the command ship had retrieved their escape pod. Thus, during the latter part of the war, Conrad Logan directed his subordinates from the Commander-in-Chief's vessel. Although the Gulemai Star Region Alliance forces lost most of their battleships in this conflict, the sudden retreat of the Yunkai people meant that few escape pods were destroyed. Alliance casualties certainly didn't exceed 1,000. The Alliance forces would recover most of their strength as long as sufficient battleships could be requisitioned from the various Gulemai Star Region nations. Having experienced a significant battle, many clearly understood the situation facing humanity in the Gulemai Star region. When Xia Hyadam sent out the Alliance forces' resource requirements, no nation prevaricated. Everyone acted in unison. Who exactly are these 14 individuals? How can they destroy spacecraft with mere meshs? Their cultivation level can't be below late stage level 8, Conrad Logan said, his gaze fixed on the split screen showing the 14 invincible mesh combat masters leading them are my brother, Prince Hebrew Adam, and his fiancée, Huada Mani. Hebrew is now a level 9 warrior, and Mani is a level 9 mental power master, Xia Hyadam said with a smile. What? Level 9? Conrad Logan could scarcely believe it. Had anyone but Prince Xia Hyadam made such a claim, Conrad Logan would have dismissed it as a joke, but coming from Prince Xia Hyadam, Conrad couldn't help but believe it despite it seeming impossible. As representatives of two nations with underlying hostility, Conrad Logan was familiar with the Gus Empire's top talents. Elite youngsters like the Gus Empire's second prince and Huada Mani had always been prime subjects of their intelligence gathering. Thus, Conrad Logan knew, and her continued monitoring, that a year ago, Prince Hebrew Adam, Huada Mani, and 10 others had entered the barren forest on the Barren Star and never emerged. They had formulated several theories about this. With the Yunkai people's main force approaching, these elite youngsters venturing into the barren forest likely sought to enhance their cultivation through practical experience rapidly. Now, it seemed their speculation was correct. Conrad Logan had estimated that during this year, the Gus Empire's second prince and Huada Mani were highly likely to become level 8 cultivators. But level 9 seemed truly incredible. Xia Hyadam smiled slightly, not bothering to address Conrad Logan's skepticism. He simply focused on the video. Conrad Logan, unable to accept this as reality, also stared intently at the footage. Naturally, Conrad Logan remained incredulous, but the facts spoke for themselves. Without such formidable strength, They couldn't have destroyed spacecraft with their meshes and repeatedly escaped unscathed from massive explosions. At this moment, Huaqi's quantum message arrived with perfect timing. Xiahayadam activated his quantum computer's privacy shield. Huaqi's face appeared on the other end, his expression mirroring Xiahayadam's. It showed the exhaustion of someone who had finally succeeded after tremendous effort. "We've succeeded. I can't believe we pulled it off," Huaqi said wearily. Under such overwhelming disadvantage, Xiahayadam's seemingly impossible strategies had succeeded individually, especially this one. "I never doubted it," Xiahayadam said calmly. "However, while we've succeeded, the effect may not be as good as we estimated. The incubation period was too long, giving them ample time to respond. But with a shorter incubation period, it would have been discovered before spreading widely. The effect would only be worse, perhaps completely ineffective, and our people would have sacrificed themselves for nothing." Huachi replied after a moment's silence. "Success wasn't accidental but resulted from many people's blood, sweat, and sacrifice, particularly in the performance of the Yunkai people's escape. To avoid arousing their suspicion, many lives had indeed been lost. The potential consequences of this action had occurred not only to Xiahayadam but also to Huachi himself. After all, they knew little about the Yunkai people's medical capabilities. Had they already discovered it? Did they have unique means to prevent the virus from spreading further? Or could they quickly develop antibodies? At the very least, we've gained considerable time from our current perspective. The sudden departure of the Yunkai people is likely due to this. If we had continued fighting, even if we'd won, it would have been a mutually assured destruction scenario." Xiahayadam said time was what they needed most. With the Yunkai people's withdrawal, he could reorganize the Gulemai Star Region Alliance forces. Even if it doesn't achieve our expected effect, it works. Most importantly, our sister and brother returned in time. Who would have thought such a parallel world with a different time flow existed? Huachi perked up. This topic excited the elder brother immensely. Their Hua family had suddenly produced 2 level 9 cultivators. "They've exceeded my expectations. They represent our greatest hope for winning this war," Xiahayadam said, his lips curving in satisfaction. When Hibaru's group returned, the Yunkai main force had already reached the Hilpao Baron Star defense line and engaged the Gulemai Star Region Alliance forces. With the situation highly unfavorable to the Alliance forces, Alicia Romani's group had hurriedly entered the battlefield with only rudimentary meshes, unable to unleash their true combat potential. Xiahayadam had always carried the finest materials with him. He believed that given 10 days or so, Mani could assemble meshes ideally suited to them. From this, one can deduce that Mani and Hibaru's group would deliver even greater surprises when the Yunkai people reorganized their internal affairs and returned. With the Yunkai people's sudden withdrawal, everyone relaxed their tense nerves slightly. Without celebrating joyfully, everyone understood that the enemy had retreated for unknown reasons, not because they had been defeated. The war would resume as long as the Yunkai people didn't abandon their quest for the Gulemai Star region. Under Prince Xiahayadam's orders, all forces withdrew to their original defensive positions to regroup and prepare for the next wave of attacks. The Gus Empire Mesh forces returned to Point CHTFBJJM, while the Gulemai Star Region Alliance forces retreated to the Hilpao Baron Star. Chapter 372, Admiration and Reverence. As soon as the Yunkai people fled, Alicia Romani's group received a transmission from Prince Xiahayadam, directing them to fly directly to the Hilpao Baron Star. After briefly informing the elderly Field Marshal Huada, General Archison, Lysiamba and others who had been eagerly awaiting their return, Alicia Romani's team departed from the Gus Empire Mesh forces in their spacecraft, heading for the Hilpao Baron Star. Viewed from above, humans had established an enormous encampment on the planet's surface. The soft light emanating through the transparent isolation dome illuminated the ancient wilderness, infusing it with boundless vitality. After Hibaru, Alicia Romani, and their 12 companions emerged from their spacecraft. Everyone in the base, regardless of whether they were Gus Empire citizens, fixed their gaze upon them, unable to look away. That one in front must be the Gus Empire's second prince, that genius lad, and beside him, that's the Gus Empire's prodigy mental power girl, isn't it? Bloody hell, how have their cultivation levels surpassed even the commander-in-chief's in such a short time? Haven't you seen what they're saying on the Skynet? The Gus Empire's talented youngsters, led by the second prince, haven't been seen all year. Everyone speculated they'd gone to some mystic realm for intense training. Looking at them now, those theories must be true. That's why their cultivation has skyrocketed. Wonder where this mystic realm is and if we could go there. This person's comments were quite intriguing, and judging by their accent, they were definitely from the Gus Empire. If not for these 14 individuals, the battle situation couldn't have reversed so quickly. Netizens have counted. In just 2 days, they destroyed 11 spacecraft, 127 battleships, and eliminated 6 to 700,000 Yunkai people. Absolutely mind-blowing. No wonder netizens are saying they can't possibly be human. Have you seen the videos of them fighting? They kill Yunkai Mesh combatants so effortlessly. I reckon their abilities have transcended the scope of level 8 Mesh Masters. Are you suggesting they're level 9 Mesh Masters? That's impossible. The Gulemai Star region hasn't produced a level 9 Mesh Master in thousands of years. Weren't they described as once-in-a-millennium geniuses? Becoming level 9 Mesh Masters isn't that surprising for them. Their age, though, you all know how young they are, barely past the age of majority. For Hibaru, Alicia Romani, and their companions, they hadn't seen Crown Prince Xiahayadam for 50 years. But for Xiahayadam, he'd only been separated from these younger siblings for a year. When he initially sent them away to gamble on an uncertain future, Xiahayadam hadn't been without burden. But with all humanity in the Gulemai Star region facing an existential crisis, he had to pursue every possibility to turn the tide of battle. Fortunately, he had succeeded, and so had these youngsters. The 14 were guided into the command hall, where they immediately spotted the Crown Prince seated within. Prince Xiahayadam's posture remained as upright and straight as ever. A month of hardship and pressure seemed to have had no effect on him, but as they approached and saw him smile at them, Alicia Romani sensed that while Prince Xiahayadam's expression maintained its composed calm, his eyes revealed undisguisable fatigue. For him to display such a look, he must have been utterly exhausted. Elder brother, Hebrew Adam stepped forward to embrace Xiahayadam. Although these individuals had spent 50 years in the other world, perhaps due to its nature, their physical appearance hadn't changed dramatically. It seemed as if only about 10 years had passed before returning to this world. Dean Archison had curiously measured their bone age and discovered they were only 30 years old physiologically. This meant that despite spending 50 years in the other world, they had only aged 10 years in terms of bone development. Dean Archison's son, Mikhail Archison, presented an even more peculiar case. Though born on Earth to an Earth mother, his growth patterns differed from Earth humans, more closely resembling his father's. Thus, while he should have been nearly 50 in Earth years, his bone age was that of a 20-year-old, so upon returning to the interstellar era, where age was determined by bone development, he was essentially a young man who had just reached adulthood. So Liu Oxiu hadn't been as fortunate as her son Mikhail Archison. Initially, her bone age increased only slightly slower than Earth humans. Thankfully, with medicinal adjustments and her later advancement to a level 7 mental power master, her bone age progression halved. Her current bone age was around 35, somewhat older than Dean Archison. For Su Liu Oxiu, this wasn't a significant issue. The greater concern was how her body, as a pure otherworlder, would adapt to this universe. With a bone age of only 30, when Hebrew Adam stood beside the 40-something Xiahayadam, the age difference was clearly visible. Xiahayadam appeared noticeably older than Hebrew Adam. Cousin, Alicia Romani, Huad Ali, and Dean Archison called out in unison. Xiahayadam gazed at these brothers, sister, and their companions with undisguised pride. You've done exceptionally well. We're immensely proud of you. Coming from the universally acknowledged most divine man of the Gulemai Star region, the crown prince whom they had admired and looked up to since childhood, these words meant everything. Everyone beamed with childlike delight. Xiahayadam's gaze swept across all 14 individuals as he said, "You've all worked tremendously hard. Your contribution to this war has been extraordinary. I'm confident that not only our empire's citizens but all people across the Gulemai Star region will remember your achievements." Sheila Shahan and the others smiled somewhat bashfully, though they now stood at the pinnacle of the world, in the crown prince's presence. He remained their idol. On their return journey, they had already learned of the various arrangements Prince Xiahayadam had made over the past month, enabling the Gulemai Star region forces to hold the Yunkai people at bay outside the Gus Empire despite their absolute disadvantage. They weren't sure if others knew, but they certainly did, how the Crown Prince had exhausted himself preparing for this war since learning about the Yunkai people, initiating countless plans. Without the Crown Prince, they wouldn't have crossed into the other world. Without that parallel world with its different time flow, they couldn't have grown so rapidly and returned to their own world in time to become saviors. Without the Crown Prince spending several years laying groundwork and building momentum, the Gulemai Star region alliance forces would never have been established. Without the Hilpao Baron Star defense line, the Yunkai people would have charged into the Gus Empire over a month ago, unleashing widespread slaughter. If not for the Gulemai Star region alliance forces at the Hilpao Baron Star in front, and the Crown Prince's arrangement to the elderly Field Marshal Huada leading the Gus Empire mesh forces in a surprise attack from the Yunkai civilian spacecraft sector behind, the Yunkai main force would likely have already occupied the Gus Empire. Chapter 373, A Strategic Mind. After spending decades in another world, Alicia Romani's 12-person team could see more clearly just how formidable Prince Xiahayadam's strategies had been since learning of the Yunkai people's planned invasion of the Gulemai Star region. His ability to anticipate 3 moves ahead, creating interlocking plans, was truly extraordinary. One could say that the hero who saved humanity in the Gulemai Star region was Prince Xiahayadam. Without such a strategic mind capable of flawless planning and masterful orchestration, even if Alicia Romani's group had achieved higher cultivation levels, the Crown Prince would remain an insurmountable figure whom they could only look up to with admiration. So in Prince Xiahayadam's presence, they behaved like obedient younger siblings, listening attentively to his every word. Su Liu Oxiu and her son Mikhail Archison stood at the back, somewhat astonished by this scene. Mother and son were certainly very familiar with this group, though not exactly arrogant or overbearing towards Earth humans. These individuals naturally exuded an air of superiority that made Earth humans look up to them. Therefore, seeing these heaven-blessed elites behaving like submissive juniors before the composed yet commanding young marshal with his exceptionally handsome appearance, each beaming like they'd been given sweets at his few words of praise, left the mother and son feeling as though their worldview had been shattered. From this alone, Su Liu Oxiu and Mikhail Archison could clearly see that this crown prince was an extraordinarily formidable individual. Thus, when the young prince marshal turned his gaze toward them, Su Liu Oxiu and Mikhail Archison instinctively tensed, standing ramrod straight like soldiers awaiting inspection. Liu Oxiu, Mikhail Archison, come quickly and pay your respects to His Highness the Crown Prince, Dean Archison called. Turning back, the mother and son hurriedly approached and bowed respectfully. You're an exceptionally fortunate fellow to have such an outstanding wife and son, Xiahayadam said to Dean Archison. Hearing Prince Xiahayadam's words, Dean Archison's face lit up with joy. Back on Earth, when Dean Archison had initially been sabotaged and violated military regulations by having a child before the age of 50. He had harbored concerns despite Hebrew Adam's promise to resolve the matter. However, since advancing to become a level 9 warrior, these worries had completely vanished. He believed that with his cultivation level, no one would dare scheme against him. Moreover, even though his woman and son hadn't grown up in this world, they were far from ordinary. Sulu Oaksu had now reached early stage level 8 mental power master, while their son Mikhail Archison was a mid-stage level 8 warrior and early stage level 8 mental power master, a rare prodigy even by interstellar era standards. With this foundation, Dean Archison needn't worry about his family rejecting the mother and son. Indeed, upon their return, aboard the battleship, General Archison, the highest-ranking and the most respected member of the Archison family, learned of Mikhail Archison's existence. Far from being displeased by the mother and son's awkward status, he smiled with grandfatherly affection and reassured them warmly. He even arranged for mother and son to join the battle alongside the others, clearly intending for them to establish merit that could be rewarded after the war, allowing them to enter the Archison family in a more dignified manner. With General Archison's powerful support, and now Prince Xiahai-Adam's signal of approval, Dean Archison was naturally delighted. Mikhail Archison had known their status was precarious, but never expected that upon returning to this world, his paternal great-grandfather would make such arrangements for them, dispelling his anxieties and filling him with anticipation for this world. Now his father had deliberately brought them before the country's highest leader, and Mikhail Archison understood his father's thoughtful intentions. He quickly followed his mother forward to bow with utmost respect. With the enemy at their doorstep, on the battlefield, Xiahai-Adam had only briefly familiarized himself with their situations. He hadn't paid much attention to this suddenly appeared mother and son, but seeing them in person now, he felt Dean Archison had truly struck gold. To encounter such an exceptional woman in another world despite their mishap, and to have such an outstanding descendant, this wasn't ordinary luck. We face an extremely difficult situation. Your performance has been excellent. When the war ends, I will personally commend your achievements, Xiahai-Adam promised. Thank you, cousin, Dean Archison replied with satisfaction. Dean Archison had brought Sulu Oaksu and Mikhail Archison forward precisely to introduce them to the Crown Prince. The outcome had exceeded his expectations, so he was naturally very pleased. We haven't achieved victory. The enemy's losses amount to merely a quarter of their forces. The situation ahead remains dire. Rest quickly to prepare for unexpected developments, Xiahai-Adam said gravely, signaling the end of casual conversation. Yes, sir. Everyone responded in unison. After Xiahai-Adam issued instructions for their upcoming tasks, Hebrew Adam and the others withdrew. Alicia Romani clutched the storage ring the Crown Prince had given her, her face alight with excitement. When she asked Deputy Officer Jean-Pierre Pinzy about the location of the Gulpao Baron Star Base's mesh manufacturing facility, Hebrew Adam intercepted. You need to rest. During 2 days of battle, Alicia Romani had controlled 2/3 of the flash teleportations. Hebrew Adam naturally perceived her fatigue. Regardless of her excitement over the new mesh materials, he insisted she rest first. Hebrew Adam's unyielding expression told Alicia Romani this wasn't negotiable, so she obediently complied. Jean-Pierre Pinzy observed this perfectly matched engaged couple, his gaze lingering especially on the fortunate Prince Hebrew Adam, his heart filled with a complex mixture of admiration, envy, and jealousy. Prince Xiahai-Adam was perpetually busy, barely managing minimum sleep daily. Finding a girlfriend or pursuing romance have never featured in his schedule. As his adjutant, Jean-Pierre Pinzy naturally shared the fate of being an emotionless single dog with no time for relationships. If Huachi hadn't been arranged in a family alliance marriage early on, he, even busier than the Crown Prince, would likely have been similarly dragged into the life of an emotionless single dog. The Gulaimai Star Region Alliance forces and Gus Empire military had each retreated to their previous defense lines, quietly preparing for the inevitable resumption of interstellar warfare. Other nations were also anxiously adjusting their forces, establishing defenses along the Gulaimai Star region's borders. No one could guarantee that the Yunkai people's next attack would target the Gus Empire. They might bypass it to strike other countries, as their vanguard forces had done. Some countries with embarrassingly weak military strength sought assistance from friendly nations whose territories didn't lie along the Gulaimai Star region's border. Those receiving such pleas generally offered some support. After all, securing the borders was paramount. Chapter 374, At last they come. Although all nations in the Gulaimai Star region were preparing for war, the common people knew the score. Regardless of what military officials might be thinking, even the Gulaimai Star region alliance forces at the Hulpao Baron Star couldn't withstand the Yunkai people's assault without the Gus Empire Mesh forces' assistance, let alone other nations' armies. Everyone knew that their country's military strength and defensive arrangements would be useless without battleships like the Gus Empire's. Even the Vera Federation's might was insufficient. Nevertheless, no one wanted to simply wait with bared necks for the enemy to slaughter them. Even at the final moment, no one willingly embraces death, so they would struggle however possible, perhaps finding a path to survival. And even if there were no escape, they would gladly trade life for life. Facing extinction, national leaders and military forces acted in silence. Countries achieved unprecedented harmony and cooperation, setting aside all conflicts. Previous tensions vanished, rendering the international environment eerily quiet. In stark contrast, the Gulaimai Star region's Skynet buzzed with activity. Beyond various commentaries and gossip about the war, the hottest topic was speculation about the identities of those 14 Gus Empire Mesh combat masters. Since these 14 Mesh combat masters wore meshes with a standard Gus Empire design, lacking any personal characteristics, one couldn't even determine their gender from the mesh's appearance. Judging by their cultivation, everyone who analyzed their battles against Yunkai Mesh combat masters reached the same conclusion. All 14 were level 8 Mesh masters, with the leaders definitely at late stage level 8 at minimum. The problem was that the Gus Empire's notable level 8 Mesh masters were all renowned commanders in the military, and most of their whereabouts could be traced. After extensive digging, no information matching these 14 individuals' profiles emerged. This only fueled curiosity. Some, driven by excessive inquisitiveness, directly questioned Gus Empire diplomatic personnel about these 14 Mesh combat masters' identities. Naturally, they received the response that this information remained classified. Thus, despite netizens' desperate attempts to uncover the truth through every possible means, they couldn't identify these 14 individuals. After the interstellar battle at the Hellpower Star defense line, the Gus Empire's status as the premier power was deeply imprinted in the minds of all humans across the Gulemai Star region. Even Vera Federation citizens openly acknowledged this on the Skynet. Many believed that only through cooperation between the Gulemai Star region alliance forces and the Gus Empire military could they defeat the Yunkai people and save humanity. Prince Xia Hyadam's prestige as commander-in-chief of the Gulemai Star region alliance forces reached unprecedented heights after the previous major battle against the Yunkai people. He was the supreme commander who could simultaneously direct both the Gulemai Star region alliance forces and the Gus Empire Mesh forces. Without his coordination and arrangements, humanity would have already suffered devastating defeat and catastrophic casualties. Therefore, after Prince Xia Hyadam ordered that Hebrew Adam's 14-person team's identities remain confidential, even though many in the alliance forces knew and shared this information with their country's military leadership, nothing leaked onto the Skynet. Other governments and military leaders dared not disclose it. Well-informed ordinary citizens of the Gus Empire had gleaned some details. However, with the state prohibiting discussion to prevent leaking classified information, people understood that during wartime, the Yunkai people learning about Gus Empire Mesh combat masters would only disadvantage humanity. Their momentary satisfaction could result in unbearable consequences. Thus, regardless of how other countries' netizens questioned them, knowledgeable Gus Empire netizens steadfastly remained silent. With the Yunkai threat still looming, Skynet netizens argued noisily for several days, venting their recent anxieties. But with no fresh news emerging, everyone gradually quieted down. Such is life. Without exceptional incidents, ordinary, peaceful days occupy most of our existence. Everyone had estimated that the Yunkai people would likely attack the Gulemai Star region again within 10 to 20 days. All remained vigilant, but unexpectedly, this wait stretched to half a year. It seems this virus, though causing considerable damage, hasn't inflicted catastrophic harm. Judging from the blurry images, Huachi remarked, though his tone was casual, his expression was not. Our detector barely glimpsed a shadow before being destroyed. Such high vigilance indicates their strong control capabilities. Xia Hyadam frowned slightly. Last month, Manny suddenly told me she had very bad premonitions and even indicated the directions she felt uneasy about. 4 locations in total. Apart from the Hellpower Star defense line, the other 3 were edge stars belonging to the weakest nations. This suggests Manny senses the Yunkai people will attack 4 places simultaneously. Huachi immediately understood, also comprehending why Xia Hyadam was concerned. For militarily weak nations, without reinforcements from the Gulemai Star region alliance forces, the Yunkai people could defeat them with just a few battleships. If they divided their forces in 2, they could still manage to spare some troops for support, but splitting into 3 directions, where would they find sufficient forces? In the previous war, they had lost many personnel, with battleship losses even more severe. Despite the Gus Empire's desperate manufacturing efforts over the past half-year, they hadn't produced enough battleships. So where would they find enough forces to support 4 fronts? The greater problem was that they had to provide support regardless. Otherwise, even if the Gulemai Star region alliance forces and Gus Empire military held the Hellpower Star defense line, with other countries falling and countless casualties, the Gus Empire would face attacks from all sides. The Yunkai people were truly cunning. Huachi developed a headache just thinking about it. He looked at Xia Hyadam and asked hopefully, "Have you thought of a solution?" In Huachi's experience, no matter how great the difficulty, Xia Hyadam always found a way to resolve it. He believed this time would be no exception. Indeed, Huachi wasn't disappointed. He heard Xia Hyadam softly respond, "Yes." Considering this classified information, and to minimize potential leaks, Huachi, not being part of the Gulemai Star region alliance forces and not needed for input, didn't inquire further. Only later did he understand why Xia Hyadam had responded with such a heavy yes. Though the people of the Gulemai Star region had long awaited the Yunkai people's attack without result, no one relaxed their vigilance. The entire population remained on high alert. Therefore, when Yunkai battleships suddenly appeared on the Skynet on April 1st of the following year, people weren't surprised but rather felt a sense of at last, they've come. Chapter 375, 2 Black Dots. After a half-year interval, the Yunkai battleships reappeared in space beyond the Hellpower Star defense line, advancing at the same unhurried pace as before. Watching the seemingly formidable Yunkai battleship fleet, Xia Hyadam inwardly marveled at how accurate his cousin Manny's premonitions had been. Though the timing wasn't precise, the locations were spot on. Upon careful observation of the Yunkai battleships, a smile played across Xia Hyadam's lips. His strategy had indeed proven highly effective. This time, the Yunkai military vessels numbered only 3/5 of their original force. Meanwhile, after military expansion, the Gulemai Star region alliance forces now boasted Gus Empire manufactured battleships, making them significantly stronger than 6 months prior. With the enemy now on guard, surprise attacks would no longer work. Xia Hyadam directly ordered the elderly Field Marshal Huada to bring the Gus Empire mesh forces to reinforce the Gulemai Star region alliance forces. Since the Yunkai people aimed to eliminate the alliance forces as an obstacle to their full-scale invasion of the Gulemai Star region, he would launch a major offensive to destroy most of the enemy's strength in one decisive blow. Otherwise, given the Yunkai people's capabilities, if they avoided direct confrontation and engaged in guerrilla warfare while replenishing resources from other nations' life-bearing planets, the alliance forces would struggle to counter them. After all, throughout the Gulemai Star region, only the Gus Empire barely possessed the ability to resist the Yunkai people. Other nations simply couldn't withstand them. The Gulemai Star region was vast, and no matter how capable the alliance forces were, they couldn't protect every nation. If this dragged on, the war's outcome remained uncertain. As videos of the Yunkai people's reappearance surfaced on the Skynet, Gulemai Star region netizens once again began camping online. They quickly noticed something significant. This time, the Yunkai people hadn't brought their civilians. This is to prevent us from attacking their civilians. It seems that after the Great Battle 6 months ago, the Yunkai people have far fewer battleships. Of course, the Yunkai people are nomads. Where would they build new battleships? Once destroyed, they're gone for good. Look, Yunkai battleships aren't just appearing at the Hilpao Baron Star defense line. They're in 3 other locations too. The Alliance forces are tied down by the main force and can't send reinforcements. Even if the Alliance forces dispatched reinforcements, they wouldn't arrive in time. It would take at least a month to reach those places, by which time the Yunkai people would have advanced who knows how far. The netizens collectively felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Without timely Alliance force intervention, those 3 nations faced catastrophe. There are over 20 battleships. What can we do? No, please, everyone, find a way to save us. If no one stops them and we're annihilated, you'll be next. This panicked, fearful plea mixed among the comments clearly came from someone in a nation facing imminent Yunkai attack. Apart from the Gulemai Star region alliance forces and Gus Empire mesh forces at the Hulpao Baron Star, what military power could provide rescue? Yet the Yunkai people were advancing with heavy forces toward the Hulpao Baron Star defense line. No one could devise a solution. What could be done in such circumstances? All netizens watched with bated breath. These small nations had limited capabilities and couldn't evacuate their edge star populations. Without rescue, the Double-Toe Empire served as a grim precedent. No, their fate would be far more devastating than the Double-Toe Empires. The Double-Toe Empire had faced only 5 battleships and later received Alliance Force reinforcements, losing just 2 edge stars. You should urgently seek help from neighboring nations not on the border. That's your only chance, some netizens suggested. Though they knew it was futile, watching the Yunkai battleships approach the edge stars, netizens trembled with fear, already envisioning the impending tragedy. Their only prayer was that these nations would somehow find the strength to resist. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed netizen noticed that a Yunkai battleship, still approaching Nation A1's edge star, had unexpectedly exploded. A familiar pattern, a familiar sensation, the netizen immediately exclaimed. Everyone, look quickly. A Yunkai battleship just exploded on its own. The Skynet erupted like water droplets hitting hot oil. This explosion method was both familiar and precisely what they had hoped for. Gulemai Star region netizens immediately split their screens to search. Fortunately, these videos were clearer than those from the battle 6 months ago, allowing them to quickly spot the black dots. But there were only 2 black dots. Shouldn't there be 14? No one believed it, assuming they'd made a mistake. They continued searching enthusiastically, but no matter how they looked, only 2 black dots appeared. Some skeptical netizens zoomed in on the black dots for clarity, confirming there were indeed only 2 mesh combat masters, though the mesh designs appeared different from those seen previously. The insignia on the mesh's shoulders was unmistakably the Gus Empire military emblem. Previously, with 14 mesh combat masters fighting together, people had found their incredible strength bewildering, as level 8 mesh combat masters shouldn't be capable of such feats. But sometimes, the combined power of a well-coordinated team could create seemingly impossible miracles that defied easy explanation. However, with just 2 mesh combat masters, regardless of how well they coordinated, their strength seemed woefully inadequate against battleships with formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, unless their cultivation levels were extraordinarily high. Beyond level 8, though netizens couldn't believe 2 mesh combat masters could destroy a massive battleship, right before their eyes, a second Yunkai battleship exploded. The netizens erupted in astonishment, staring intently at the video. Sure enough, they saw 2 black dots escaping the explosion site. Shortly thereafter, a third Yunkai battleship exploded, and again, 2 black dots appeared at the explosion's edge. With so many people watching simultaneously, they couldn't all be mistaken. There were definitely only 2 mesh combat masters. Something's not right with these 2. Although on video the battleships appear just a finger's width apart, in space, they're actually separated by vast distances. How could these 2 mesh combat masters reach them in the blink of an eye? This was indeed an excellent question. In the blink of an eye, a 4th battleship exploded, followed by a 5th less than 5 minutes later. These 2 mesh combat masters, they can flash teleport, a netizen exclaimed excitedly. What's flash teleporting? Someone asked innocently. Legend has it that level 9 mental power masters can tear open a spatial rift, achieving short-distance traversal. It's called flash teleporting. Are you suggesting these 2 are level 9 mental power masters? At least one of them must be capable of transporting the other. When did the Gus Empire acquire level 9 mental power masters? Don't they lack even level 8 mental power masters? Chapter 376, 2 level 9s. How do you know what cards the Gus Empire holds? For the past decade, They've been preparing for this war. The fortune they've invested during this period. You've seen not only their numerous high-level mesh combat masters but also their newly developed light cannons capable of countering Yunkai battleships. Consider this. 10 years ago, the Gus Empire's national strength roughly matched the Vera Federation's. Look at the gap between them now. Such change doesn't happen overnight. While netizens argued heatedly on the Skynet, in the space around Nation A1's Edge Star, after 3 battleships had been effortlessly destroyed by 2 mesh combat masters, the Yunkai people, likely drawing on similar past experiences, realized something was amiss. The remaining 17 battleships immediately scattered, yet less than 5 minutes later, a 4th battleship exploded. Though Gulemai Star region netizens verbally expressed disbelief in the existence of level 9 mental power masters, their eyes remained fixed on the video. The repeatedly exploding Yunkai battleships powerfully confirmed their suspicions. Without the ability to briefly traverse space, these 2 Gus Empire mesh combat masters couldn't possibly reach another battleship so quickly. Although everyone believed that in the Gulemai Star region, where level 8 mental power masters hadn't appeared for centuries, level 9 mental power masters were merely legends of legends, the facts now stared them in the face. They quickly accepted this reality. Given the current situation, they hoped it was true. Look, quick, look at Nation B2. The Yunkai battleships there are exploding too. Everyone, look. The netizens swarmed to split their screens to view Nation B2's battle situation. As they watched, the afterglow of a Yunkai battleship explosion lingered, and they spotted 2 black dots at the explosion's edge. With practiced skill, they split their screens, enlarged and clarified the image. Indeed, 2 identical meshs appeared before the public, bearing identical insignia on their shoulders. Then, before the netizens' eyes, the 2 black dots suddenly vanished, reappearing far from the explosion site. They disappeared again, and when they reappeared, they were beside another Yunkai battleship before vanishing without a trace once more. 2 minutes later, when that Yunkai battleship exploded, the netizens again spotted 2 black dots at the explosion's edge. Bloody hell, surely not. Could it be that among these 2 Gus Empire mesh combat masters, there's another level 9 mental power master? The emergence of one level 9 mental power master had already stretched credibility. Now they were being asked to believe in another. A battleship explosion of this magnitude would affect at least a 10-kilometer radius. Even wearing mesh wouldn't provide sufficient protection, nor could mesh escape the explosion site at such speed. So apart from flash teleporting, there's no other explanation. Besides, you've all witnessed these 2 black dots suddenly disappearing and reappearing. If that's not flash teleporting, what is it? No one could answer this netizen's question. Everyone fell silent for a moment, watching the battle situations in nations A1 and B2 on separate videos. Facts trumped debate. The mesh combat masters in both nations clearly possessed flash teleporting abilities. After a while, someone observed, have you noticed? The 2 mesh combat masters in Nation A1 seem more formidable. They can flash teleport farther, needing only 2 jumps to reach another Yunkai battleship. Meanwhile, those in Nation B2 require at least 4 or 5 jumps to move near another Yunkai vessel. Though not all netizens had counted as meticulously as this one, they could discern from the frequency of Yunkai battleship explosions that the 2 mesh combat masters in Nation A1 worked twice as fast as those in Nation B2. What's so strange about that? Clearly, one has higher cultivation. 6 months ago, weren't there 14 mesh combat masters destroying spacecraft and battleships? These 2 routes only account for 4 mesh combat masters. Where are the other 10? Someone finally raised this question. The netizens immediately turned their attention to Nation C3, hoping to witness similar explosions. Previously, with everyone's focus on Nations A1 and B2, they had nearly forgotten that Yunkai battleships had also appeared at Nation C3. To their disappointment, no black dots appeared at Nation C3 as they had imagined. When they looked, the Yunkai battleships had already surrounded that edge star without encountering any resistance. Then they saw numerous Yunkai mesh combat masters flying out from the battleships, descending onto Nation C3's edge star. According to international data, Nation C3's edge star had at least 1.3 billion inhabitants. In such small nations, citizens generally had low cultivation levels, with edge star residents' cultivation being even lower. The netizens could already envision the planet's inhabitants being slaughtered, blood flowing like rivers, a tragic fate of complete annihilation. They sighed heavily. Weren't there supposed to be 10 more mesh combat masters? Someone asked gravely. Do you think level 9 mental power masters grow on trees? Having 2 is already extraordinarily fortunate for our Gulemai Star region. Those 2 have saved at least 2 nations' populations. Nation C3 is simply unlucky. The netizens sighed collectively. Since nations A1 and B2 were closer to the Gus Empire, the Gus Empire's mesh combat masters naturally assisted these 2 countries first. Traveling from these 2 nations to Nation C3 would take at least 10 days. Even if the 2 mesh combat masters in Nation A1 resolved the Yunkai threat, they couldn't reach Nation C3 quickly enough. In such a time frame, the devastation would likely extend beyond just one of Nation C3's edge stars. Where the hell is Nation C3's military? Not even a shadow of them. Some netizens cursed. No matter how ineffective, a military force would still be far superior to unarmed civilians. The netizens watched with bated breath as the Yunkai mesh combat masters descended into the airspace above Nation C3's edge star. At that moment, several dozen mesh suddenly burst from the ground. The first landing Yunkai people were cleaved open with a single strike from a light sword. They were instantly killed. Nation C3 actually had mesh masters capable of instantly killing Yunkai mesh combat masters. Everyone immediately perked up, splitting their screens to enlarge and see the details. The mesh design in the video looked very familiar, as did the insignia on their arms. Ah, so that's where the 10 Gus Empire mesh combat masters were. They probably don't have level 9 mental power masters among them, so they can't flash teleport in space to destroy battleships. That's why they're waiting on the planet to engage the enemy. The video showed over 100 Gus Empire Mesh Combat Masters leading Nation C3's Mesh Combat Masters in aerial combat. The Gus Empire Mesh Combat Master leading the formation wielded a light sword over 30 meters long in both hands, effortlessly slaying Yunkai Mesh Combat Masters. This one's cultivation level is definitely no lower than a level 8 Mesh Master, someone exclaimed in admiration. You're not suggesting this is a level 9 Mesh Master? You've seen level 8 Mesh Masters' combat prowess. Can it compare? The netizens watched solemnly and seriously. Truly, it couldn't compare. Level 8 Mesh Combat Masters couldn't wield such long light swords, nor could they kill Yunkai Mesh Combat Masters with a single strike. Chapter 377, Battle Situations Across Nations. A quick glance revealed that other human Mesh Combat Masters needed to attack in pairs against a single Yunkai Mesh Combat Master just to maintain a stalemate. Meanwhile, the Gus Empire Mesh Combat Master whom netizens suspected to be level 9 moved like a tornado. Wherever he swept through, Yunkai Mesh Combat Masters were slain within a few moves. The long-suppressed Gulemai Star region netizens, witnessing this spectacle, felt their blood boiling with excitement. They wished they could be this Mesh Combat Master, experiencing the exhilaration of slaughtering enemies while defending their planet. After watching for a while, the netizens discovered that not only this particular Gus Empire Mesh Combat Master was formidable, the other 9 were equally impressive. Though they couldn't instantly kill Yunkai Mesh Combat Masters, they could generally dispatch opponents within 1 or 2 minutes. On this edge star, the Gus Empire Meshs, along with reinforcements from Nation C3 and other countries, totaled over 20,000 Mesh Combat Masters. The netizens finally understood why Nation C3's military had seemed absent. They weren't cowardly but had been waiting here all along. It made sense. They lacked advanced warships capable of destroying Yunkai vessels and level 9 mental power masters who could flash teleport and blow up Yunkai battleships. Confronting the Yunkai in space would be suicide. Better to wait on the edge star where they could at least employ human wave tactics. Although Nation C3 had 20,000 Mesh Combat Masters, over 10,000 were only level 4. The Yunkai Mesh Combat Masters who had landed on Nation C3's edge star numbered just over 4,000. But without the 10 leading Gus Empire Mesh Combat Masters, Nation C3's forces would have been utterly helpless. With the Gus Empire Mesh Combat Masters intercepting the higher-level Yunkai fighters, the remaining Yunkai Mesh Combat Masters were somewhat weaker. Thus, despite most human Mesh Combat Masters being relatively weak, their coordinated group tactics prevented the Yunkai Mesh Combat Masters from quickly overwhelming them, keeping the invaders contained in the wilderness. The two forces clashed in the wilderness, preventing Yunkai Mesh Combat Masters from reaching human settlements. However, only about 30 human Mesh Combat Masters were truly formidable, while every Yunkai Mesh Combat Master was level 7 or 8 or higher. Despite their numerical advantage, human forces were clearly at a disadvantage. Particularly concerning was that the most powerful Gus Empire level 9 Mesh Combat Master was now locked in a stalemate with the Yunkai Mesh Combat Master, unable to instantly kill Yunkai fighters as before. This made the humans' disadvantage even more apparent. The Gulemai Star region netizens watched Nation C3's battlefield with tremendous anxiety. The situation was glaringly obvious. If the Gus Empire's level 9 Mesh Combat Master couldn't quickly defeat his Yunkai opponent, the other human Mesh Combat Masters would eventually be overwhelmed. In Nation A1, after the last Yunkai battleship invading A1 exploded, Hebrew Adam noticed A1's military vessels flying toward them, likely intending to pick them up. Not wishing to engage with them, he produced his own spacecraft and said to Alicia Romani, "Let's rest for a bit." Alicia Romani obediently entered the craft. As soon as she emerged from her mesh, Hebrew Adam embraced her. Without Hebrew Adam explaining, Alicia Romani understood that his deviation from their plan stemmed from concern for her. "I'm fine. I've used less than half my mental energy," Alicia Romani reassured Hebrew Adam. In their collaboration, Hebrew Adam's combat prowess was exceptionally strong. Alicia Romani only needed to handle the teleportation aspects, while Hebrew Adam took care of killing enemies and destroying battleships. Thus, her mental power consumption was much lower than anticipated. "Drink this energy potion first and rest for half an hour," Hebrew Adam said, brooking no argument. "You haven't attempted long-distance teleportation before. You need to ensure your mental energy remains abundant." Alicia Romani might downplay it, but Hebrew Adam wasn't blind. He could see her pallid complexion from fatigue, her lips having lost their color. Although delaying might cost more lives, forcing Alicia Romani to continue in her condition could result in failing to save anyone while harming her. Hebrew Adam wasn't so foolish. With her boyfriend prioritizing her well-being without compromising the overall mission, Alicia Romani naturally appreciated his concern. Without further discussion, she drank the energy potion and sat cross-legged in meditation to recover as quickly as possible. Half an hour later, Alicia Romani opened her eyes. Hebrew Adam, who had been keeping watch beside her, immediately looked at her. Seeing her cheeks regain some color and her lips return to their pink hue, he finally relaxed. "My mental energy has recovered to 80%, Alicia Romani said. "Then let's go," Hebrew Adam replied. "All the Yunkai battleships in Nation A1 have been destroyed. Those two Gus Empire Mesh Combat Masters are incredible. They demolished 20 Yunkai battleships in less than an hour. Where are they? Has anyone spotted them?" After the last Yunkai battleship exploded, I searched for ages but couldn't find those two Gus Empire Mesh Combat Masters. After the Yunkai battleships were destroyed, a small spacecraft remained there for about half an hour before disappearing. Those two Gus Empire Mesh Combat Masters destroyed the Yunkai battleships in Nation A1 so quickly, they must be utterly exhausted. They've probably found somewhere to rest. The netizens generally agreed with this assessment. For two individuals to eliminate 20 Yunkai battleships in less than than an hour, even with their godlike abilities, must have exacted a tremendous toll. Meanwhile, the two Gus Empire Mesh combat masters in Nation B2 were still hard at work, currently destroying their 9th Yunkai battleship. However, the remaining dozen or so Yunkai battleships had fled beyond sight. Even with their extraordinary abilities, they likely couldn't teleport such vast distances to pursue them. Nevertheless, for Nation B2, even though those two Gus Empire Mesh combat masters hadn't eliminated all the Yunkai battleships, the vessels had retreated deep into space and wouldn't return anytime soon. This meant Nation B2's invasion crisis was temporarily averted. Thus, Nation C3's people remained in the most dire situation. Although they too had Gus Empire Mesh combat masters providing support, these fighters weren't as powerful as those sent to Nations A1 and B2. Unable to destroy Yunkai battleships, they had to engage in ground combat. By this point, the battle on Nation C3's Edge Star had raged for over 2 hours. Many human mesh combat masters had been killed, and the defensive line holding back the Yunkai people was perilously close to collapse. The Gus Empire Level 9 Mesh Combat Master had been fighting the high-level Yunkai Mesh Combat Master for over an hour with no decisive outcome, leaving him unable to assist his comrades. Chapter 378, Mesh Identification Numbers. After more than 2 hours of combat on Nation C3's Edge Star, with human mesh combat masters unable to withstand the Yunkai mesh combat masters' assault and casualties exceeding 8,000, the human defensive line finally broke. Rather than rushing impatiently into human cities, the Yunkai mesh combat masters attacked the remaining human mesh combat masters even more ferociously. Within moments, dozens more human mesh combat masters perished. The Gulemai Star region netizens watched with bated breath when suddenly a sharp-eyed netizen noticed. Everyone, look quickly. The Yunkai battleships at Nation C3 are exploding too. In this tense atmosphere, these words created an immediate sensation. All Gulemai Star region netizens immediately turned their attention to the orbital space above Nation C3's Edge Star, where the Yunkai battleships were stationed. Indeed, they witnessed the lingering aftermath of a recent massive explosion. The netizens immediately employed their practiced searching techniques and spotted two black dots at the explosion's periphery. As they watched, these two black dots had already flashed to another Yunkai battleship, easily evading its artillery attack before disappearing from the netizens' view. With considerable experience, the netizens focused solely on that particular Yunkai battleship. Sure enough, as they anticipated, the vessel exploded 5 minutes later. Afterwards, they skillfully located those two black dots beyond the explosion zone. In the blink of an eye, the dots flashed to yet another Yunkai battleship. The Gulemai Star region netizens split their screens to enlarge the image, confirming that these black dots were indeed Gus Empire Mesh Combat Masters. To think the Gus Empire has so many level 9 mental power masters, even with the evidence before their eyes, it remained difficult to believe. However incredible it seemed, the facts were undeniable. If the Gus Empire has 3 level 9 mental power masters, why weren't they sent to Nation C3 initially? Over 8,000 human mesh combat masters have already died on Nation C3's Edge Star. Had they appeared earlier, so many mesh combat masters needn't have perished. Someone commented indignantly. Which nation are you from? Our Gus Empire people are fighting to the death to provide support, and you're criticizing us. If you're so capable, why don't you step up instead of spouting such rubbish? This Gus Empire netizen erupted in anger. He wasn't alone in his outrage. Other Gus Empire netizens also vented their fury. Brothers and sisters of the Gus Empire, don't be angry. Some people are simply ungrateful. Ignore them. We appreciate your efforts and remember the enormous contribution your Gus Empire has made in this interstellar war. Many netizens intervened to mediate, their tone clearly favoring the Gus Empire citizens. You lot have twisted minds. Not only ungrateful but also blind. Have you noticed? These Gus Empire Mesh Combat Masters insignia include identification numbers. This netizen not only pointed this out but also posted screenshots showing the mesh identification numbers. From the images, the netizens could clearly see that these two meshs bore the Gus Empire insignia with numbers VO1 and VO2. It's true. How did I miss that? Poster, you've got sharp eyes. Netizens browsed and liked the post in droves. That's not all. There's more. The original poster continued, sharing additional images. The netizens continued their investigation, discovering that other Gus Empire Mesh Combat Masters meshs also bore identification numbers. In Nation B2, the two Mesh Combat Masters identification numbers were VO3 and VO4, while in Nation C3, the Gus Empire Level 9 Mesh Combat Masters number was VO5. The rest were sequentially numbered according to combat strength, from strongest to weakest, ending at V14. The poster had only provided the identification numbers for these 14 Gus Empire Mesh Combat Masters. Curious netizens searched for numbers on other Gus Empire meshs and found that while others also had identification numbers, they clearly belonged to a different organizational system than these 14. This V number sequence is obviously related to strength. The two in Nation A1 are the strongest, hence their numbers are O1 and O2. The two in Nation B2 are somewhat weaker, so they're numbered O3 and O4. Everyone agreed with this analysis, liking the comment before adding their own thoughts. How did the Gus Empire allocate their combat personnel this way? Shouldn't combat strength be distributed more evenly? They sent their 4 most formidable fighters to Nations A1 and B2, while the 10 weakest went to Nation C3. Why didn't they pair VO1 with V14, VO2 with V13, and so on? That way, VO3 and VO4 could have gone to Nation C3, and fewer people would have died there. They must have their reasons for doing this. Look at these images. One shows the two Gus Empire Mesh Combat Masters in Nation A1, and the other shows those in Nation C3. Take a look. The netizen who first discovered the Gus Empire Mesh's identification numbers posted more images. Oh, The mesh identification numbers appearing in nations A1 and C3 are identical, both VO1 and VO2. Indeed they are. What does this mean? Though sensing something significant, some netizens couldn't grasp the connection. What does it mean? I'm suggesting that the two mesh combat masters who just appeared in Nation C3 destroying Yunkai battleships are the same ones who destroyed the Yunkai battleships in Nation A1. How is that possible? These two nations are separated by hundreds of thousands of kilometers. How could they travel there so quickly? Even at maximum speed, it would take at least 10 days or more. Many netizens remained skeptical. The distance was simply too vast. Have you forgotten? One of these two is a level 9 mental power master. The most likely explanation is that this level 9 mental power master tore open space, instantly teleporting both of them from Nation A1 to Nation C3 to save the situation. This was an extraordinarily bold and imaginative theory. While few believed it outright, many harbored doubts. Thus, they continued scrutinizing the flash teleportation of those two Gus Empire combat masters in Nation C3. Honestly, their combat style is remarkably similar to the two in Nation A1. One netizen couldn't help but observe. Many shared this view, earning the comment numerous likes. By now, the Yunkai battleships in Nations A1 and B2 had been eliminated, rendering these two countries temporarily safe. At the Hilpao-Baran Star defense line, the Gulemai Star Region Alliance forces and the Yunkai main force had finally engaged in close combat half an hour earlier. This time, with the Gus Empire mesh forces joining the Alliance forces, their firepower was slightly weaker, but the Alliance battleships outnumbered the Yunkai vessels by more than twofold. Appearing significantly stronger than 6 months prior, the battle raged fiercely, with both sides evenly matched. Clearly, this major conflict wouldn't be resolved quickly. Given that this involved large-scale forces, the videos were captured from a distance, making details difficult to discern. Unlike the heart-stopping battle in Nation C3, most Gulemai Star region netizens kept their eyes firmly fixed on the combat footage from Nation C3's Edge Star. The Yunkai battleships stationed in orbit around Nation C3's Edge Star were positioned close together, allowing the two Gus Empire mesh combat masters to work with remarkable speed, destroying 4 Yunkai battleships in less than 15 minutes. Chapter 379, Unmasking Identities. As the 5th Yunkai battleship exploded, the remaining vessels had already fled far into space. It was abundantly clear that the Yunkai battleships invading Nation C3 had recognized the ferocity of the Gus Empire mesh combat masters and adopted a clear flee-on-sight policy. After flash teleporting beyond the battleship explosion zone, the two Gus Empire mesh combat masters didn't pursue the escaping Yunkai battleships. Instead, they vanished with another flash teleport. After searching the video footage, netizens finally spotted them reappearing on Nation C3's Edge Star. Then the entire Gulemai Star region witnessed what a level 9 mesh master's power truly meant. These two mesh combat masters, designated VO1 and VO2, were vastly superior to the VO5 mesh combat master who had arrived earlier on Nation C3's Edge Star. Wielding light swords over 30 meters long, they carved a path of destruction. Any Yunkai mesh they touched was instantly cleaved in two. These two weren't merely eliminating one Yunkai mesh at a time. Viewers could see them simultaneously destroying multiple Yunkai meshs with both hands. The footage was extraordinarily bloody and intense. Though the Gulemai Star region netizens felt no revulsion, only excitement, the two Gus Empire mesh combat masters swept through the battlefield like a storm. Within just half an hour, they had destroyed over 1,000 Yunkai mesh combat masters. The VO1 mesh combat master moved like the wind toward the VO5 mesh combat master, effortlessly intercepting the high-level Yunkai mesh combat master who had been engaging VO5. The Gulemai Star region netizens initially thought the Gus Empire mesh combat masters would double-team the high-level Yunkai fighter. Unexpectedly, as soon as VO1 arrived, VO5 immediately departed. Some netizens expressed frustration. Why is VO5 leaving? Why doesn't he join VO1 to kill this high-level Yunkai mesh combat master? VO5 had battled this Yunkai mesh combat master for over 2 hours without gaining the upper hand. Such a formidable opponent needed to be eliminated quickly. If allowed to escape, other mesh combat masters would suffer terribly. The Gulemai Star region netizens watched anxiously. Seeing a mesh combat master abandon the fight against the main threat to eliminate lesser enemies made them want to shout in his ear that the boss was the real danger, the priority target. However, their complaints quickly died in their throats. After engaging VO5's opponent, the VO1 mesh combat master immediately dominated, both in presence and technique. Within just 5 minutes, VO1 had destroyed the opponent's mesh. No wonder he's VO1, he truly is the strongest. The Gulemai Star region netizens were ecstatic. This was their human champion. Look at the VO2 mesh combat master. Look quickly. I guarantee VO2 is that level 9 mental power master, a netizen exclaimed on the Skynet. Everyone immediately looked. The VO2 mesh combat master's fighting style differed from the others. Any Yunkai mesh combat master engaging VO2, regardless of how ferocious their attack, suddenly seemed to lose all resistance, obediently allowing VO2's light sword to pierce their cockpit. First, they're using mental power to attack the Yunkai inside the mesh, neutralizing them, then destroying their mesh. Truly incredible. I never imagined we'd witness a level 9 mental power master in our lifetime. The Gulemai Star region netizens watched in amazement as the VO1 and VO2 mesh combat masters completely reversed the battle situation on Nation C3's Edge Star within a single hour of their arrival. In less than an hour, these two mesh combat masters had killed over 2,000 Yunkai mesh combat masters. The remaining 1,000 Yunkai fighters, recognizing their dire situation, attempted to flee. However, no matter how the Yunkai tried to escape the Edge Star, They were intercepted and slain by the VO2 Mesh Combat Master, who would mysteriously flash teleport beside them 2 hours after the tide began to turn. All Yunkai people on Nation C3's Edge Star had been completely annihilated, both on the Gulemai Star region Skynet and on Nation C3's Edge Star. Humans erupted in celebration. Everyone had assumed Nation C3's Edge Star would fall to the Yunkai people, with humans suffering a massive slaughter. Who could have predicted that just 2 level 9 Mesh Combat Masters would reverse the situation so dramatically? After hours of intense combat, the human Mesh Combat Masters on Nation C3's Edge Star were exhausted. They climbed out of their meshes and sat down to recover. Naturally, the eyes of all Gulemai Star region netizens focused on the Gus Empire's V-designated meshes. Everyone longed to see the faces of these heroes. Since destroying the last fleeing Yunkai Mesh Combat Master in the upper atmosphere, the VO2 Mesh Combat Master had returned to the ground and remained motionless. The Gulemai Star region netizens observed the VO1 Mesh Combat Master piloting toward the VO2 Mesh. Then the VO1 cockpit opened, and a young, blonde-haired man in a Gus Empire military uniform jumped out. The Gulemai Star region netizens gasped in astonishment. They could scarcely believe that this young man, who appeared to be only in his 20s, was the level 9 Mesh Combat Master designated VO1. In everyone's imagination, a cultivator who had reached level 9 would inevitably be an elderly person who had long lived in seclusion. Yet this young, handsome blonde man had undeniably emerged from the VO1 mesh, and after his exit, no one else remained in the still open cockpit. Even more astounding was when the young man leapt onto the arm of the VO2 mesh. Netizens watched him input commands on a quantum computer, causing the VO2 cockpit to open automatically. Then the blonde-haired man leaned in and lifted out a black-haired woman, also wearing a Gus Empire military uniform. But what truly stunned the netizens wasn't just this. It was that this black-haired woman appeared even younger than the blonde man. Are we seeing things? Surely we must be, one netizen asked dreamily. According to our collective speculation, the VO2 Mesh Combat Master is a level 9 mental power master, but they're so young. How is that possible? The responding netizen's answer seemed somewhat disconnected, their tone equally distant and dreamy. Nevertheless, everyone could see that the young woman extracted from the VO2 mesh was in distress. Her body appeared completely limp, her condition clearly poor, as if she had lost consciousness. If this young black-haired woman truly was the level 9 mental power master, everyone could understand her condition. The VO2 Mesh Combat Master had destroyed 20 Yunkai battleships in Nation A1, then teleported with VO1 over hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Afterwards, they had destroyed more Yunkai battleships and killed numerous Yunkai Mesh Combat Masters in Nation C3. She had likely exhausted herself completely. Chapter 380, The Impossible. Netizens watched as a young blonde-haired man who had emerged from the VO1 mesh carried a young black-haired woman from the VO2 mesh. After jumping down from the mesh, the blonde man stowed both meshes away, then immediately deployed a hovercar and placed the black-haired woman inside. At this point, the other 10 V-designated Mesh Combat Masters gathered around. The netizens observed as men and women in Gus Empire military uniforms jumped out from their meshes. All netizens stared at these young faces with stunned expressions, feeling as if their understanding of the world had been forcibly reshuffled. One person might be mistaken, perhaps even two, but not all dozen-plus individuals. So, all 14 Gus Empire V-designated Mesh Combat Masters were young people of similar age. Among these 14, 5 were level 9 Mesh Combat Masters, and 9 were level 8. Clearly, these Gus Empire individuals had come to shatter their worldview. After stowing their meshes, the young Gus Empire Mesh Combat Masters entered the blonde man's hovercar, leaving only 2 young men outside as guards. The Mesh Combat Masters from Nation C3 and its allied nations also emerged from their meshes. Though they had suffered heavy casualties in this battle, they had at least preserved their country. So even though only 10,000 remained of the original 20,000 plus, their faces showed little sorrow. Everyone gathered around the Gus Empire group. A middle-aged man who appeared to be the commanding officer of Nation C3's forces approached the hovercar and saluted the 2 Gus Empire soldiers standing guard. The 2 Gus Empire soldiers politely returned the salute, and the 3 began conversing in the common language of the Gulemai Star region. Since they hadn't specifically activated privacy screens, some netizens were able to translate the key points from their lip movements. Due to flash teleporting from Nation A1 to Nation C3 and then engaging in continuous combat, mental energy was severely depleted, necessitating rest. So that young woman truly is a level 9 mental power master. She and VO1 really did traverse from A1 to Nation C3 in just 1 hour. I find it hard to believe. They're too young. Though difficult to accept, they emerged from the V-designated meshes. If not them, then who? I know who they are. Someone exclaimed with tremendous excitement. I found out too. The black-haired young woman from the VO2 mesh is that legendary mental power girl from the Gus Empire. The blonde man carrying her is the Gus Empire's second prince, Ibu Adam, and the VO5 through V12 designations are their classmates from the elite class at the Gus Empire's first military academy of Xuangu. This netizen spoke so fluently that everyone strongly suspected they were from the Gus Empire. That means VO3 and VO4, still in Nation B2, must also be their elite classmates. Someone remembered these long-forgotten individuals after the Yunkai battleships fled Nation B2. Its Edge Star was no longer in danger. Everyone had shifted their attention to Nation C3, neglecting the VO3 and VO4 Mesh Combat Masters in Nation B2. Now reminded, They searched through the video footage but could no longer find any trace of these two meshs. They've likely teleported away. Don't forget that the Gus Empire's battle at the Hillpow Baron Star is still ongoing. That's the most crucial front. They've probably rushed back there. What you don't know is that the 12 students from the elite class of the 960th cohort at the Gus Empire's first military academy of Xuangu were legendarily strong, almost inhumanly so. Their class included 2 genius mental power girls. I suspect the 2 level 9 mental power masters are them. The 3 level 9 warriors are likely the Gus Empire's second prince Hebrew Adam, the Hua family's Huadali, and the Archison family's Dean Archison. Huadali and Vo2's Huadamani are reportedly twins. This gossip monger was clearly not only from the Gus Empire but likely a student at the first military academy of Xuangu. That can't be right. If I'm not mistaken, students from the 960th cohort of the first military academy of Xuangu should have only recently reached adulthood. How could they possibly have advanced to level 9 already? You must be mistaken. It's impossible. Indeed, they were champions in the most recent Gulema Star Region Youth Elite competition, suggesting they're all under 25 years old. How could someone in their 20s reach level 9 cultivation? It's absurd. Since no one had unearthed photographs of Hebrew Adam and his companions on the Skynet as evidence, and given their extreme youth, the majority of netizens refused to believe that the V-designated Gus Empire mesh team could be them. Gradually, this viewpoint influenced the vast majority, with everyone concluding there must have been a misidentification. After eliminating all the Yunkai people, Hebrew Adam, deeply concerned about Alicia Romani, sent her a message. When she didn't respond, he sensed something was wrong. Sure enough, when Hebrew Adam used his authority to open Alicia Romani's mesh cockpit and found her unconscious inside, his heart ached terribly. Since Alicia Romani had advanced to become a level 9 mental power master, when had she ever appeared so disheveled? This time had truly exhausted her. However, they had achieved only a minor victory. The battle at the Hillpow Baron Star defense line remained paramount. They needed to return immediately. After administering a medicinal potion to Alicia Romani, Hebrew Adam promptly sent his companions a return message. Until Alicia Romani fully recovered, she couldn't perform any more teleportations. They would need to use their spacecraft to return as quickly as possible. At the Hillpow Baron Star, this battle no longer required Xia Adam to serve as bait. Therefore, he hadn't personally entered the battlefield but remained at the Alliance Forces Base Command Hall. The screens before Xia Adam displayed videos from 4 battlefields, several times clearer than those on the Skynet. He could also see Alicia Romani's condition very clearly. Your Highness, Prince Hebrew Adam has sent a message stating that Miss Manny has depleted her mental energy through flash teleporting and cannot return according to our original schedule. Xia Adam's adjutant Jean-Pierre Pinzi reported with concern. Currently, in the outer space around the Hillpow Baron Star, the Gulema Star Region Alliance forces and the Yunkai main force were engaged in fierce combat. Gulema Star Region netizens watching might believe the two sides were evenly matched, but those on the inside knew the truth. Even with newly armed battleships, the Alliance forces had only marginally improved. They couldn't match the Yunkai battleship's attack power in such a short time. They could hold out briefly, but a prolonged engagement would inevitably repeat the outcome of the previous battle. Thus, the second prince's group, capable of flash teleporting in space to destroy Yunkai battleships, was critically important. However, traveling from Nation C3 to the Hillpow Baron Star, even in a spacecraft known for its speed, would take over 2 months. By then, not just the Gulema Star Region Alliance forces at the Hillpow Baron Star, but possibly the entire Gus Empire would have been overrun. Therefore, if Miss Manny couldn't teleport everyone back within 5 days, the outcome of this war would merely depend on how long the Gulema Star Region Alliance forces could hold out. Chapter 381, Fireworks Battleships. Xia Adam wasn't surprised that Hebrew Adam would send such a message. Even from the video footage, he could see his cousin's extremely poor condition. Xia Adam understood well that although Hebrew Adam cared deeply for the Gus Empire, Manny was equally important to him. Hebrew Adam would never sacrifice the Gus Empire and the Gulema Star region's humanity for Manny's sake, but equally, he would never sacrifice Manny for the Gus Empire and humanity. Especially now that Alicia Romani had suffered serious injuries while trying to save humanity, Hebrew Adam would never allow her to sustain further harm. Until Manny recovered, they would have to manage on their own. Xia Adam considered this perfectly reasonable. He didn't want victory at the cost of his cousin's sacrifice, and in her current state, she wouldn't be able to fight effectively even if she did return. What about Huadali and Minua? Xia Adam asked. They're already on their way back, but Miss Ali's cultivation isn't as high as Miss Manny's. Her teleportation range is only 4,000 to 5,000 kilometers, so it might take 3 or 4 days at the quickest for them to return. Jean-Pierre Pinzi reported. Miss Manny's teleportation range was over 10,000 kilometers, approaching 20,000. The difference in capability between early stage and late stage level 9 mental power was truly vast, Jean-Pierre Pinzi thought, but he immediately chided himself for such thoughts. Being able to teleport several thousand kilometers was already extraordinary, with only 2 people in the entire Gulema Star region capable of this feat. Who was he to find fault? Xia Adam said, send a message to both groups. Tell them to conserve their strength and avoid excessive exertion. Returning within 5 days will be sufficient. Yes, sir, Jean-Pierre Pinzi acknowledged. Initially concerned about Alicia Romani not returning on schedule, Jean-Pierre Pinzi's anxiety diminished considerably upon seeing Prince Xia Adam's composed demeanor. Xia Adam naturally noticed Jean-Pierre Pinzi's anxiety but said nothing. nothing according to his timetable. They still had 5 or 6 days. That should be enough time. Hebrew Adams' group had brought back many resources from their otherworldly journey, providing the Gulema Star Region Alliance Force battleships with enough energy to last 5 days. Moreover, with that batch of extremely pure crystal cores, he could fully implement his plan. Thus, Xia Hyadam remained calm. Due to her excessive mental power consumption, Alicia Romani remained unconscious for a day and required 4 more days to recover when she finally teleported back to the Hilpau Baron Star with her companions. It was precisely the 5th day, though somewhat delayed. "You're still in time," Xia Hyadam told Alicia Romani. Prince Xia Hyadam and Alicia Romani spoke privately in a secure room for quite some time. When they emerged, the cousins shared the same serene expression, leaving even Hebrew Adam unable to discern what they had discussed. On the 6th day of the Yunkai people's second attack on the Hilpau Baron Star, the Gulema Star Region Alliance forces, despite being significantly stronger than during the first encounter thanks to the Gus Empire military's participation, began to falter due to insufficient energy supplies. Many battleships could no longer fire light cannons, gradually losing ground. At this critical moment, all Gulema Star Region Alliance forces suddenly received an order to distance themselves from the Yunkai battleships by any means possible, to retreat as far as they could and not look back under any circumstances. Though the message was bewildering, it came from their commander-in-chief. Everyone's first reaction was that their commander must be preparing something dramatic, so they should evacuate immediately. Thus, the Gulema Star Region netizens, who had been anxiously watching the Alliance forces begin to lose ground at the Hilpau Baron Star defense line, suddenly witnessed the Alliance battleships scattering in retreat. Honestly, the Gulema Star Region netizens initially disbelieved this, thinking they had misinterpreted or that the Alliance forces were merely changing formation. However, half an hour later, these excuses no longer sufficed. The facts confirmed what the netizens had seen. Some skilled observers even located Commander-in-Chief Prince Xia Hyadam's command ship racing toward the Amber Star, leaving only Yunkai battleships on the battlefield. With the Alliance force battleships gone, the space route to the Gus Empire lay completely undefended, fully exposed to the Yunkai people. This can't be real, can it? Surely not. The Gulema Star Region netizens still couldn't accept this reality. During the first battle with the Yunkai people, the Alliance forces had fought almost a complete annihilation without retreating. This time they had merely lost some ground. They hadn't been defeated. Those formidable level 9 Gus Empire mesh masters hadn't even returned to the defense yet. How could they possibly retreat now? Therefore, everyone assumed the Alliance forces must be preparing some grand strategy. Evidently, not only did the Gulema Star Region netizens think this way, but the Yunkai people seemed to share this suspicion. When the Alliance forces scattered in retreat, the Yunkai battleships not only refrained from pursuit but cautiously withdrew. However, after an hour had passed with the Alliance battleships completely out of sight, the Yunkai people finally began to tentatively advance. The Gulema Star Region netizens watched intently, hoping the Alliance forces had indeed left behind some master stroke, but nothing materialized. In the video, the Yunkai people were obviously extremely cautious, their battleships advancing unhurriedly toward the Hilpau Baron Star. On the Hilpau Baron Star, the temporary military base constructed by the Alliance forces remained, but it was deserted. All Alliance personnel had departed. When the Yunkai battleships were still over 100 kilometers from the Hilpau Baron Star, they suddenly fired several shells. The Gulema Star Region netizens watched as the shells struck the Hilpau Baron Star, emitting a dazzling light. When everyone could see again, nothing remained at the Hilpau Baron Star's coordinates. It had clearly been pulverized into dust. After everything settled, the empty void contained nothing. The Yunkai people evidently couldn't believe there truly wasn't some trap, as their battleships remained stationary for over 10 minutes before continuing. This can't be real, can it? The Gulema Star Region Alliance forces have simply abandoned resistance. This netizen still couldn't accept the reality. What the hell is that Gus Empire's Xia Hyadam playing at? This netizen's disrespectful language, containing extremely vulgar terms, triggered the Skynet's automatic censorship. The latter part of his message was silenced, with only he himself knowing what he had said. Many netizens were furious, resulting in numerous silenced posts. The number of blocked messages increased exponentially, just as the Skynet erupted in a chorus of condemnation. The video showing only Yunkai battleships suddenly brightened. The bewildered Gulema Star Region netizens widened their eyes as, in the footage, all the Yunkai battleships blossomed like fireworks, spreading brilliant flowers across the dark void of space. Chapter 382, Side Story 1. When Alicia Romani awoke, she was enveloped in darkness. If not for the pain racking her entire body, convincing her she was still alive, she might have wondered if she'd reached some mythical afterlife. Hadn't she died from the excruciating agony of the enhancement elixir? She clearly remembered floating away from her body, being sucked into a black hole, and then losing consciousness. Was that merely a hallucination brought on by extreme pain? Was she still in the game pod, explaining the surrounding darkness? But surely the pod shouldn't be this cold. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Alicia Romani instinctively reached out to feel her surroundings, trying to determine if she was indeed in the game pod. What her hand touched, however, was. Alicia Romani gasped for air, struggling to suppress a scream as she felt the pain intensifying throughout her body. With great difficulty, she withdrew her hand. How could this be? Where on earth was she? Was everything she sensed real or imaginary? Was she dead or alive? What in blazes was going on? Alicia Romani felt on the verge of tears. In her agitation, her head began to throb violently, and fragments of memory flooded her mind. As these memory shards unfolded, Alicia Romani's breathing quickened again. She began to understand what was happening. But why? Why had she ended up here? After an indeterminate period of unconsciousness, Alicia Romani opened her eyes once more. Using her mental powers caused intense headaches, so she could only manage to turn her head slightly to survey her surroundings. Having recovered somewhat, she could finally make out a few details in the darkness. During this process, Alicia Romani confirmed that her sensations weren't hallucinations. She truly was lying amidst a pile of corpses, surrounded by cold, lifeless bodies. This realization sent chills down her spine. Alicia Romani desperately wanted to leave this place. Those creatures had discarded her here as a corpse, but that didn't mean she was safe. She had to escape immediately. However, her entire body ached, as if every bone and meridian was being reconstructed. She couldn't muster an ounce of strength, not even enough to sit up, let alone escape. Suppressing her panic, Alicia Romani frantically sought a solution. If her memory fragments were correct, her spatial bracelet had been taken, so drinking a recovery potion was out of the question. Then Alicia Romani remembered something. She struggled to raise her hand to her neck, hope welling up inside her. The most important jade pendant was still there, not taken by those creatures. After a moment's recollection, Alicia Romani grasped the pendant around her neck. Ignoring her headache, she managed to envelop the pendant with her mental power, then bit her finger to smear blood on it. Having completed these actions, Alicia Romani was left panting, feeling on the verge of fainting again. She had to bite her lip hard, desperately fighting to stay conscious. In her current environment, losing consciousness again could mean never waking up. After all, those creatures hadn't dumped all these corpses in this cave for a proper burial. About 3 seconds later, Alicia Romani sensed a new connection with the jade pendant. She quickly focused her thoughts, and suddenly found herself in a place bathed in soft light, lying on warm, soft earth. By this point, Alicia Romani was utterly exhausted. She managed to lift her head briefly, confirming she had entered the jade pendant's space and was temporarily safe, before allowing herself to pass out. When Alicia Romani regained consciousness, she was still lying on the ground, surrounded by the same soft light. Alicia Romani tried to move and, finding she had regained some strength, sat up. Looking around, she saw that this jade pendant space matched her memory fragments of its most primitive form, just an expanse of empty land with nothing else. Alicia Romani could clearly feel that her headache had subsided, and her body seemed filled with energy. Standing up, she sensed that her body had undergone changes. She realized that her physical cultivation, previously at late stage level 1, early stage level 2, had suddenly advanced to early stage level 4. Even more astonishingly, her mental power had reached early stage level 5. Despite Alicia Romani's fervent desire to become an exceptional prodigy, such a dramatic increase in her cultivation levels instinctively frightened her. It was far too abnormal. Alicia Romani quickly moved about, practicing a few martial arts techniques. Finding nothing amiss with either her body or mental energy, she finally relaxed. As long as her body was functioning normally, she decided not to question the reason for her advancement. If her suspicions were correct, her current situation was extremely perilous, and higher cultivation levels could only improve her chances of escape. Alicia Romani had no idea how long she'd been in the jade pendant space. Though her body felt fine, she was ravenously hungry. However, the spatial ring Uncle Lin had given her was gone, and this jade pendant space contained nothing but empty land, no food whatsoever. If she didn't venture out to find food, she'd likely starve to death. Alicia Romani had no choice but to take the risk. In Alicia Romani's memory, within this jade pendant space, one could appear wherever they thought of. She closed her eyes, imagining her home on the Amber Star. Finding herself still in the same spot, Alicia Romani sighed. She'd suspected it wouldn't work, as she was no longer on the Amber Star, and her mental power wasn't sufficient to teleport such a vast distance. Finally, Alicia Romani had to recall the scene before she'd entered the jade pendant space. Her vision went dark. If Alicia Romani's physical cultivation hadn't reached level 4, she would certainly have tripped over the objects at her feet. The surroundings remained pitch black, but with her mental powers restored, Alicia Romani could see with her mind that she was in a cave filled with mountains of corpses, both human and beast. Realizing she had recently been one of those corpses sent shivers down Alicia Romani's spine. Fortunately, the cave was not only extremely dark but also frigid, likely tens of degrees below zero. Thus, while the cave reeked of blood, there was no stench of decay. Alicia Romani was merely a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Before Dulise's incident, even after being relegated to an edge star as a commoner, she had always been well protected. Even after Dulise's misfortune, Lin Chengfeng and his wife had taken over her protection. She had essentially been coddled her entire life. How could she have ever encountered such a terrifying situation? Strangely, though, once certain memory fragments surfaced in her mind, Alicia Romani's self-control strengthened several-fold. This allowed her to effectively suppress her fear and steadily navigate the corpse-strewn floor, step by step, towards the cave entrance. Although Alicia Romani's sole thought was to escape this place as quickly as possible, her ravenous hunger made her pause when she saw a particular beast corpse at her feet. Recognizing it as an edible species she'd read about, she couldn't help but store it in her jade pendant space, planning to roast it once she reached safety. Chapter 383, Side Story 2. Alicia Romani cautiously approached the cave entrance. As she had anticipated, it was sealed by a metal door locked from the outside, with no way to access the lock from within. She attempted several methods to open the door, all unsuccessful. However, the metal door was somewhat crudely constructed, with tiny gaps around the frame allowing slivers of light to penetrate, indicating it was daytime outside. Although daylight would be disadvantageous for her movements, Alicia Romani couldn't bear to remain in this horrifying place for another minute. Besides, who could guarantee that the outside would be any safer at night? Carefully, Alicia Romani extended her mental power through the gaps in the door frame, seeing that the cave opened directly into a forest with no man-made structures nearby. She meticulously scanned the area within her mental power's range, confirming there were no creatures larger than a fist within a 1,000-meter radius. Only then did Alicia Romani search the forest, eventually finding a secluded, safe spot where 3 large trees formed a triangle around a person-sized boulder. After committing this location's features to memory and confirming once more that she was the only living being in the cave, Alicia Romani slipped into the jade pendant's space. Inside the pendant space, Alicia Romani closed her eyes and recalled the scene she had memorized, then teleported out. Sure enough, she appeared exactly where she had visualized. Prepared for this transition, Alicia Romani immediately ducked behind the boulder, carefully observing her surroundings. Had she not just escaped from that cave, Alicia Romani might have doubted her eyesight. For where the cave should have been, she saw only a cliff face. However, when she looked with her mental power, she detected 5 caves arranged in a neat row along the cliff wall where she had emerged. Fearing the creatures might be inside, Alicia Romani dared not probe into the caves with her mental power. Such elaborate camouflage suggested the cliff was likely their lair. Alicia Romani understood clearly that she was currently vulnerable, focused solely on escape rather than recklessly gathering intelligence. After confirming the creatures weren't in her immediate vicinity, she quietly ran in the opposite direction from the caves. Perhaps due to extreme hunger, Alicia Romani felt her limbs weakening, her strength waning. Thus, after running barely 500 meters, when she suddenly spotted a tree laden with fruit, her eyes lit up. In her memory fragments, this type of tree bore edible fruit. Nearly fainting from hunger, Alicia Romani momentarily forgot her precarious situation and impulsively jumped up to pluck several fruits. In her haste, upon landing, Alicia Romani unfortunately stepped on a dry branch. The broken twig emitted a crisp snap. Heart pounding, Alicia Romani looked with her mental power and saw a terrifying creature leap from one of the caves in the cliff, racing toward her with such speed it seemed to fly. Nearly paralyzed with fear, Alicia Romani quickly hid behind a large tree, then entered the jade pendant space. Already ravenously hungry, and now thoroughly frightened, Alicia Romani truly felt on the verge of blacking out. As she placed a hand over her wildly beating heart, she suddenly caught a sweet fragrance that instantly banished her fear. Spotting the fruits she had just gathered lying on the ground nearby, Alicia Romani hastily grabbed one. Too famished to worry about cleanliness, she bit into it immediately. The fruit was juicy and refreshingly sweet. Starving, Alicia Romani wolfed it down, devouring a fruit slightly larger than her fist in moments. Feeling her hunger only slightly abated, she reached for another. After consuming 5 fruits in succession, Alicia Romani finally felt her hunger somewhat satisfied. These fruits were extraordinarily delicious. Had she managed to gather more than 5, she could easily have eaten another 5 without difficulty. With that burning, desperate hunger finally gone, Alicia Romani sat down, not even having time to catch her breath before feeling a heat flowing from her stomach, rapidly spreading throughout her body. This heat intensified, and as her body couldn't dissipate it, she began to feel feverish. Alicia Romani jumped up in alarm. Had she eaten something poisonous? With this thought, she recalled that when picking the fruit, the tree's leaves had seemed slightly different from those in her memory. The fruit shape matched her recollection, but the color seemed off. So she had indeed, in her hunger-addled state, eaten something dangerous. Alicia Romani sensed serious trouble brewing. Agitated by the heat surging through her body, Alicia Romani paced back and forth, discovering that movement seemed to dissipate some of the heat. Finding this curious, she tried running, which indeed made her feel better. While running, the internal heat seemed to be consumed somewhat. When she stopped, however, the heat immediately intensified again, making her feel uncomfortably bloated. Realizing she needed to maintain constant movement, Alicia Romani considered her options and decided to practice martial arts. Abandoning her previous physical cultivation technique, Alicia Romani switched to the Xuanwu technique from her memories. In her memory fragments, the Xuanwu technique was an integrated cultivation method combining mental power and physical energy, simultaneously developing both body and mind. According to her memory fragments, this Xuanwu technique would later be classified as a special celestial grade cultivation method. Though she possessed the memory, her body had never practiced it, so she naturally had to begin with the first set. As she executed each move precisely, Alicia Romani could feel her body absorbing the heat. Though the absorption rate couldn't match the dissipation rate, it was far more effective than running. After completing the first set, Alicia Romani felt the bloated sensation from the heat significantly reduced. However, once she stopped, the feeling returned, forcing her to continue with the second set. The second set of the Xuanwu technique required twice the physical and mental energy of the first. After completing it, the uncomfortable bloated feeling disappeared. Similarly, though, once Alicia Romani stopped, she felt heat continuously emanating from her stomach, and her skin began to warm again. She had no choice but to begin the third set of the Xuanwu technique. Under normal circumstances, even a level 5 cultivator beginning the Xuanwu technique would feel completely exhausted after practicing the third set at most, given its tremendous energy consumption. Yet Alicia Romani felt no fatigue after completing the third set. After pausing briefly to rest, she again felt heat building in her stomach, still transmitting throughout her body, compelling her to start the fourth set. Chapter 384, Side Story 3. After completing the fourth set of the Xuanwu technique, Alicia Romani still felt no fatigue. Instead, her entire body felt remarkably comfortable, and her spirits were exceptionally high. By this point, Alicia Romani had confirmed that in her haste, she had indeed misidentified and consumed the wrong fruit. However, it seemed that after her streak of terrible luck, fortune was beginning to turn in her favor. The fruit that she had eaten wasn't actually poisonous but rather appeared beneficial for cultivation. Her current condition likely resulted from consuming too many, overwhelming her system. After resting for about 10 minutes, Alicia Romani again felt heat building in her stomach. Reluctantly, she dragged herself up and began practicing the 5th set of the Xuanwu technique in her memory fragments. The Xuanwu technique comprised 10 sets. The 5th set corresponded to level 5 cultivation, which matched Alicia Romani's level 5 mental power, making it theoretically accessible to her. However, since Alicia Romani's warrior level was only early stage level 4, practicing the 5th set of the Xuanwu technique proved excessively taxing. By the 10th move, she began to struggle. Had it not been for the continuous flow of heat energy from her stomach replenishing her physical strength, she couldn't have continued. Even so, of the 50 movements in the 5th set, Alicia Romani barely managed 15 before nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Feeling utterly spent, Alicia Romani lay on the ground for quite some time. Eventually, she noticed the heat energy was no longer flowing from her stomach. Had she finally depleted the fruit's energy? With this thought, Alicia Romani pulled herself up from the ground and moved about, noting that her overall condition felt excellent. Having lost her quantum computer and storage bracelet, Alicia Romani had no timekeeper and couldn't determine how long she had spent in the jade pendant space this time. However, after consuming 5 fruits, her previously painfully full stomach now felt hungry again. From this, she deduced that she must have spent considerable time in the jade pendant space. According to her memory, practicing the 1st through 4th sets of the Xuanwu technique would take nearly 20 hours, plus another 2 hours for the 15 movements of the 5th set. Based on this calculation, Alicia Romani estimated that since entering the jade pendant space, approximately a day had passed in the outside world. Alicia Romani no longer wished to remain in the jade pendant space. During her practice of the Xuanwu technique, her body had been expelling impurities for reasons unknown. Her skin was now covered with a light grey film that emitted a sour, foul odor, making her nearly unbearable to herself. With no water in the jade pendant space, Alicia Romani desperately wanted to venture out to find some for washing. Despite practicing for an entire day without rest, Alicia Romani didn't feel tired. Likely another effect of the fruit. A day had passed outside. That creature, having failed to catch her, was unlikely to still be waiting at the same spot. She couldn't hide in here forever and would need to take risks eventually. Alicia Romani emerged from the space. Having wisely hidden behind a large tree before entering the space, she reappeared in the same spot. Extremely vigilant, she scanned the surroundings with her mental power, relaxing slightly only after confirming there was no danger. She then looked toward the cliff, verifying it was quiet and the creature was no longer outside. Alicia Romani was eager to leave immediately, but her gaze fell upon the fruit tree 5 meters away, laden with fruit. Upon closer inspection, Alicia Romani noted that this tree bore some resemblance to the edible fruit tree from her memory fragments, but it was definitely not the same species. Nevertheless, having accidentally stumbled upon such a beneficial fruit, Alicia Romani was reluctant to simply leave, yet approaching to pick them might attract the creature's attention. After some consideration, Alicia Romani attempted to pick the fruit using her mental power, then store it in the jade pendant space. To her surprise, her early stage level 5 mental power was strong enough to accomplish this with minimal effort. The fruits on the tree silently disappeared one after another. Though aware of her excessive greed, Alicia Romani couldn't bear to abandon this opportunity and harvested all the fruits. She then scanned the surroundings and the cliff area again. Confirming no unusual activity, she quietly headed in the opposite direction from the cliff, carefully slipping into the dense forest. While the thick woodland provided cover from those creatures, it didn't guarantee safety. Who knew what dangers lurked within the forest? Thus, Alicia Romani remained vigilant, only proceeding after using her mental power to scan for potential threats. The forest consisted of towering trees that blocked the sky. Though it was daytime, the light in the forest was dim. Combined with Alicia Romani's constant use of mental power to scan for dangers, her progress was slow. Fortunately, throughout this journey, Alicia Romani moved silently and encountered no mishaps. By the time Alicia Romani began feeling hungry again, she had traveled approximately 10 kilometers from the cliff. During this period, Alicia Romani hadn't encountered any beasts, though she had passed 2 large trees that gave her an uneasy feeling. The previous Alicia Romani might not have understood why, but with her memory fragments, she immediately recognized them as likely mutant trees. Intent only on quietly leaving the area, Alicia Romani naturally made every effort to circumvent them. Fortunately, these 2 mutant trees weren't like the mental power core mutant tree from her memory of the training island, which could generate illusions. As long as Alicia Romani stayed outside their attack range, they remained dormant. Alicia Romani walked for over 6 hours, until the sky outside had completely darkened and the forest became pitch black, before entering the jade pendant space. Despite the long journey, Alicia Romani didn't feel particularly tired, though she was hungry again. Throughout the day's trek, Alicia Romani hadn't found anything edible. The jade pendant space contained only that pile of fruits. Feeling so hungry that her stomach seemed to touch her spine, Alicia Romani reluctantly reached for a fruit. This time, Alicia Romani wasn't as foolish as before and stopped after eating just one. One fruit in her stomach hardly satisfied her hunger. She still felt ravenous. However, a wave of heat soon spread from her stomach throughout her body. Her hunger immediately vanished, as did her fatigue, leaving her feeling wonderfully warm all over. Alicia Romani waited for quite some time but didn't experience that sensation of her meridians being stretched by heat energy. Instead, she felt extremely drowsy. After practicing for an entire day due to consuming too many fruits yesterday, and then walking for over 6 hours today, her exhaustion was understandable. Having spent the day trekking through the forest, Alicia Romani hadn't found any water source and thus couldn't clean the grime from her body. Even though the jade pendant space contained nothing but earth, Alicia Romani didn't mind lying down on the ground. She was filthy anyway, her clothes torn from snagging on branches. At this point, she asked for nothing more than sufficient safety to get a good night's sleep before facing whatever came next. Chapter 385, Side Story 4. After eating just one fruit and getting a good night's sleep, Alicia Romani felt as if she had boundless energy. She wasn't sure if this was due to the fruit's effects or simply from adequate rest. This excellent physical condition would have felt utterly refreshing if not for her filthy, malodorous state. Having confirmed that consuming a single fruit caused no harm, Alicia Romani, feeling somewhat hungry, ate another. She waited briefly in the jade pendant space, experiencing a warm sensation throughout her body and the disappearance of hunger, with no discomfort. Only then did she exit the space, ready to continue her escape. While in the jade pendant space, Alicia Romani had assessed her current predicament according to the information in her memory fragments. When she couldn't withstand the pain of the second-generation genetic elixir and her soul left her body, a soul called Alicia Starr from a parallel world had been reborn into her body, assuming the identity of Alicia Romani. Her final memory was of her soul being sucked into a black hole shortly after leaving her body. When she next regained consciousness, she found herself in that cave full of corpses. Subsequently, her mind had been filled with memory fragments that made her feel as if she had observed the entire life of the Alicia Romani who had taken over her body. Based on these memories, Alicia Romani deduced that she had likely been reborn into her past self. That Alicia Romani had mentioned being a character in a novel. In the story, she had been admitted to the 1st Military Academy of Xuangu at 16, but during her journey to the school, the civilian spacecraft she was on had been hijacked by unknown forces, and she was never heard from again. The Alicia Starr from the parallel world claimed that she was actually the Alicia Romani from the novel. She had been abducted by the Yunkai people en route to the imperial capital Star, lost consciousness after being injected with a drug, and then existed as a wandering spirit for decades before possessing and being reborn as Alicia Starr after the real Alicia Starr's death. So, Alicia Romani herself had been reborn into the body of her past self from the novel, and then escaped from the Yunkai people's experimental base using her jade pendant space and mental power. Honestly, this complex relationship made Alicia Romani's head spin. However, having clarified her situation, she now had a clear objective. Although this was her past life, this body was originally hers, since her current self had already been reborn in another world. From now on, she would simply be herself. Given that she had already been admitted to the 1st Military Academy of Xuangu, her goal was to return to human society as quickly as possible and fulfill her desire to study at the academy. Despite it being daytime, the forest remained dim. In such an environment, someone without special abilities could easily get lost, unsure which direction to take. Wandering aimlessly could result in going in circles or, worse, returning to the cliff she had escaped from. However, Alicia Romani's mental power could penetrate the treetops, allowing her to observe the sun's position in the sky and use it as a reference point to maintain a consistent direction. Although Alicia Romani lacked a timepiece, by observing the sun's rise and fall times on this planet and calculating based on her steps, she could roughly estimate the length of a day here. To leave the forest as quickly as possible, Alicia Romani pushed on relentlessly after exiting the jade pendant space. Around midday, she fortunately discovered a small lake. Although sensing that the lake water wasn't particularly clean and detecting dangerous creatures at the bottom, Alicia Romani couldn't resist quietly approaching the lakeside, concealing herself behind a large tree. According to her common knowledge, there should have been animals coming to drink at a forest lake, but there were no larger creatures in the vicinity. Either all the larger creatures in the area had been captured by the Yunkai people, or the lake inhabitants were so terrifying that other creatures dared not approach. Though Alicia Romani desperately wanted to jump in and bathe, she valued her hard-won second chance at life too much to risk it. Instead, she attempted to use her mental power to scoop up a ball of water and move it above her head. With her memory fragments, Alicia Romani had innovative ideas for using mental power. Though initially awkward, she quickly mastered the technique. After confirming the water contained no dangerous microorganisms, Alicia Romani used it for a rudimentary bath. It took 3 scoops of water to clean herself thoroughly. Although her clothes were now soaked and she had no change of attire, she felt much better than before when covered in grime. After cleaning herself, Alicia Romani continued her journey. Determined to exit the forest quickly and guided by her mental power, she pressed on regardless of darkness, only entering the jade pendant space to rest when utterly exhausted. On the morning of the 3rd day after escaping the cave, Alicia Romani discovered human remains. There were 5 skeletons, likely long dead, half buried in the soil and covered by fallen leaves. Had she not seen them with her mental power, she would never have noticed them. After ensuring there was no danger nearby, Alicia Romani quietly approached. She examined the 5 skeletons, brushing aside the leaves, hoping to find something useful. After 2 days of travel, Alicia Romani felt she resembled a wild person. Though she had bathed yesterday and was less dirty, her hair was tangled and her clothes were torn by branches. She hoped to find useful supplies. Although these people had been dead for a long time, there might be spatial storage devices or similar items that could last for decades. Alicia Romani carefully scanned the 5 skeletons and discovered a weapon near one skeleton's hand bones, a 1-meter-long short sword. Pleasantly surprised by this find, Alicia Romani picked it up. Despite having lain there for a long time, with its blade color dulled, both the blade and hilt were intact. Alicia Romani swung it to cut a nearby branch, which it sliced through easily. Clearly, the short sword remained sharp and usable. Being unarmed, she was delighted to keep it. Continuing her scan, she found no storage-like devices on the skeleton's fingers. Disappointingly, there was nothing else besides the short sword. Though somewhat let down, Alicia Romani consoled herself that obtaining a weapon was already fortunate, and excessive greed would do her no good. Alicia Romani had initially assumed she hadn't encountered any beasts in the forest over the past 2 days because the Yunkai people had captured them all from the area near the cave. However, the Yunkai couldn't possibly have cleared the entire forest of beasts. So, as she continued forward and left this dangerous zone, she might well encounter creatures. Having a weapon would give her some means of self-defense. Chapter 386, Side Story 5. Shortly after discovering the 5 skeletons, Alicia Romani encountered another sight, this time with just a single skeleton, devoid of any resources. As dusk approached, Alicia Romani found 2 more skeletons. This time, she saw something within the ribcage of one. She approached and used her mental power to extract it, revealing a pendant from a necklace. Due to its age, the necklace snapped with the slightest tug, and the pendant fell into her hand. It was a black circular ring made of an unidentifiable material. Alicia Romani grasped it, attempting to establish a mental connection. Alicia Romani opened her eyes, her face lighting up with delight. This was indeed a spatial storage device. The device's owner had been dead for quite some time, and the original mental imprint had completely disappeared, rendering it ownerless. Alicia Romani easily imprinted her own mental signature onto the spatial device. However, given the unsafe environment, she didn't examine its contents in detail. Instead, she tried placing it within her jade pendant space. Upon succeeding, she continued her journey. Only after entering the jade pendant space that evening did Alicia Romani thoroughly examine the resources within the spatial device. The spatial device was quite spacious and contained numerous supplies. Alicia Romani suspected the owner had been someone of significance. However, regardless of their importance, they had died here with no one to collect their remains. Not so remarkable after all. Searching through the contents, Alicia Romani found not only the clothing she desperately needed but also nutritional supplements she urgently required. While the fruits could satisfy her hunger, she couldn't rely on them indefinitely. Moreover, she remained uncertain about the exact nature of these fruits. Though they appeared to enhance physical strength during cultivation, she harbored concerns about potential long-term effects on her health. Examining the nutritional supplements, Alicia Romani noted they had been produced 3 years prior. Though considerable time had passed, these supplements had a 10-year shelf life. As they showed no signs of damage and remained perfectly sealed, they should be safe to consume. Having subsisted solely on fruit for 3 days, Alicia Romani wasn't particularly hungry. However, unable to find potable water sources in the forest, she had been perpetually thirsty. Now, seeing the water in the nutritional supplements, she checked for spoilage before drinking a bottle. The spatial device also contained canisters of water. Uncertain whether they had spoiled, Alicia Romani dared not drink them directly, though they would be safe after boiling. For bathing purposes, however, they posed no problem. The spatial device contained unworn, brand new clothing. Though these were men's combat uniforms and would likely be oversized on her, they were vastly preferable to her current tattered attire. Alicia Romani found a pair of scissors in the spatial device, cut her tangled long hair short, bathed within the jade pendant space, and changed into clean clothes. Tonight, she wouldn't need to endure sleeping on the ground, as the spatial device also contained 2 capsule apartments. Alicia Romani tossed one into a corner of the jade pendant space. Though not as luxurious as the capsule apartment from the Alicia Romani in her memory fragments, it was nonetheless quite comfortable. Alicia Romani's prediction proved accurate. On her 4th day traversing the forest, she indeed encountered a beast, a level 7 one at that. Lacking experience, Alicia Romani was immediately spotted and fled without hesitation. Against such a high-level beast, her early-stage level 5 mental power would lead only to certain death. However, the level 7 beast moved with extraordinary speed. Alicia Romani had barely covered 1,000 meters before it nearly overtook her. Anyone without a special advantage would have faced inevitable doom, but she possessed her jade pendant space, into which she retreated at this critical moment. Since this refuge necessitated a longer stay before venturing out again, Alicia Romani decided to use this time for cultivation. From her memory fragments, she had gained foreknowledge of future events and shared the same mindset as that Alicia Romani. She needed to enhance her cultivation level as much as possible. Recalling the effects of consuming the fruit before cultivation, Alicia Romani considered briefly before eating 2 fruits. Soon, that familiar heat began spreading from her stomach to her limbs, perhaps due to consuming 2 fruits this time. The energy flow was significantly stronger than when she had eaten just one. Riding this wave of energy, Alicia Romani began practicing the 5th set of the Xuanwu technique. Her previous best record had been reaching the 20th movement. This time, she managed 25 before feeling depleted. This represented progress, indicating her cultivation had increased somewhat over these 2 days, yet she hadn't practiced during this period. Why had her cultivation advanced on its own? Could it be that her travels after consuming the fruit also constituted a form of cultivation? After contemplation, Alicia Romani decided on a bold experiment. She rested until her energy had largely recovered, then consumed 3 fruits. This time, she astonishingly reached the 35th movement. During this process, she advanced in level, in both disciplines simultaneously. Her mental power master level had now reached mid-stage level 5, while her warrior level was mid-stage level 4. The Xuanwu technique created by that Alicia Romani was truly remarkable, enabling simultaneous cultivation of both martial arts and mental power. Though lacking a timepiece, the experienced Alicia Romani judged from her cultivation session that approximately a day had passed. After such a long period, the level 7 beast outside had likely departed. Moreover, before entering the jade pendant space, Alicia Romani had already scanned for a teleportation destination. Thus, even if the beast remained where she had disappeared, lying in wait, she would have time to retreat into the Jade Pendant space again. Cautiously emerging from the Jade Pendant space, Alicia Romani quickly scanned and confirmed the level 7 beast had indeed left, though it was resting in a cave barely 1,000 meters away. This proximity was too close for comfort. Alicia Romani hastily enveloped herself with mental power to conceal her presence. The level 7 beast stirred as if sensing something but soon settled back down. Alicia Romani tiptoed away. Fortunately, her approach proved effective, and she avoided disturbing the level 7 beast further. However, this beast's appearance seemed to have broken some sort of restriction, as the forest began teeming with packs of beasts, predominantly levels 6 and 7. Alicia Romani scurried about like a light-averse mouse, hiding and weaving through the forest. Thankfully, she had learned from Alicia Romani how to use mental power to mask her scent. Otherwise, movement would have been impossible. Fortunately, after 10 days of such travel, the beasts she encountered began decreasing in level. Against level 5 beasts, provided she wasn't surrounded, Alicia Romani could hold her own. In this region, Alicia Romani estimated she had traveled several hundred kilometers from the cave, no longer fearing discovery by those creatures. Considering her missing quantum computer and uncertain credit status, Alicia Romani viewed level 5 beasts as walking credit chips. Level 5 beast carcasses fetched a handsome price. With the dual motivation of honing her combat skills and increasing her income, Alicia Romani never passed up an opportunity to engage isolated level 5 beasts. Chapter 387, Side Story 6. Alicia Romani had been traversing the forest for a considerable time. Initially, her progress was swift, but after encountering beasts in the forest, her situation became perilous, and her pace slowed significantly. Her most harrowing experience occurred on the 11th day after escaping the cave, when she encountered Yunkai people hunting beasts. Despite her mental power having reached mid-stage level 5, it proved inadequate against the Yunkai people. She failed to detect their approach until they were nearly upon her, attempting to capture her. Thoroughly frightened, Alicia Romani instinctively retreated into her Jade Pendant space, narrowly avoiding capture. Still shaken by the experience, Alicia Romani remained hidden in the Jade Pendant space for nearly 10 days before daring to emerge. This was only possible because she wasn't constrained to exit where she had entered. Otherwise, she might have hidden for months. Alicia Romani emerged over 2,000 meters from where the aliens had pursued her, effectively returning to her previous entry point. She had experimented and discovered that her teleportation range from the space was limited to areas within her mental sight. Upon exiting the Jade Pendant space, Alicia Romani cautiously scanned with her mental power. To her surprise, she found mechanical sentries left by the Yunkai people guarding the spot where she had hastily entered the space. This wasn't entirely unexpected. After all, Alicia Romani had vanished before their eyes. Any intelligent beings would find this suspicious and, unable to locate her, would likely set up an ambush. Fortunately, she wasn't bound to exit at her entry point, or she would have been captured immediately. Hardly daring to breathe, Alicia Romani confirmed no Yunkai were nearby and fled in another direction without delay. This encounter made Alicia Romani extremely cautious. She now scanned her surroundings constantly with mental power to avoid being caught unawares by the Yunkai. This vigilance drained her mental energy rapidly, but thankfully, she had the fruits. Whenever her mental power neared depletion, the fruit's heat would quickly replenish her energy. Her caution paid off. 5 days later, Alicia Romani detected Yunkai in the distance and immediately retreated into her Jade Pendant space. She remained hidden for over 10 days before venturing out again. This time, having spotted them early and retreated promptly, the Yunkai hadn't detected her. Upon emerging, Alicia Romani found no surveillance devices left behind. However, these repeated delays meant that over 50 days had passed. By now, the first military academy of Xuangu had been in session for over a month. Realizing she couldn't possibly catch up, Alicia Romani decided to focus on hunting more beasts to build up resources for future endeavors. This approach further slowed her progress. Consequently, it took Alicia Romani nearly 80 days to reach the territory of level 3 beasts. Based on the beast level distribution, she surmised she had reached the forest's outskirts. Excited by the prospect of finally exiting the forest, she wished she could sprout wings and fly out immediately. Over these 70 to 80 days, Alicia Romani had not only endured hardships but also experienced profound loneliness. Since her rebirth, she hadn't encountered a single living human besides the Yunkai. However, her journey had yielded numerous discoveries. She had found many skeletons in the forest, some recent. These fresher remains often contained spatial devices. In total, Alicia Romani had acquired 12 spatial devices from these skeletons. While they didn't contain vast resources, the cumulative wealth was significant. The nutritional supplements alone would last 2 years. Alicia Romani stored the currently unnecessary items from these spatial devices in the capsule apartment within her Jade Pendant space, using the devices to store beast carcasses instead. Though uncertain why her cultivation had advanced 2 major levels upon rebirth into her past self, Alicia Romani's combat prowess was considerable. Thanks to the battle memories and experiences of that Alicia Romani, she had managed to kill 150 level 5 beasts and over 200 level 4 beasts, obtaining more than 20 crystal cores. Alicia Romani estimated these resources could fetch 400,000 to 500,000 credit coins. However, this wasn't Alicia Romani's greatest achievement over these 80-plus days. Her most significant gain was in her cultivation. Whether due to the fruit's assistance, her grueling beast hunting experiences, or her practice of the Xuanwu technique, Alicia Romani's cultivation had skyrocketed 10 days ago. She had effortlessly broken through the level 4 late-stage warrior barrier, advancing to early stage level 5. Her mental power master level was even more astonishing, having reached early stage level 6. Alicia Romani knew she had set new cultivation records unseen for nearly 1,000 years in both disciplines. Previously fixated on attending the first military academy of Xuangu, Alicia Romani now felt uncertain given her current cultivation level and her memory of the academy's advanced curriculum. She questioned whether attending would be a waste of time. Pushing aside her indecision, Alicia Romani resolved to consider her options after leaving the forest. With her current resources, Alicia Romani no longer valued level 3 beasts and planned to proceed directly. In this outer forest region, the trees were sparser, allowing more sunlight to penetrate and aiding navigation. Level 3 beasts no longer posed a threat. As Alicia Romani prepared to swiftly traverse this area, she heard human voices conversing. In the 80 days since her rebirth, Alicia Romani had rejourneyed alone through the forest. Despite daily exhaustion from the perilous environment, she couldn't escape feelings of solitude and loneliness. Hearing people approach, her initial reaction was joy, followed quickly by wariness. This forest, harboring a secret Yunkai experimental base at its center, was extremely dangerous. Those capable of entering such a place were unlikely to be ordinary individuals. As a lone girl, Alicia Romani realized it would be reckless to reveal herself to these strangers, unsure of what she might face. Moreover, she couldn't explain her presence here to unfamiliar faces. Her momentary elation gave way to reason. She knew she shouldn't eagerly approach the first humans she encountered. Instead, she cautiously concealed herself to observe and determine who these people were before deciding how to proceed. Chapter 388, Side Story 7. Not wishing to directly encounter the newcomers, Alicia Romani concealed herself and used her mental power to look at them. There were 10 individuals in total. 5 wore mercenary attire and carried themselves with an unmistakable mercenary bearing. All level 5 mid to late stage warriors. The other 4 were clearly bodyguards, one of whom possessed higher cultivation, an early stage level 6 warrior. The remaining 3 were also mid to late stage level 5. All 9 surrounded a handsome young man with black hair and blue eyes, evidently the person they were protecting. Anyone accompanied by 4 bodyguards, including a level 6 warrior, must possess considerable status. Alicia Romani didn't need to guess that this young man's identity was undoubtedly prestigious. Alicia Romani's gaze finally settled on the young man, who appeared to be around 18 years old with late-stage level 4 cultivation at the peak of perfection. Among young people, his cultivation level was quite impressive. For some reason, Alicia Romani found his features oddly familiar and couldn't help but look more closely. She then realized she could immediately identify the style of combat uniform he wore. Alicia Romani's gaze fixed intently on the young man. No wonder he seemed familiar. Looking carefully, she realized he had appeared in her memory fragments. Though the memory was faint, it was definitely him, if her memory wasn't mistaken. This black-haired, blue-eyed young man should be a 4th-year student at the first military academy of Xuangu. His combat uniform was precisely that of the academy, the same attire that Alicia Romani and her companions had worn during their time there. Alicia Romani had been worrying about her lack of a quantum computer and credit coins, wondering how she would contact Uncle Lin after leaving the forest. Suddenly discovering someone who might help felt like a blessing from heaven. Having confirmed the young man's identity, Alicia Romani knew how to approach him. Just as she was about to rush out and seek his assistance, she saw something concerning. One of the bodyguards behind the young man was exchanging suspicious glances with the mercenaries. These glances seemed unmistakably malicious to Alicia Romani. Were the bodyguards and mercenary team planning to harm the young man? This thought immediately crossed Alicia Romani's mind. Having spent over 80 days in this forest, Alicia Romani had experienced its dangers firsthand. If these people harmed the young man here, others would struggle to uncover the truth. Alicia Romani hadn't forgotten how many skeletons she'd encountered and how many advantages she gained from them after those people's deaths. If anyone had come searching for them, there wouldn't have been spatial devices waiting for her to collect. After her arduous journey, Alicia Romani had finally encountered someone she could ask for help. A miner who was a military academy student, no less. She couldn't possibly stand by and watch him be murdered. Yes, murdered. Recalling who this young man was, Alicia Romani also remembered from her memory fragments that Alicia Romani and Hebrew Adam had both admired him. They had lamented several times about this young man, mentioning something about family strife leading to the premature death of a talented youth. So when Alicia Romani noticed the suspicious behavior of the young man's bodyguards, she suspected that someone in his family might be plotting against him, someone powerful within the family. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, a great family's bodyguards wouldn't easily betray their master. Could it be that this young man was destined to die in this forest? The problem was, even if Alicia Romani wanted to save him, as a strange girl suddenly appearing and claiming the bodyguards were untrustworthy, the young man would hardly believe her. Moreover, facing 9 opponents, even as an early-stage level 6 mental power master, confronting them directly would be suicidal. Alicia Romani could only restrain herself and secretly follow them, looking for an opportunity to rescue the young man. As an early-stage level 6 mental power master, her chances of successfully saving someone when catching enemies of lower cultivation off guard were quite high. However, these people appeared extremely cautious. Apart from the exchanged glances that had surprised Alicia Romani, they showed no suspicious activity for half a day. Having wandered the forest for 2 months, Alicia Romani had developed considerable patience. She followed them discreetly, showing no signs of her presence. As the sky began to darken, a group of level 4 beasts conveniently attacked them. Of course, with this group's abilities, 30-odd level 4 beasts posed no significant threat. However, the young man had expended considerable energy. Alicia Romani observed them exchanging glances again. Then the 5 mercenaries and 1 bodyguard suddenly struck, slitting the throats of the 2 unsuspecting bodyguards. "Look out!" Alicia Romani shouted the moment the mercenaries moved. But it was too late. Simultaneously, the level 6 warrior beside the young man also attacked, lunging forward to assassinate him. However, Alicia Romani had been closely watching this level 6 warrior. The moment he moved, her mental power transformed into spikes that viciously pierced into the warrior's mind. Though the young man's cultivation was lower than everyone else's, his reactions weren't slower, especially with someone's warning. He managed to avoid a fatal blow, though his shoulder was struck. Still, against a level 6 warrior, even if he dodged the first attack, his injured state would make evading a second strike nearly impossible. But to his astonishment, the level 6 warrior before him suddenly clutched his head and collapsed backwards in agony. The young man had no time to investigate why his enemy had inexplicably fallen. 6 more treacherous enemies remained nearby. Having committed to their betrayal, the 5 mercenaries and the turncoat bodyguard immediately rushed toward the young man. However, as long as he wasn't killed instantly or restrained, these mercenaries couldn't harm the young man further. Despite his lower cultivation, he possessed cutting-edge thermal weapons, swiftly drawing his handheld gun and opening fire. Unless one was a level 7 warrior, dodging thermal weapon attacks was virtually impossible. These were merely level 5 warriors, and the distance was too great for them to immediately restrain the young man. The young man's marksmanship was impeccable. The 6 traitorous mercenaries and bodyguards were quickly dispatched, facing 6 people rushing to kill him. The young man remained coolly composed, methodically shooting each one dead. One had already closed to within arm's reach. Yet without even blinking, the young man shot him between the eyes. After killing all 6, the young man didn't spare the level 6 warrior collapsed on the ground, firing a shot through his heart. Then, gun in hand, the young man looked toward Alicia Romani's position and said gravely, "Thank you for your assistance, but I'm uncertain whether you're friend or foe. I hope you'll reveal yourself to me." Though the young man hadn't aimed his gun at her location, every fiber of his being radiated vigilance. After a moment's silence, Alicia Romani replied, "I had intended to seek your help, Senior, when I witnessed this scene." Chapter 389, Side Story 8. Alicia Romani noticed that although the young man's gun wasn't pointed directly at her, his stance was defensive, poised to shoot her at the slightest suspicious movement. Judging by how he had just killed, this young man was certainly not someone to be trifled with. None of Alicia Romani's peers possessed such ruthlessness. Though she believed the young man's actions were justified, facing him alone made her uncertain how to proceed. After a moment's hesitation, Alicia Romani decided to speak while emerging. "I'm not trying to hide from you. I originally intended to seek your help, Senior, but when I noticed something suspicious about your bodyguards, I decided to follow you discreetly instead." As Alicia Romani stepped out from her hiding place, she clearly saw the young man's eyes widen with astonishment. Alicia Romani suspected he had been expecting reinforcements, and finding only a girl even younger than himself had naturally surprised him. "Thank you for your assistance. May I ask who you are?" The young man's expression softened considerably. Though his words expressed gratitude, Alicia Romani noticed his eyes still held vigilance, and his gun remained ready to fire. Alicia Romani understood that a girl suddenly appearing to save him in such a place would naturally arouse suspicion, especially for this young man who had just survived an assassination attempt. He certainly wouldn't trust strangers easily. However, Alicia Romani didn't need his trust, only his confirmation that she harbored no killing intent. Rather than fabricating excuses, she decided to be direct. "Senior, my name is Alicia Romani. I'm a new student in the mesh manufacturing department, 961st cohort of the 1st Military Academy of Xuangu, from the Amber Star. A month before the term started, I boarded civilian spacecraft XXXXX from the Amber Star, planning to reach XXXX Star before transferring to the Imperial Capital Star. However, our ship was hijacked en route. Everyone aboard was killed. I was fortunate to survive, feigning death among the corpses before escaping. It's taken me 2 to 3 months to reach here. Senior, considering I've helped you, I hope you'll help me contact my guardian." Alicia Romani explained everything clearly. The young man's identity saved her considerable trouble. The young man hadn't expected this girl to have such an extraordinary experience. Regarding the missing spacecraft she mentioned, he actually knew considerable inside information. It had indeed happened 2 or 3 months ago. "How did you know I'm your senior? Do you recognize me?" the young man asked, raising an eyebrow. "I don't recognize you. I deduce it from your clothes. Your combat uniform is from the 1st Military Academy of Xuangu, so I assumed you're my senior. I initially planned to approach you directly for help, but when I noticed something amiss with your bodyguards, I decided to follow you secretly," Alicia Romani explained. "My quantum computer was destroyed. If you could just help me contact my guardian, that's all I'm asking," Alicia Romani added anxiously, seeing the young man standing there with an unchanged expression, neither agreeing nor refusing. "We can't transmit signals in the barren forest," the young man said slowly. "So this really is the barren forest?" Alicia Romani instinctively surveyed her surroundings. Throughout her journey, based on her memory fragments, Alicia Romani had suspected she might be in the barren forest, but hadn't been certain. Though she had her suspicions, confirming her location still surprised her. "I recall our spacecraft was over 2 days' flight from here when it disappeared. How could such a large vessel vanish and be brought here without anyone noticing? Perhaps the young Kai people had cultivated human puppets to cover their tracks." "Your spacecraft has already been found," just near its flight path. Only the people aboard were missing, the young man said. Alicia Romani recalled the familiar-looking corpses she had observed with her mental power in that cave, feeling deeply saddened. I saw several people I had spoken with. They're all dead. She spoke without reservation, knowing she would inevitably face questioning upon her return. The young man noticed her sorrow and was about to speak when Alicia Romani's expression suddenly changed. We need to leave this place immediately. The young man didn't question her sudden alertness and change of expression. With so many deaths here, the blood scent would undoubtedly attract beasts. Had he not been uncertain about this girl's intentions, he would have left already, having determined that this girl at least harbored no killing intent toward him. The young man took out a spray and applied it to his wound. The level 6 warrior bodyguard had been significantly stronger than him and constantly at his side. Without this girl's warning giving him a chance to prepare, he might not have dodged that throat-slitting attack. Moreover, in that situation, if this girl hadn't incapacitated the bodyguard, even if he had evaded the first strike, he might not have escaped the second. Thank you for saving me, the young man said sincerely. Regardless of anything else, this girl had genuinely saved his life. No need for thanks. I originally wanted your help anyway. Once you help me contact my guardian, we'll be even, Alicia Romani said dismissively. Let's hurry. The young man led the way out of the forest. Alicia Romani initially followed behind him but suddenly remembered something, turning back toward the corpses and efficiently stripping them of their spatial devices and weapons. The young man watched her actions, his face growing numb. I've survived in this forest by relying on these things. Otherwise, I would have starved long ago. They'd be wasted if left here, so I might as well put them to use, Alicia Romani justified confidently. The young man said nothing more. What could he say? However, Alicia Romani's delay had allowed beasts to surround them, perhaps due to the numerous corpses nearby. After several beasts were killed, the rest didn't persistently pursue the two of them. Though they were in the outskirts of the barren forest, it still took them a full 6 hours to escape, as the trees began to thin, indicating they would soon exit the barren forest. Alicia Romani watched the young man deftly shut down all functions on his quantum computer, even removing the energy module. What are you doing? Alicia Romani asked, perplexed. Since someone is intent on harming me, keeping this quantum computer active would only allow enemies to pinpoint my location, the young man said calmly. But how will we contact the outside world? Alicia Romani asked anxiously. She had been counting on his quantum computer to help her contact Uncle Lin. How would they communicate now? The young man glanced at Alicia Romani, who didn't understand why he was looking at her as if she were foolish. Why are you looking at me like that? This is the Barren Star. I know that. You mentioned it earlier. Chapter 390, Side Story 9. The Barren Star is quite different from the Amber Star. This is an adventurer's paradise, so as long as you have credit coins, you can buy anything, the young man explained. Though her memory fragments contained no information about this, Alicia Romani roughly understood his meaning. But my quantum computer is gone, and I have no credit coins. However, I've hunted many beasts in the forest. Could I exchange those for credit coins here on the Barren Star? Alicia Romani asked. The young man said nothing but handed Alicia Romani a black card, an anonymous credit card with 3,000 credit coins. Holding the credit card, Alicia Romani immediately felt a surge of hope. The young man was clearly wealthy, and the amount wasn't substantial. Desperately needing money, she didn't hesitate to accept it. Thank you. I'll repay you later. You saved my life. Once I'm out of danger, there will be a substantial reward, the young man said. Alicia Romani wanted to decline, but judging by this young man's demeanor, he was likely from a prestigious family. Such people typically disliked owing debts of gratitude, preferring to settle accounts with money. So after consideration, Alicia Romani said nothing, planning to consult Lin Chengfeng when he came to collect her. By the time they exited the barren forest, night had fallen completely. With the young man beside her, Alicia Romani obviously couldn't retreat into her jade pendant space. Unexpectedly, the young man produced a hovercar from his spatial device. Having been raised not to speak with strangers or be alone with males, Alicia Romani felt uneasy about sharing the hovercar with him. However, given her current predicament, if she didn't accompany this young man, a lone girl might encounter far worse situations. The young man seemed to notice her hesitation and said calmly, "Your cultivation is higher than mine." Alicia Romani wasn't so naive as to believe that as an early-stage level 5 warrior, she could definitely defeat a late-stage level 4 young man. However, her mental power master cultivation was her greatest strength, and in this aspect, she was confident she far surpassed him. Most importantly, Alicia Romani sensed that although the young man remained cautious around her, he harbored no malicious intent. Under these circumstances, Alicia Romani had little choice but to board the hovercar. Nevertheless, knowing that appearances can be deceiving, she remained vigilant. Once aboard, Alicia Romani noticed the young man relax somewhat in her presence. He used the hovercar's communication equipment to send several messages. Alicia Romani wanted to ask why he couldn't help her, as if reading her thoughts. After sending his messages, the young man looked at Alicia Romani and said, "This is a BOF encrypted signal. Only specifically designated individuals can receive it." This was a special military encryption code, suggesting the young man likely came from a military family. The hovercar flew for an entire night. Using her mental power, Alicia Romani saw that the young man was taking her around half the forest, only entering a city after daybreak. Alicia Romani's memory fragments contained no information about this city, so she could only follow the young man closely. "We're going to buy quantum computers. Do you want one that only communicates without DNA binding, or one that can be DNA bound?" the young man asked. Alicia Romani didn't need to think. I want one that can be DNA bound. She wasn't a fugitive and had no enemies. Rebinding her DNA account would better prove her identity. The young man nodded without further comment and led her confidently to a somewhat dilapidated shop, spending 2,000 credit coins on 2 basic model quantum computers. After leaving the shop, the young man vigilantly led her through a series of turns. Alicia Romani couldn't help saying, "No one is following us." The young man glanced at her without responding but seemed to trust her words. No longer taking evasive measures, he led her out of the city and back to the hover car. "Where are we going?" Alicia Romani asked suspiciously. "The city isn't safe. We'll wait in the hover car for those coming to meet us." The young man replied. The hover car itself provided strong defensive capabilities and could fly away if necessary. Certainly safer than remaining in a city with nowhere to hide. Alicia Romani said nothing more, binding her DNA to the quantum computer and successfully logging into her account. She was relieved to find her account intact, with no signs of intrusion. During the first few days after her disappearance, Uncle Lin and Instructor Fang had sent her numerous messages, likely stopping only after her disappearance was confirmed. Alicia Romani immediately called Lin Chengfeng. Seeing the familiar face on the video, Alicia Romani called out, "Uncle Lin," her eyes welling with tears. "Manny, it really is you. How are you on the Baron Star?" Lin Chengfeng was both shocked and overjoyed. When Lin Chengfeng saw the communication signal, his first thought was that kidnappers had contacted him for ransom. Instead, it was the long-missing Alicia Romani. "I don't know either, Uncle Lin. We were abducted by the Yunkai aliens. They experimented on us with some excruciating drug. Everyone on our spacecraft died. I was dead too initially, but somehow regained consciousness and escaped from the pile of corpses." As Alicia Romani spoke, she broke down in tears. No matter how strong she appeared, she was still just a 15 or 16-year-old girl. In just a few months, her entire world had been upended. The woman she had always believed to be her mother, Dulisa, wasn't her mother at all but rather the person responsible for her relegation to an edge star. She had been betrayed and killed by a trusted sister figure, then reborn into her past life, escaped from a pile of corpses, and spent 70 to 80 days fleeing alone through a forest. The previous Alicia Romani wouldn't have depended so much on Lin Chengfeng, but now she knew he was a deeply responsible guardian. Finally seeing someone she considered family, all her suppressed emotions surged forth, and she just needed a good cry. Watching the girl on the video crying so heartbrokenly and helplessly, Lin Chengfeng felt momentarily at a loss, saying with a heavy heart, "Don't be afraid, Manny. Rest assured, I'm coming to the Baron Star right now to get you. Please stop crying. I'll be there very soon." The young man, who had been monitoring the girl's actions from the side, hadn't expected this seemingly strong girl to cry so profusely. She cried during the call with her guardian and continued crying after ending the transmission. This left him somewhat dumbfounded and uncertain how to react, though he felt she shouldn't continue crying like this. However, seeing the girl's behavior, the young man believed she had truly experienced the ordeal she described. Considering everything, he couldn't blame her for breaking down in tears. "Surviving such a calamity means your fate isn't sealed. Things will improve. Don't worry, I'll sort things out with the school and ensure you can attend the first military academy of Xuangu." The young man attempted to comfort her, unable to watch her continue crying. Chapter 391, Side Story 10. Having experienced so much, Alicia Romani naturally wasn't as fragile as a typical 15-year-old girl. She had simply been overwhelmed by emotion upon contacting Uncle Lin after multiple brushes with death. Now, having released her emotions through tears, Alicia Romani felt considerably better. Hearing the young man's earnest attempts to comfort her, she realized how excessively she had indulged her emotions and lost composure. She made an effort to regain control. "Thank you, Senior," Alicia Romani said, wiping away her tears and struggling to suppress her choked voice. Seeing that she had heeded his consolation, calmed down, and stopped crying, the young man secretly sighed with relief. "Junior, with your high cultivation level, why study mesh manufacturing? The mesh combat department would suit you better," the young man asked, changing the subject. This genuinely puzzled him. "I'm extremely fond of mesh manufacturing. I've been studying it since childhood," Alicia Romani replied, her voice slightly hoarse from crying. Alicia Romani could hardly tell this young man that in both her lives, her cultivation potential had been poor, and she had barely qualified for the mesh manufacturing department. Even she didn't understand how her cultivation had suddenly skyrocketed. Knowing people's eagerness for methods to rapidly increase cultivation, Alicia Romani readily shared her experiences but remained silent about her dramatic cultivation growth. Though she suspected her outstanding cultivation would inevitably attract attention from perceptive individuals at the first military academy of Xuangu, she had already decided whom to confide in. Nevertheless, what Alicia Romani told the young man was true. She genuinely enjoyed assembling meshs. Though Dulisa had initially pushed her to learn, habit had transformed into passion over time. The young man restrained himself from voicing his thoughts. Given the impending crisis facing the Gulemai Star region, once this girl returned to the first military academy of Xuangu, her desire to peacefully study mesh manufacturing would likely be impossible. However, the girl had just regained her composure, and he feared upsetting her again, so he held his tongue. After all, for the girl, this wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. After just a brief conversation, Instructor Fang Yaxi, seeing Alicia Romani's message, hurriedly called back. Having survived such an ordeal, teacher and student soon found themselves crying together again. In his nearly 20 years of life, the young man had never encountered a girl who cried so readily. He watched silently, thinking to himself that fortunately, this time she merely shed tears and composed herself after ending the call. Otherwise, he truly wouldn't have known how to console her. The first person to reach them at the Edge Star wasn't Lin Chengfeng but the young man's mother. Alicia Romani finally learned that this young man was Alexis Biri, son of the Biri family patriarch from the Imperial Capital Star. Alicia Romani was tempted to remark on the irony of their meeting. In Alicia Romani's previous life, the Berry family had been adversaries of Alicia Romani and the second prince. The Berry family had made several attempts to assassinate Alicia Romani and the Gus Empire's second prince before being suppressed by the joint forces of the Imperial family and the Hua family, with the 7th Army falling under Prince Hebrew Adams' control. Yet in this rebirth, she had not only altered her own premature death but also saved Alexis Berry, who should have perished. She wondered how these changes in their destinies might affect the future interstellar war. Madame Berry was a level 6 warrior dressed in a crisp military uniform. Her image resembled Lysiamba in Alicia Romani's memory, though Lysiamba's demeanor tended toward coldness, while Madame Berry's carried a touch of arrogance. However, even the most arrogant woman couldn't maintain her pride upon learning her son had narrowly escaped assassination. Upon seeing her son, she immediately reached out to embrace him, disregarding decorum. Alicia Romani noticed that although Alexis Berry seemed somewhat embarrassed, his concern for his mother prompted him to actively embrace her in reassurance. This intimate scene between mother and son stirred hope within Alicia Romani. After Dulisa's disappearance, Alicia Romani had grieved deeply at the thought of never having a mother again. Yet in reality, Dulisa wasn't her biological mother but rather one of the key figures responsible for separating her from her birth parents. When Alicia Romani learned this from her memory fragments, her emotions were complex, but eventually settled. Regardless, Dulisa had loved her for over a decade, nurturing her to the best of her ability, and ultimately sacrificing herself. That was motherhood in essence. Moreover, her exile wasn't her birth parents' fault. Particularly over these years, Lysiamba had never forgotten her daughter, enduring humiliation for her daughter's safety, something Alicia Romani acknowledged in her heart. Only after truly embracing her son did Madame Berry's intense fear of loss begin to dissipate. Heaven knew how terrified she had been yesterday morning upon accidentally discovering the plot against her son. Worse still, she had discovered it too late. Despite knowing someone intended to harm her son, she couldn't contact him or prevent him from entering the barren forest. During her urgent flight to the barren star, Madame Berry had entertained every possible scenario. Only upon receiving her son's encrypted message confirming his safety did she collapse into her seat in relief, unable to rise for quite some time. Thankfully, her son had been blessed with extraordinary luck, fortunately saved by a young girl. En route, Madame Berry had naturally investigated this girl's background thoroughly based on information provided by her son. "Thank you, Miss Manny, for saving my son," Madame Berry expressed with profound gratitude. This girl must be one of those legendarily fortunate individuals, she thought. Not only was she lucky herself, but she brought luck to others. Madame Berry found herself increasingly drawn to this girl. Despite the girl's disheveled hair, ill-fitting clothes, and slightly dazed expression, Madame Berry found her utterly charming. The more she looked, the more Madame Berry felt this girl truly embodied good fortune. Her features and bearing seemed incongruous with her supposed background as an orphaned commoner from an edge star. Of course, this was no ordinary girl. At just 16, she had reached early stage level 5 warrior and early stage level 6 mental power master cultivation. How could such a person be ordinary? Alicia Romani felt somewhat bewildered, as the Berry family matriarch in her memory fragments wasn't this woman. In her memories, Madame Berry had been extremely arrogant and discourteous, with eyes that seemed to slant upward. This Madame Berry, while possessing a certain haughty air, didn't appear arrogant. Her speech and actions revealed cultivation and refinement. "Senior Berry is my schoolmate, so there's no need for such formality, Madame," Alicia Romani said, somewhat embarrassed. Regardless, Alicia Romani was well aware of her current status as merely an orphaned commoner from an edge star. She stood ramrod straight, attempting to maintain a polite yet composed expression, not wanting Madame Berry to think she was trying to ingratiate herself for personal gain. However, Madame Berry didn't display the condescending attitude Alicia Romani had anticipated. Instead, she made every effort to offer a gentle smile and spoke to her with remarkable warmth. Chapter 392, Side Story 11. How could a 15 or 16-year-old girl possibly be a match for Madame Berry's persuasive skills? Alicia Romani had initially planned to quietly wait at the barren star for Lin Qingfeng to collect her, then find a way to reach the first military academy of Xuangu. However, after Madame Berry's gentle persuasion, Alicia Romani found herself obediently boarding the woman's spacecraft. This child is too naive. With her cultivation potential, such a trusting nature simply won't do. Madame Berry privately messaged her son. Once his mother appeared, Alexis Berry no longer feared being ambushed. He reinstalled the energy module into his quantum computer and activated it. Indeed, completely lacking vigilance, she told me everything I asked. Alexis Berry agreed with his mother. Had this girl not been connected to them, mother and son would have dismissed her as foolishly naive, clearly showing her commoner background and limited worldview, before promptly forgetting about her. Having no interest in meddling in others' affairs, the problem was that she had saved his life. They could hardly stand by and watch her be manipulated by others after arriving at the first military academy of Xuangu. Though somewhat naive, the girl possessed an excellent character. Even after learning Alexis Berry's identity, she showed no emotional fluctuation, displaying no intention of leveraging her life-saving deed for personal gain. She seemed perfectly content merely hearing Madame Berry's promise to resolve her late enrollment issues, asking for nothing more. Simple yet not greedy, such a disposition was worth nurturing. Thus, mother and son felt this life-saving benefactor deserved their protection. Alicia Romani had no idea that her straightforward answers, given because she sensed a mother and son's goodwill and saw no reason to fabricate lies, had led them to perceive her as exceptionally naive and decide to look after her. Since Alicia Romani hadn't mentioned saving anyone to Lin Qingfeng, he had commandeered military resources, piloting a military spacecraft to the barren star. At the space station, He was escorted to a spacecraft by Berry family guards. Much to his surprise, Lin Chengfeng never imagined that Alicia Romani had not only successfully escaped but had also saved the Berry family patriarch's son. After hearing the tale of his adopted daughter's heroic rescue and receiving Madame Berry's personal thanks, Lin Chengfeng could only respond with polite pleasantries. Lin Chengfeng had originally planned to personally escort Alicia Romani to the Imperial Capital Star after retrieving her. However, with this new connection, he needed only to bid his adopted daughter farewell. Madame Berry explained that she was returning to the Imperial Capital Star anyway and could conveniently transport Alexis Berry and Alicia Romani to the First Military Academy of Xuangu. For Lin Chengfeng to personally escort Alicia Romani to the Imperial Capital Star would have been problematic. Anyone investigating the matter would certainly penalize him. Lin Chengfeng's Amber Star military corps fell under the 7th Army, commanded by Abraham Berry, the Berry family patriarch. Strictly speaking, they were all roughly on the same side, with Madame Berry personally offering and promising to take good care of Alicia Romani, and with Alicia Romani's consent, Lin Chengfeng had little choice but to agree. He lacked connections at the First Military Academy of Xuangu, but the Berry family was different. At minimum, young Master Alexis Berry was a current student there. If the Berry young master were willing to protect Alicia Romani, her life at the academy would be considerably easier. Thus, Lin Chengfeng consoled his adopted daughter and briefly explained the Berry family standing in the Imperial Capital Star. Alicia Romani listened attentively. In either life, Lin Chengfeng had always been a principled man. Even knowing Alicia Romani had saved Alexis Berry, Lin Chengfeng showed no intention of using this circumstance to advance his own career. Instead, he privately advised Alicia Romani to maintain distance from the Berry family and not exploit this debt of gratitude unless facing life-threatening situations. However, Lin Chengfeng's primary focus was on preparing Alicia Romani. Given that everyone aboard her spacecraft had disappeared without a trace, yet she had returned alive, Lin Chengfeng anticipated that upon reaching the First Military Academy of Xuangu, Alicia Romani would quickly face investigation by the National Security Bureau. Lin Chengfeng instructed her to candidly share her experiences with the investigators, assuring her she needn't fear, as any actions the investigators wished to take would first require his consent as her guardian. Alicia Romani was actually quite familiar with the National Security Bureau, so she felt no apprehension. She had already considered what to disclose. Had this been the original Alicia Romani from her past life, she would likely have developed psychological trauma about spacecraft travel after such an ordeal. However, the reborn Alicia Romani felt no such anxiety. During the 5-day journey, she quietly focused on her studies, unaware that this behavior further endeared her to Madame Berry. En route, Madame Berry personally contacted Principal Christian of the First Military Academy of Xuangu, explaining Alicia Romani's situation. She quickly received Principal Christian's response. Although more than 2 months had passed since the term began, given the verifiable incident with Alicia Romani's spacecraft, her guardian's intervention, and the Berry family matriarch's personal guarantee, this constituted a force majeure situation. The First Military Academy of Xuangu wasn't so rigid as to disregard human circumstances, so Principal Christian permitted Alicia Romani to report to the school. Upon reaching the Imperial Capital Star, Alicia Romani was surprised that Madame Berry didn't immediately send her to the academy. Instead, she gifted Alicia Romani numerous outfits and had her disheveled, awkward length hair styled into a chic shortcut. Only when satisfied with Alicia Romani's refreshed appearance did she arrange for her transport to the academy. Normally, a new student arriving late due to exceptional circumstances wouldn't warrant department head Rick Amber's personal reception. However, after viewing photographs of this young girl with her extraordinary experiences, Rick Amber developed some interest and decided to meet her personally. Because Alicia Romani was entering the school through irregular channels, even with Principal Christian's special authorization certificate, she inevitably faced thorough inspection by the school security. Alicia Romani didn't mind this procedure. The First Military Academy of Xuangu maintained such stringent measures precisely to ensure internal security, preventing infiltration by puppet people. However, Alicia Romani suspected these security officers, accustomed to dealing with relatively straightforward military students, had lost the ability to conceal their reactions. Everyone who examined her couldn't hide their astonishment upon discovering she was an early stage level 5 warrior. When they further detected her early stage level 6 mental power master cultivation, they were truly shocked. The security chief couldn't help asking, how could she possibly be a new student in the mesh manufacturing department? Are you certain she's not in the mesh combat department? Rick Amber, summoned to collect the student, was equally startled by her current cultivation level. Unlike others, having just reviewed this student's file, he clearly remembered what this young girl's cultivation level had been several months ago when she had been admitted to the First Military Academy of Xuangu. Chapter 393, Side Story 12. Rick Amber had initially been interested in collecting the student named Alicia Romani from the security office because of her appearance, and because he had free time. Little did he expect that this student's cultivation level would be the most surprising element. The heights such a student might reach were already clearly foreseeable. Rick Amber made an immediate decision to bring the girl back to the mesh manufacturing department, fearing that those from the mesh combat department might try to poach her, but he was too late. Chief Instructor Han Zhengbing of the mesh combat department had already caught wind of the situation and intercepted them. Rick Amber was furious, certain that the security guards had tipped them off. Everyone knew they were aligned with the mesh combat department. Alicia Romani watched in astonishment as the refined and elegant instructor Rick Amber from her memory fragments not only engaged in a heated argument with Chief Instructor Han Zhengbin but seemed ready to roll up his sleeves for a physical confrontation. The dispute between the two department heads attracted numerous instructors and officers, each supporting their own faction. Alicia Romani felt helpless. having triggered an incident the moment she entered the school, but as a student with limited rights, she could only stand quietly aside, waiting for the faculty to resolve their disagreement. With neither department willing to yield, the matter eventually reached Principal Christian, who was summoned to arbitrate. Upon seeing Alicia Romani, the principal was also startled by her cultivation level, his gaze fixed intently upon her. "You're well aware that the Crown Prince has issued a directive. A student with this level of aptitude must enter the Mesh Combat Department," Principal Christian told Rick Amber. Rick Amber felt frustrated, but she applied to our Mesh Manufacturing Department. Consequently, just like the Alicia Romani in her memory fragments, Alicia Romani found herself simultaneously studying in both the Mesh Combat Department and the Mesh Manufacturing Department. With Mesh Combat as her major, she had to follow Chief Instructor Hans Engman. Alicia Romani nearly laughed at Rick Amber's thoroughly disgruntled expression. Principal Christian spoke kindly to Alicia Romani, offering words of encouragement centered on the idea that with diligent cultivation, she had a promising future ahead. Alicia Romani studied the principal, thinking he spoke this way because he assumed she, a girl from an edge star, was unaware of the Yunkai people's impending invasion of the Gulamai Star region in a few years. However, with both the principal and department head present, Alicia Romani seized the opportunity to propose skipping grades. She didn't want to spend 4 years progressing through the standard curriculum, which would waste time and inevitably slow her cultivation advancement. For such an exceptional student as Alicia Romani, Principal Christian and Chief Instructor Hans Engman were extremely courteous and attentive. Rather than immediately rejecting Alicia Romani's request, they seriously inquired whether she was certain. Receiving another affirmative answer, Alicia Romani explained that she had already self-studied the cultural courses of higher education. Due to economic considerations, she hoped to advance grades if possible, allowing her to graduate earlier. Principal Christian and Chief Instructor Hans Engman were momentarily taken aback by her reasoning, suddenly recalling this new student's background. Regardless of their private thoughts, since she expressed such confidence, they had no objection to testing her abilities. Having already integrated and assimilated the academic knowledge from her memory fragments, Alicia Romani performed excellently even on the 4th-year standard cultural knowledge examination. However, these were merely subjects with content downloadable from the Skynet. Regarding knowledge exclusive to the 1st Military Academy of Xuangu, Alicia Romani deliberately displayed ignorance. Otherwise, how could she explain knowing such information? Not only was her cultivation high, but her intelligence was exceptional as well. Principal Christian and Chief Instructor Hans Engman were even more satisfied. After discussing the situation with the school's senior leadership, they decided to place Alicia Romani in the 4th-year elite class. Given Alicia Romani's cultivation level, the school's standard training would be of little benefit to her. Truly a waste of time. Chief Instructor Hans Engman would need to create a tailored cultivation plan based on her circumstances. Thus, during this year, as long as Alicia Romani's overall knowledge level was raised sufficiently to pass the graduation examination, she could graduate. Having achieved her goal, Alicia Romani happily entered her dormitory. Her building was the same one where Alicia Romani had resided, though naturally not the same room, but still a single. "Due to your special experience, the National Security Bureau will soon send someone to question you. Just tell the truth," Principal Christian privately told Alicia Romani. "Because Madame Berry has volunteered as your guarantor, you needn't go to the National Security Bureau. Simply wait in your dormitory for their representatives to find you." According to Lin Chingfeng's explanation, upon arriving at the school, she would likely be isolated until the National Security Bureau completed their investigation and confirmed she posed no threat, only then regaining her freedom. Alicia Romani had been surprised that Principal Christian and Chief Instructor Hans Engman hadn't mentioned this at all, not realizing it was because Madame Berry had stepped forward as her guarantor. It's worth noting that during this period, if Alicia Romani truly had malicious intent and committed harmful acts, Madame Berry, as her guarantor, would bear half the responsibility. Thus, Alicia Romani deeply appreciated Madame Berry's trust in her. Alicia Romani entered her dormitory and had just finished arranging it when she considered purchasing a Battle Realm holographic game pod. Her original game pod from this life had disappeared during the alien abduction. Before coming to school, Madame Berry had wanted to give her a sum of credit coins as a reward, but Alicia Romani naturally refused, with one insisting on giving and the other refusing to accept. Alexis Berry intervened, suggesting that Alicia Romani let him handle the beasts she had hunted in the forest, promising a fair price. Only then did Alicia Romani relent. As a result, Alicia Romani received an income of 500,000 credit coins, enough to purchase a brand new Battle Realm game pod. Based on her memory fragments, even without the triple gold equipment that Alicia Romani had possessed, she was confident she could earn considerable credit coins in the Battle Realm. Alicia Romani was unaware that upon her arrival at the school, to ensure she hadn't been replaced by some faction, she had undergone special verification at the security office, which she had mistaken for routine checks. Less than a minute after Alicia Romani completed these checks, her DNA sequence was delivered to Colonel Hua Chi of the National Security Bureau, who was astonished upon viewing it. If anyone else in the National Security Bureau had seen Alicia Romani's DNA sequence, they wouldn't have noticed anything unusual, but Hua Chi knew. He immediately recognized this as his family's distinctive DNA sequence. DNA sequences were the most reliable, unfalsifiable proof. This indicated that the girl was a member of the Hua family. Had this girl been an ordinary person, Hua Chi wouldn't have been so concerned. He would have simply asked the Hua family's old butler to investigate her background. But according to the data, this girl was a super genius, even more exceptional than their family's most outstanding member, Hua Duli. Hua Chi immediately reported this matter to the family patriarch. Chapter 394, Side Story 13. Upon receiving the message from his son, The Hua family patriarch was equally astonished. An urgent investigation revealed that this girl was actually the biological daughter of the Hua family's second master, Hua Du, and Lisayamba. When the Hua family patriarch received these results, he initially suspected an error in the investigation. Further inquiry revealed that while Hua Du was indeed Hua Du's son, he was not Lisayamba's child. What on earth happened? Has my second brother gone mad to create such a situation? No wonder my second sister-in-law has been so cold towards Li for all these years. The Hua family patriarch felt a splitting headache. With limited time, the Hua family patriarch couldn't uncover the full story behind this affair. However, one fact was confirmed. At Lisayamba's childbirth, her daughter had been swapped with another child and taken to an edge star. For over a decade, these parents, Hua Du and Lisayamba, had shown no reaction, never appearing to search for anyone. The family patriarch couldn't determine whether they were aware of this situation. Upon learning this, Hua Chi found it utterly incredible that such an absurd event could occur. If second uncle didn't know, surely second aunt would know whether she gave birth to a boy or a girl. Moreover, the gender could have been determined during pregnancy. Regardless of the truth, this girl was his direct cousin, which changed Hua Chi's perspective significantly. Though the National Security Bureau needed to thoroughly investigate his cousin's extraordinary circumstances to eliminate any potential threats to the empire, she was still family and deserved careful handling. If his sister hadn't been tampered with by aliens, he wanted to help her return to normal life as quickly as possible. Hua Chi sent a quantum message to the Crown Prince. Since Alicia Romani was not only his direct cousin but also Crown Prince Xia Hyadam's direct cousin, he naturally had to inform him of this matter. Xia Hyadam was equally surprised. After discussion, the cousins decided to alter their original plan. Hua Chi had initially intended to send his trusted subordinate to meet Alicia Romani, but now he would personally handle the matter. He had expected to encounter an anxious young girl. After all, without knowing their relationship, a commoner girl from an edge star would naturally feel uneasy meeting such an important figure. To his surprise, he found a calm, composed young woman. The way she regarded him made Hua Chi instantly realize that this girl actually knew her true identity. "You know your real identity?" Hua Chi asked directly. Alicia Romani nodded. "Mother, when going to the barren forest to obtain medicine for me, perhaps had a premonition and left information about this matter for me." Alicia Romani wasn't fabricating this. Before going to the barren star, Dulisa had indeed left information in her Skynet account, and Alicia Romani knew the password. In that life, Alicia Romani had later remembered this and accessed the account. However, that Alicia Romani felt she wasn't the original owner and merely viewed the information without touching the assets Dulisa had left. Learning that his young cousin knew his identity, Hua Chi's demeanor softened. "Could you clearly tell me what happened after your disappearance?" Alicia Romani's memory fragments contained much about Hua Chi. Knowing this cousin's character, she told him everything that had happened after her abduction, excluding only her rebirth and the jade pendant space. She even mentioned being injected with a special drug by the young Kai people and feigning death. In Hua Chi's presence, Alicia Romani used her quantum computer's imaging function to recreate and transmit to him the young Kai people's appearance, the cave, and its surroundings as she had seen them on the Skynet. Naturally, she interwove some information about the young Kai people that she wanted to convey to the Crown Prince. "You need a thorough examination. We don't know what effects these drugs might have on your body. Such a dramatic increase in cultivation due to drugs isn't necessarily beneficial. If you feel unwell in any way, you must say so," Hua Chi said gravely. After hearing his cousin's experiences, Hua Chi had one profound impression. This child was incredibly lucky to be alive. Alicia Romani herself feared the alien's injections might have damaged her body, so she cooperated fully when Hua Chi took blood samples. Afterwards, Hua Chi asked Alicia Romani if she knew what kind of fruit that she had eaten after escaping the cave, and whether she still had any. Alicia Romani naturally gave Hua Chi some of the fruit, including 2 saplings. Yes, saplings of that fruit tree. After eating the fruits in the jade pendant space, Alicia Romani had buried the seeds in the soil and watered them daily. Surprisingly, a month later, the seeds had sprouted. Currently, Alicia Romani's jade pendant space contained over 20 small saplings. The 2 she gave Hua Chi were the first to sprout and the tallest. Of course, Alicia Romani wouldn't tell Hua Chi these were grown in her jade pendant space. She claimed to have found tender shoots near the fruit tree and dug them up before leaving the forest. She mentioned encountering another such fruit tree in the forest, besides the one near the young Kai people's base. However, since she couldn't accurately locate it in the forest, Hua Chi and his team couldn't specifically investigate the truth of this claim. Alicia Romani clearly remembered that in Alicia Romani's life, Crown Prince Xia Hyadam had been a reincarnator who had obtained Hua Dali and Meanwell's opportunities in advance, enabling Dr. Xia to produce numerous elixirs that enhanced the cultivation of the Gus Empire's elite. Even then, the quantity had been limited, allowing only a small supply for the Gus Empire's elite personnel. In this life, the Crown Prince wasn't a reincarnator, so that opportunity had likely been wasted by Hua Dali and Meanwell. Alicia Romani believed that with the Crown Prince's capabilities, once he understood the fruit's effects, he would maximize its potential to create elixirs similar to those in Alicia Romani's life. With such a large fruit tree in the barren forest, the Crown Prince would certainly acquire it. Hua Chi believed that with sufficient elixirs in the Crown Prince's possession, the Gus Empire's military would undoubtedly transform in this lifetime. Alicia Romani sensed that her rebirth was gradually altering the original destiny trajectory from the novel. Upon returning to the National Security Bureau, Hua Chi immediately had the blood tested, confirming his cousin had no health issues, which greatly relieved him. From every perspective, Hua Chi's experience told him his young cousin posed no threat. Regarding the sudden surge in your cultivation, don't mention it to others. We'll provide you with a reasonable, publicly acceptable explanation later, Hua Chi told Alicia Alicia Romani, Huachi had already formulated a plan. The fact that the young Kai people had injected his cousin with drugs must remain confidential. Conveniently, these fruits could perfectly explain why Alicia Romani had achieved such high cultivation in such a short time. Carrying the fruits and saplings, Huachi went to meet Crown Prince Xiahaya Dam. Chapter 395, Side Story 14. Though Lisayamba was nearly estranged from the Hua family, she was still Huadiu's wife. When the Hua family patriarch urgently summoned her back to the Hua manor, she took leave and returned. As Lisayamba rarely took holidays, she had accumulated considerable leave. Given her position, requesting time off was relatively easy. Upon entering the Hua manor, Lisayamba was immediately notified to attend an important meeting in the family council hall. She promptly headed there. Outside the hall, Lisayamba encountered Huadiu. Having been stationed with the military for 6 months without returning to the manor, she hadn't seen him in that time. Though their relationship was cold, they weren't on non-speaking terms. When they met, they could still converse civilly. Thus, Lisayamba asked Huadiu what urgent matter had prompted the patriarch to summon her. However, Huadiu appeared equally bewildered. Not only did he not know the reason, he wasn't even aware that Lisayamba had been called back. Seeing his genuine ignorance, Lisayamba pressed no further. For over a decade, beyond fulfilling her basic familial obligations, she had rarely concerned herself with Hua family affairs. Even if something significant had occurred, she wouldn't be particularly anxious. Huadiu and Lisayamba entered the council hall one after the other, finding not only the family elders present but also most of the direct lineage members. The way everyone looked at the couple suggested something momentous had occurred, directly involving them. "Brother, what's happened?" Huadiu asked cautiously, mentally reviewing his recent conduct for any missteps. The patriarch, his expression grim, transmitted a file to both Huadiu and Lisayamba, grumbling, "Take a look. Is this how parents should behave?" Utterly incompetent. Upon viewing the file, Lisayamba's hands began trembling, her vision blurring. Disregarding decorum, she grasped the patriarch's sleeve, asking frantically, "Elder brother, is she truly alive? Where is she? Where is she now?" The patriarch was somewhat surprised. Judging by his sister-in-law's reaction, she knew of this girl's existence but had believed her deceased. Huadiu's expression was complex. He quickly steadied his distraught wife. "Calm down. If elder brother has provided this information, it means he knows our daughter's whereabouts. Of course you're not anxious. You have your illegitimate son. You probably don't want our daughter to return, lest it expose your bastard's true identity." Lisayamba could no longer contain herself. Huadiu felt deeply wronged. Previously, he had harbored resentment, but now, based on both the information and his wife's attitude, the situation seemed vastly different from what he had believed. He asked directly, "Wasn't this all orchestrated by your Amber family? You had an affair and an illegitimate child, and you're saying I orchestrated this?" Lisayamba found it inconceivable. "I didn't. I never have. I've never betrayed you," Huadiu stated solemnly, repeating it thrice. As a level 6 mental power master, Lisayamba could discern whether he spoke truthfully. "Then how do you explain Huadiu's existence?" Lisayamba demanded, her face paling as she realized things might not be as she had long believed. Lisayamba's question confirmed for Huadiu that their marital problems over the past decade might have resulted from someone's machinations. He collected himself before slowly explaining, "When you unexpectedly went into premature labor, your parents only notified me after you had given birth. When I arrived, I saw Huadiu. At that time, I didn't know you had delivered a daughter. Later, I overheard one of your mother's attendants secretly telling me that you had actually given birth to a girl, but for certain benefits, you wanted a boy. So during your pregnancy, you had specifically arranged for a male test tube baby to replace the girl who had been disposed of." Before Huadiu could finish, Lisayamba turned deathly pale, nearly fainting from the shock. Huadiu had never seen his wife so vulnerable. He immediately moved to support her. Though Lisayamba tried to push him away, the shock had sapped her strength. "So it wasn't you and Gino Amber having an affair, with the Amber family's direct line removing my daughter to secure Huadiu's position?" Lisayamba asked weakly. "No, I had already rejected the arranged marriage with Gino Amber back then. How could I possibly have an affair with her? I'm not insane," Huadiu said gravely. "Such a significant event occurred, and you're telling me you didn't even investigate?" The family patriarch stared at his cousin in disbelief. "I did investigate, but the results only confirmed what I had believed all along," Huadiu admitted shamefully. "How could you be so utterly stupid?" the family patriarch exclaimed in frustration. Realizing his relative's unexpected foolishness, Huadiu ignored his cousin's curses, focusing on Lisayamba, who grew increasingly pale and began trembling in his arms. Knowing he had misunderstood his wife all along, Huadiu felt deeply pained seeing her in this state. If he, as her husband, wasn't at fault, then those who had plotted against Lisai must have been her own parents. Being betrayed by those closest to her, how could Lisai not be devastated? The family patriarch, after berating his cousin, noticed Lisayamba's extreme distress and quickly fell silent. His intelligence quickly grasped why Lisayamba was suffering so. Though the mastermind behind this affair remained unknown, the incident had undeniably occurred in Lisayamba's parents' home. The child swap had been executed by her parents, who had never disclosed any information about the girl to Lisayamba over the years. When Huadiu had investigated afterwards, Lisayamba's parents' staff had fed him false information, so regardless of who the ultimate puppet master was, it was now certain that Lisayamba's biological parents had betrayed her for some reason. The family patriarch considered this, then sent the couple information about Alicia Romani's current situation, thinking knowledge of their daughter's well-being might comfort Lisayamba. Unexpectedly, upon reading about Alicia Romani, Lisayamba broke down in tears. The family patriarch was perplexed until he noticed Huadiu's eyes had also reddened. This child has suffered greatly. The family members listening remained silent, but their expressions were grave from the couple's words. Everyone sensed the deep-rooted conspiracy. Now that they knew, They would undoubtedly investigate thoroughly with the Hua family's influence, Huaqi's resources, and Crown Prince Xia Hyadam granting additional authority upon learning of the situation. The entire affair was unraveled within a day. Chapter 396, Side Story 15. Setting aside how furious the Hua family became upon learning the truth, and how Huaryu was berated yet again by the Hua family patriarch for his stupidity in this matter, the following day, this report was placed before King Adam by Prince Xia Hyadam. After reading it, King Adam massaged his temples wearily and heaved a long sigh. Eventually, the king couldn't help remarking to his eldest son, "So this woman has been mad for over a decade. I truly cannot fathom what she was thinking, expending such effort on this scheme. What benefit did it bring her? No benefit whatsoever, but it pleased her. She successfully turned second uncle and aunt into a resentful couple. Wasn't that simply for her own amusement?" Prince Xia Hyadam said coolly, though his eldest son's expression remained composed. King Adam detected his son's contempt for his poor choice of wife and felt somewhat embarrassed. Although this wasn't truly his fault, Queen Amber was his wife. If not his fault directly, it became his by association. He felt bitter inside. Initially, he had believed Queen Amber, as the eldest daughter of a prestigious family, would be dignified and magnanimous, somewhat like Queen Hua. Who could have known that after marrying her, he would discover she merely resembled Queen Hua in bearing, with no other similarities. But what could he say? Nothing at all. Who could blame him for his poor judgment? Look at how exceptional our young cousin's cultivation potential is. Had she been trained from childhood, her achievements would likely be remarkable by now. In 8 years, she could certainly become a level 9 mental power master, Prince Xia Hyadam said, sensing his father's discomfort and changing the subject. Regarding Queen Amber's various machinations, Xia Hyadam truly didn't blame his father. Unlike others who became stepfathers upon remarrying, his father's nurturing and care had remained constant. He was quite satisfied with that. King Adam couldn't possibly be unaware of a level 9 mental power master's profound impact on the future interstellar war. The king sighed deeply. Fortunately, we've discovered this relatively early. I'll entrust this matter to you. Employ whatever methods and resources necessary to cultivate this girl. No matter how capable one person might be, they cannot be a savior alone. Father, I intend to cultivate a group of individuals with all possible effort, Xia Hyadam replied, then showed King Adam his plan. Excellent. You'll have full authority over this matter. King Adam signed the document, then added, your young cousin has rendered a significant service. You must reward her appropriately. Reviewing the analysis report on those fruits, King Adam marveled at the world's endless wonders that such extraordinary fruit could exist, not only enhancing cultivation potential but also accelerating cultivation speed. Had this girl not mistakenly eaten these fruits while escaping, who would have imagined their special properties? Moreover, she had been clever enough not only to preserve some fruit but also to dig up saplings from the forest, planning for the future. With these resources, within 5 or 6 years, they could cultivate a large contingent of high-level mesh combat masters. Indeed. However, now we must carefully plan how to deal with the aliens in the barren forest, Xia Hyadam said. Father and son closed the secure room door, discussing matters for over 2 hours before emerging. On the third day after meeting Huachi, Alicia Romani met Huaryu and Lisayamba. Manny, I am your mother, Lisayamba said, her heart a tumultuous mix of excitement, worry, and remorse. Only after the Hua family had thoroughly investigated everything did Lisayamba realize the magnitude of her error. Had she not been so trusting of her family and so mistrusting of her husband, their daughter wouldn't have spent over a decade in exile, nor would she have endured that harrowing experience months ago, suffering so greatly. Alicia Romani wasn't unfamiliar with Lisayamba, as her memory fragments contained numerous recollections of her. Despite any shortcomings, they couldn't obscure the fact that she was a mother who genuinely loved her child. Huaryu also spoke emotionally. I am your father. Back then, we were terribly negligent, not even realizing you had been swapped. Later, we believed others' claims that you had been harmed. So, in short, the couple had committed numerous mistakes, having been repeatedly scolded by his cousin over the past 2 days. Huaryu felt increasingly contemptible the more he reflected. Alicia Romani's impression of Huaryu was considerably worse than of Lisayamba, for one simple reason. Huaryu was indeed Huaryu's son. Regardless of whom this scheme had targeted, Huaryu remained the primary beneficiary. He gained a genius son and later a genius daughter. Lisayamba had suffered the most profound harm. Before learning the truth, her husband had wounded her. After discovering the truth, she realized her parents had betrayed her. Throughout this affair, she had been separated from her daughter for over a decade, years during which Lisayamba had experienced little joy. Seeing Lisayamba's expression, Alicia Romani felt a pang of heartache. This was her biological mother, a mother who cherished and loved her. Alicia Romani couldn't bear to see her sorrowful gaze. Unable to articulate comforting words, she silently embraced her, softly calling, Mother. Surprised that her daughter would accept her without reservation, Lisayamba returned the embrace with mingled joy and astonishment, tears silently streaming down her face. Fearing she might frighten her daughter, she quickly suppressed them. Alicia Romani's response far exceeded Huaryu's expectations. Witnessing the embracing mother and daughter, he too moved forward emotionally to embrace them both. Alicia Romani's feelings toward Huaryu were far less warm than toward Lisayamba, though she harbored no significant resentment. Somewhat shyly, she called out an awkward, Father. Alicia Romani's straightforward acceptance, combined with seeing their daughter's excellent circumstances, finally restored Lisayamba's composure. Manny, I've spoken with your principal. You'll have a 3-day holiday in a month. At that time, Your father and I will host a grand banquet to introduce you to everyone, Lysander said. No, mother. I don't wish to appear before the public yet. I hope to cultivate quietly until I become a high-level warrior. Alicia Romani refused without hesitation. Lysander's face immediately paled. Alicia Romani immediately recognized her mother's misinterpretation. Though the mother and daughter had just reunited, with Alicia Romani understanding her mother well but her mother not yet familiar with her daughter's temperament, Alicia Romani explained her reasoning. In that world, Alicia Romani had also initially intended to maintain a low profile after her rebirth through possession. Unfortunately, her outstanding performance in the first military academy of Xuangu's assessment competition had attracted widespread attention. After entering the academy, the prominence of her classmate Prince Ibrahim and the elite class made it impossible to remain inconspicuous. This high profile had resulted in assassination bounties and several actual attempts, creating widespread anxiety. Ultimately, their excessive prominence may have disrupted the Yunkai people's plans, causing them to arrive in the Gulamai Star region 2 months earlier than the Crown Prince had anticipated based on the previous timeline. Chapter 397, Side Story 16. Mother, given my age and cultivation level, and I don't mean to boast, I would likely attract considerable attention. Appearing publicly at a banquet you host could draw unwanted notice. I'd prefer not to attract too much attention at this stage, Alicia Romani explained. It's precisely because you're so exceptional that we need to let others know you're not a commoner, but an elite member of the Hua family. This will deter others from trying to take advantage of you. Huadu said, appreciating his daughter's directness and responding in kind. As a student at the first military academy of Xuangu, anyone plotting against me would likely be no ordinary person. But if someone did try to scheme against me, surely you could suppress them? I'm not opposed to you acknowledging my identity to others. You should know that I've been abducted before. It's not humans I fear. I just want to avoid too much attention until I become stronger, Alicia Romani clarified. Hearing her daughter's firm refusal to publicize her identity, Lysander initially thought she was reluctant to return to the Hua family, but when Alicia Romani mentioned her abduction, Lysander immediately understood. That incident had left deep psychological scars. Her daughter feared that too high a profile might attract the Yunkai people's attention, leading to another abduction. After learning Alicia Romani's identity, Lysander and Huadia had meticulously reviewed all information about her, so they were well aware of her abduction months ago. According to Alicia Romani's own account, her experience had indeed been dangerous and terrifying. Had she not been incredibly lucky, they might never have seen her again. Realizing the profound trauma this event had left on their daughter, Lysander felt her heart twist in anguish. Seeing Lysander's expression, Alicia Romani knew she was distressed about the abduction. Mother, it's not that I'm overly frightened by that incident. I just feel my cultivation is still too low to stand a chance against aliens. So I want to focus entirely on cultivation. After all, you know we don't have much time, Alicia Romani reassured Lysander. Though Lysander desperately wanted others to know that Alicia Romani wasn't a commoner but an outstanding legitimate member of the Hua family. After experiencing loss and recovery, nothing was more important to her than her daughter's well-being. Lysander and Huadu exchanged glances, reaching a rare moment of mutual understanding. This psychological trauma was severe and needed to be addressed gradually. They absolutely couldn't risk further upsetting their daughter, so they decided to take a slower approach to Alicia Romani's reintegration into the family. From her words, Huadu and Lysander understood that Alicia Romani didn't object to returning to the Hua family or to others knowing her identity. She also seemed to genuinely accept them as her parents. Thus, they felt less urgent, planning to nurture their relationship gradually. This inevitably led to the topic of Huadu, an unavoidable subject. Huadu cautiously broached the idea of publicly announcing that Huadu and Alicia Romani were twins. Alicia Romani remained silent for a while before saying she found this difficult to accept and needed time to consider it carefully. In truth, Alicia Romani wanted to privately ask Lysander's opinion. In Alicia Romani's previous life, because Alicia Romani and Huadu had been classmates and comrades with a harmonious relationship, Lysander had genuinely accepted Huadu, but she wasn't that Alicia Romani. She hadn't even met Huadu yet. She didn't know if she could accept him, nor did she know Lysander's true feelings. She didn't want her mother to force herself. Alicia Romani knew that being twins with Huadu was primarily difficult for Lysander and their mother-daughter relationship. For Huadu, it was the perfect solution. From Huadu's perspective, Huadu was a test tube baby. Neither Huadu nor Huadu's biological mother had any romantic involvement, and even Huadu's biological mother was unaware of his birth. Moreover, Huadu's biological mother, Gina Amber, had passed away over a decade ago. So in this matter, both Huadu and Gina Amber were innocent parties. Alicia Romani understood that Huadu had been raised by Huadu for over a decade. With Lysander's neglect, Huadu had essentially been both father and mother to Huadu. Consequently, in terms of emotional bonds, Alicia Romani, a daughter reclaimed halfway through life, might have a more legitimate claim. But in the hearts of Huadu and other Hua family members, she couldn't compare to Huadu. The Alicia Romani from that world, not being herself, lacked personal investment in these complex emotions and could accept Huadu without reservations. But Alicia Romani herself felt her heart wasn't so broad, and easily accepting this situation would only further hurt Lysander. Although Alicia Romani's exile was orchestrated by Lysander's family members who had been bought by Queen Amber, the root cause was still Huadu's romantic entanglement. Even though Huadu was unaware of this entanglement, he bore the original sin in this affair. If not for him, Alicia Romani wouldn't have been exiled, and Lysander wouldn't have suffered for so many years. In this whole situation, Alicia Romani felt Lysander had suffered the most. Betrayed by her parents, estranged from her husband, her daughter exiled and nearly killed by aliens. Though her daughter was finally found, the illegitimate son remained a thorn in her side. his status as her son an unresolved issue. The only consolation was that her husband had never truly betrayed her, giving their marriage a chance for salvation. Due to Alicia Romani's special monitoring status, Huadiu and his wife could only meet with her for an hour before having to leave. After inquiring about Lysiamber's thoughts on the matter via quantum computer, Alicia Romani discovered that this world's Lysiamber shared the same perspective as in Alicia Romani's world. She believed that strongly opposing this would likely destroy Huadali. Destroying Huadali would bring no benefit to Alicia Romani, who had just returned to the Hua family. Lysiamber wanted her daughter to return gloriously, hoping the clan would genuinely accept her. Thus, she agreed to the twin siblings' narrative. Alicia Romani asked once more, confirming this was truly Lysiamber's sincere opinion, before agreeing to the twin siblings' story. Though Alicia Romani didn't particularly like Huadali, she didn't dislike him either. After all, Huadali had proven to be a person of good character. In Alicia Romani's world, he had willingly supported Alicia Romani from behind the scenes. Alicia Romani didn't want to ruin him. Huadia had never cheated on or betrayed Lysiamber, and neither had plans for divorce. With everyone compromising a bit, the couple had a chance at a harmonious relationship. If Lysiamber refused to accept Huadali under any circumstances, their relationship would inevitably become strained. Chapter 398, Side Story 17. Though Alicia Romani didn't object to the Hua family publicly claiming she and Huadali were twins, she was unwilling to follow that Alicia Romani's example of concealing everything from Huadali, leaving him perpetually ignorant of the truth. Alicia Romani firmly insisted on revealing the inside story to Huadali. She felt this would prevent him from self-righteously acting the elder brother around her, while sparing Lysiamber from having to force maternal affection towards Huadali. After careful consideration, Alicia Romani didn't approach Huadiu but instead contacted Huachi, as their cousin and the family's heir apparent. Huachi would be more impartial, as long as Alicia Romani didn't harbor ill intentions toward the family or wish to cause trouble. Merely wanting to maintain a neutral relationship with Huadali, Huachi wouldn't raise significant objections. Alicia Romani's decision to share her true feelings with Huachi was actually intended to convey her position to other family members through him, clarifying how others should view her relationship with Huadali. Alicia Romani believed that Huachi, as their cousin, could understand and accept her feelings toward Huadali, whereas their father, Huadiu, would find it much harder to accept. Therefore, Alicia Romani chose not to discuss this directly with him, preferring to let him discover it gradually. With time, he would naturally come to accept it. Alexis Berry's assassination attempt in the barren forest wasn't without benefits. Having survived a great calamity, only advantages remained. After returning home, Alexis Berry secluded himself for just 2 days before breaking through his bottleneck and advancing to early stage level 5 warrior. He had been stuck at late stage level 4 for a full 3 years. Without this life-threatening stimulus, it's questionable whether his barren forest training expedition, under the heavy protection of mercenaries and bodyguards, would have enabled his breakthrough. Countless individuals remained stuck at this level for 6 or 7 years without advancing. These people hadn't skimped on practical experience, yet ultimately required numerous hardships before breaking through. After stabilizing his cultivation, Alexis Berry emerged from seclusion, eager to share this good news with his parents and bring them joy. Upon emerging, however, he discovered his mother embroiled in a fierce dispute with the family elders. Madame Berry, harboring intense hatred for those who attempted to kill her son, naturally refused to let them off. Yet when she sought to punish the family members who had plotted against Alexis Berry, the elders refused. The opposing faction possessed considerable strength, not far below the patriarch's branch. Taking action would severely damage the Berry family. The opposing faction likely shared this assessment, emboldening them to audaciously plot against the patriarch's son, hoping to undermine the patriarch and seize an opportunity for advancement. However, Alexis Berry's emergence from seclusion disrupted this balance. At just 17, he had reached early stage level 5 warrior, while the opposing faction's son, at 18, remained at late stage level 4. The disparity became immediately apparent. This wasn't merely a minor level difference. Alexis Berry had set a record as the youngest person to reach level 5 warrior in the Gus Empire in several centuries. At this point, apart from the Hua family, only certain high-ranking officials at the First Military Academy of Xuangu knew about Alicia Romani's cultivation level. Additionally, Alexis Berry's father, Abraham Berry, was not only the family patriarch but also controlled most of the 7th Army's military authority. Though the family elders wielded considerable influence, faced with the patriarch's faction's absolute advantage, they had no choice but to follow family rules, destroying the cultivation of those who had attempted to assassinate Alexis Berry and exiling them to an edge star. At this time, Alicia Romani remained unaware that her variable had triggered another variable, effectively eliminating the Berry patriarch's family from her memory fragments. Having vented her anger and eliminated the family's greatest potential threat, Madame Berry, overjoyed by her son's advancement, decided to host a celebratory banquet before her son's leave ended and he returned to school, ostensibly celebrating her son's successful breakthrough. The banquet's true purpose was to enhance his reputation and suppress the family elders' arrogance. The Hua family naturally knew that after escaping the barren forest, Alicia Romani had received Madame Berry's assistance, enabling her smooth arrival at the Imperial Capital Star. It was also Madame Berry's guarantee that spared Alicia Romani from being pitifully confined in the National Security Bureau for investigation, allowing her to enter the First Military Academy of Xuangu while awaiting investigation. Therefore, when Madame Berry organized this modest banquet, Huadiu and Lysiamber, who had been closely monitoring Berry family affairs recently, immediately learned of it. Though they hadn't received an invitation, the couple personally visited to offer congratulations. The cold relationship between Lysiamber and Huadiu was well known in Imperial Capital Star High Society. For over a decade, they had rarely appeared together in public. Similarly well known was the long-standing discord between the Hu and Berry families, traditional rivals. Thus, one can imagine how surprising it was for this couple to appear together at the Berry family's intimate banquet, which typically included only close friends and relatives. Even more astonishing was that this universally acknowledged estranged couple appeared to be deeply in love, triggering another wave of surprise among the guests. Many looked to Madame Berry, hoping to discern from her expression why the Huadu couple had appeared, and when Madame Berry had developed such a close relationship with the Hua family's direct line, Madame Berry was actually quite bewildered, as she herself didn't understand what was happening. But as the matriarch of a great family, she maintained her composure, greeting them warmly while resolving internally, today was her son's moment of glory. As long as this couple hadn't come to cause trouble, she would welcome them. Lysiamba cordially shook hands with Madame Berry, exchanging conventional pleasantries, yet for the notoriously cold beauty to smile so warmly at Madame Berry led everyone to assume they shared a close relationship. In reality, Madame Berry had only met Lysiamba a few times and had never even spoken with her. Thank you for helping Armani on the Baron Star. Without your assistance, the child wouldn't have known how to seek help. Lysiamba sincerely thanked Madame Berry after the formalities. Aware of their sudden appearance, Lysiamba clarified that they had come to thank Madame Berry, not to cause trouble or disrupt the atmosphere. She quickly explained their purpose to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Oh? You know Manny? Madame Berry was surprised. Wasn't this child from an Edge Star? Her guardian, Lin Qingfeng, had no connection to the Hua family. Huadiu and Lysiamba had come specifically regarding Alicia Romani's identity. With Madame Berry's question, Lysiamba revealed that Alicia Romani was her daughter. Madame Berry listened in astonishment. After processing Alicia Romani's complex background, she exclaimed with sudden understanding, I thought as much. That child's bearing seemed nothing like an Edge Star commoner, and her cultivation potential could be described as unparalleled in 1,000 years. Chapter 399, Side Story 18. Upon hearing Lysiamba explain that Alicia Romani was her and Huadiu's biological daughter, who had been taken away and abandoned on an Edge Star, only to be discovered by the National Security Bureau during their investigation after Alicia Romani's abduction, Madame Berry was astonished. The revelation was so sudden and preposterous that Madame Berry couldn't fully control her expression of shock. However, as the matriarch of a great family, she recovered quickly and immediately began praising Alicia Romani. Her instinct proved correct. Madame Berry noticed that when she complimented Alicia Romani, not only did Lysiamba beam with pleasure, but Huadiu's face also lit up with a delighted smile. Clearly, the couple deeply cherished this daughter who had spent her childhood in exile. Indeed, if they hadn't valued and adored her, the couple wouldn't have appeared here today. Alicia Romani wasn't merely phenomenally gifted in cultivation but also possessed excellent character and temperament. As her son's life-saving benefactor, Madame Berry had originally planned to recruit her into the Berry family after graduation. Little did she know that Alicia Romani was actually a legitimate member of the Hua family, rendering her plan utterly unfeasible. Given the girl's cultivation potential, she would undoubtedly receive tremendous support upon returning to the Hua family. Nevertheless, Alicia Romani's life-saving deed for her son, coupled with her subsequent gratitude towards Alicia Romani, presented an opportunity to transform relations with the Hua family. The appearance and attitude of the Huadiu couple spoke volumes. Aware that her husband had long harbored thoughts of reconciliation with the Hua family, Madame Berry shrewdly seized upon this opportunity. With both parties sharing this intention, their interactions grew increasingly warm. After the banquet, rumors of potential cooperation between the Berry and Hua families swiftly circulated throughout Imperial Capital Star's high society. Alexis Berry had been trapped in a cultivation bottleneck for months, with daily practice yielding no results. Hence, he had requested leave from school a fortnight ago to seek a breakthrough opportunity in the barren forest. Unexpectedly, he was ambushed by members of his own family, nearly losing his life. Being an internal family scandal, the Berry family had hushed up the incident. Outsiders remained unaware, assuming he had achieved his breakthrough by experiencing the essence of battle during his training expedition. At the banquet, guests showered him with excessive praise and flattery, portraying him as an unprecedented prodigy. Yet Alexis Berry maintained his composure, displaying none of the arrogance typical of successful youths. This only elevated him further in the guests' esteem. The attendees believed this young man possessed not only remarkable cultivation talent but also exceptional character, with limitless future potential. Little did they know that Alexis Berry's composure stemmed from his awareness of a girl even younger than himself, one who was not merely an early-stage level 5 warrior but also an early-stage level 6 mental power master. What pride could he take in merely advancing to early-stage level 5 warrior? Were it not for his parents, he would never have agreed to this banquet. His true priority should be redoubling his cultivation efforts. When the banquet finally concluded, Alexis Berry couldn't bear to stay another day and returned to school that very night. Early the next morning, upon entering his classroom, Alexis Berry immediately spotted a strikingly beautiful black-haired girl. He was momentarily stunned, wondering if he'd entered the wrong classroom. However, the elite class boys, catching sight of him, rushed over excitedly. Wow, boss, you've advanced. Alexis Berry had no interest in acknowledging these boisterous lads, as the black-haired girl smiled at him. Hello, senior boss, I must tell you, our elite class finally has a female student. Ah, you know each other. The boys clamored to speak. An elite class comprised entirely of boys was absolutely thrilled by the sudden arrival of a beautiful female classmate. Previously, only the 960th cohort's elite class had girls. The elite classes of the other 3 years could only look on with envy and jealousy. Now our 958th cohort has a girl too, and a stunning beauty at that. Luther Gulick laughed heartily. Alexis Berry wasn't at all surprised by Alicia Romany's placement in the Mesh Combat Department's elite class. Given this girl's extraordinary cultivation talent, the school couldn't possibly allow her to study in the mesh manufacturing department, especially with aliens poised to invade the Gulemai Star region. What astonished Alexis Berry was Alicia Romany's leap from the 961st cohort directly to the 958th cohort's elite class. The elite class demanded not only exceptional cultivation but also extensive knowledge. Alicia Romany's admission certainly meant she had passed rigorous assessments. Alexis Berry couldn't help but marvel that Alicia Romany truly lived up to her status as a legitimate Hua family member, diligent and brilliant. It was unfortunate that she had previously been schemed against and abandoned on an edge star. Otherwise, her achievements would have been even greater. From information disclosed by the second Madame Hua, after learning her identity as a legitimate Hua family member, Alicia Romany had requested that her status remain temporarily undisclosed. This strength of character, free from vanity, had been privately praised by Madame Berry to Alexis Berry on several occasions. Upon joining the class, Alexis Berry discovered that Alicia Romany genuinely sought to maintain a low profile. The elite class believed she was merely a warrior, unaware that she was actually a mental power master. Though Alexis Berry knew the truth, seeing Alicia Romany's desire to avoid attention, with even the instructors cooperating in her concealment, he naturally wouldn't divulge information that might embarrass her. However, since they shared training grounds, no matter how low-key Alicia Romany tried to be, she still attracted attention throughout the first military academy of Xuangu's Mesh Combat Department. Her early-stage Level 5 warrior cultivation was itself remarkably eye-catching. Fortunately, Alexis Berry had broken through his late-stage Level 4 barrier to become an early-stage Level 5 warrior himself. Otherwise, Alicia Romany would have stood out even more. During afternoon training sessions, Alicia Romany frequently noticed Huada Lee and Dean Archison casting complex glances her way, which she pretended not to see. Finally, on her 5th day in the Mesh Combat Department's elite class, she coincidentally encountered Dean Archison and Huada Lee at the training ground. Below, Dean Archison greeted her politely. After curiously examining Alicia Romany, perhaps noticing her slight resemblance to Dean Archison's mother, Dean Archison seemed to warm to her. His smile became more natural as he said, "I'm Dean Archison, your cousin. Shouldn't you be my younger cousin? I believe you're younger than me." Alicia Romany refused to let Dean Archison claim this advantage. With memory fragments from Alicia Romany's life, she was well aware of his fondness for playing the elder cousin, despite being born slightly later than her. "But I'm taller than you and look more mature. Besides, isn't being a younger sister better than being an older sister?" Dean Archison persisted, reluctant to give up. Being the elder brother was so appealing. "I'm your senior from the 958th cohort." Alicia Romany wouldn't fall for his trick. Dean Archison stared at her for a moment before conceding with a deflated smile, extending his hand. "Welcome back, elder cousin." Alicia Romany shook his hand. "Pleased to meet you, younger cousin." The cousins laughed together. Perhaps due to their blood connection and absence of conflicting interests, they genuinely took to each other. Chapter 400, Side Story 19. Huada Lee stood quietly to one side, watching the cousins' progress from initial testing of boundaries to animated conversation. His expression was complex and somewhat dejected, certain that Alicia Romany wouldn't treat him with such warmth. Seeing how easily Alicia Romany acknowledged Dean Archison, Huada Lee made an effort to smile at the girl, hoping to convey his attitude. "Hello, Manny." Beyond this greeting, Huada Lee found himself at a loss for words. Given his awkward background, anything he might say seemed inappropriate in Alicia Romany's presence. Alicia Romany noticed the unmistakable guilt and pain in Huada Lee's eyes. Clearly, he understood and accepted that his privileged life over the past decade had essentially been stolen from her. Though Alicia Romany had no intention of playing the loving twin sister with Huada Lee, she didn't plan to treat him coldly now that he clearly recognized his position. Regardless, Alicia Romany genuinely respected Huada Lee's character, and from a blood perspective, he was indeed her brother. "Pleased to meet you, brother." Alicia Romany extended her hand to Huada Lee. Since he was being sensible, she didn't mind taking the initiative. Hearing Alicia Romany call him brother, Huada Lee's eyes filled with joy and relief as he nervously shook her hand. "I'm sorry, though I didn't know about this before. My existence truly caused your exile," Huada Lee said gravely. "I didn't suffer much during those years. The person who took me away not only spared my life but provided the best possible upbringing. In this affair, mother suffered the most. She's the one to whom you should apologize." Alicia Romany replied candidly, without pretense. "I don't know how to speak to her. She must hate me." Huada Lee's eyes reflected profound pain and confusion. Throughout these years, Lissa Amber's coldness toward Huada Lee had caused him to feel resentment and dissatisfaction, believing her to be a poor mother. Yet he couldn't help but yearn for her affection. Upon learning his true identity, Huada Lee finally understood why Lissa Amber had remained distant. It was entirely natural. In fact, Lissa Amber had treated him relatively well, merely being somewhat cold without actively mistreating him. But no degree of coldness compared to the shock of discovering his mother wasn't truly his mother. For Huada Lee, this was a devastating revelation. Alicia Romany hadn't expected Huada Lee to display such anguish at the mention of Lissa Amber. Even Dean Archison showed distress at Huada Lee's suffering, glancing furtively at her, clearly hoping she might offer some consolation. Alicia Romany realized that Huada Lee had likely learned his true identity only recently. He probably hadn't fully processed this information or found his place, which explained why the mention of Lissa Amber filled his eyes with confusion and pain. As the most deeply wronged party in this affair, Alicia Romani naturally had strong opinions about Huadali's identity, which was why she had insisted on revealing the truth to him. Yet seeing his suffering upon learning the truth, she felt conflicted and somewhat softened. Though not regretting her decision, Alicia Romani couldn't help saying, "While your existence has indeed wronged Mother, what's done is done. You are genuinely a member of the Hua family, and the family acknowledges your status. Even if she isn't your biological mother, she will always be your mother. Over the years, some maternal bond has formed. You should consider how to interact with Mother going forward. If you feel guilty, think about how to make amends. Standing aside in remorse serves no purpose and changes nothing." After hearing Alicia Romani's words, Huadali was momentarily stunned before his eyes gradually brightened, like a lost child finally finding direction. "May I call you sister?" Huadali asked cautiously. "Aren't I your sister?" Alicia Romani countered. Alexis Berry had been watching quietly from a distance, neither approaching nor allowing his classmates to interrupt. Only after Huadali and Dean Archison departed did he approach Alicia Romani, saying, "Huadali is typically quite aloof, but not at all with you." Alexis Berry found this curious. Huadali's demeanor didn't resemble someone reuniting with a long-separated twin sister. His expression had shown pain mingled with guilt, along with confusion and uncertainty. Whatever Alicia Romani had said to Huadali had dispelled those complex emotions, though his manner toward her remained cautious. Alexis Berry believed that Alicia Romani's true identity was indeed as the Huadayu couple had stated, but Huadali's identity might well be problematic. Of course, though Alexis Berry had his suspicions, he had no intention of sharing them with others. Identity can be tremendously important in certain circumstances. Had the National Security Bureau's chief and the Crown Prince not been Alicia Romani's cousins, someone like her, abducted by aliens and escaping on her own, would certainly have been thoroughly investigated before any conclusions were drawn. Yet the investigation into Alicia Romani was completed with remarkable speed. Once the investigation confirmed Alicia Romani posed no threat. Given her extraordinary cultivation potential and newfound background, she naturally received the school's attention. Crown Prince Xia Hyadam's teacher, Principal Christian of the First Military Academy of Xuangu, personally developed a cultivation plan for Alicia Romani. This child's mental power cultivation potential is 3E. Warrior cultivation potential E. Heavens, allowing her to be exiled to an edge star was truly our empire's loss. Principal Christian marveled. Reviewing her test report, Alicia Romani wasn't particularly surprised by her 3E mental power potential. Having genuinely died in a future life and been reborn in her past life, the stimulus of death and rebirth had undoubtedly expanded her mental energy reservoir significantly. However, the E-grade warrior potential exceeded Alicia Romani's expectations. Her previous warrior cultivation potential had been abysmal. What transformation had propelled her across several grades to become a super genius? After considerable thought, Alicia Romani suspected the fruit might be responsible. She recalled how her body had expelled numerous impurities after first consuming the fruit, suggesting it might possess bone cleansing and body purifying properties. With this in mind, Alicia Romani was tempted to suggest that Alexis Berry undergo testing as well. During their escape from the forest, Alexis Berry had been injured and lost blood, visibly showing signs of fatigue. When Alicia Romani had eaten fruit to replenish her energy, she had felt uncomfortable consuming it alone and had given him 2 fruits as well. Having eaten only 2 fruits, Alexis Berry hadn't shown any unusual reactions. He had merely commented that he hadn't expected the medicines he'd brought to be so effective, healing his wounds so quickly without a treatment device. Chapter 401, Side Story 20. Emerging from the cultivation chamber, Alicia Romani noticed Principal Christian's peculiar expression as he asked, "Miss Hua, since when have you been practicing this meditation technique?" "Since childhood," Alicia Romani replied without hesitation. With Dulisa gone, she made the most appropriate scapegoat. Alicia Romani could hardly explain that she had learned this meditation technique from Alicia Romani. In Alicia Romani's life, Crown Prince Xia Hyadam had discovered Alicia Romani's identity shortly after Battle Realm launched, subsequently transmitting the Hua family's celestial grade physical technique and the royal family's celestial grade meditation technique to Alicia Romani through Battle Realm. Hearing that Alicia Romani had practiced since childhood, Principal Christian's expression grew even more unusual. "Your physical and meditation techniques suit you perfectly. No changes are necessary," Principal Christian said. Alicia Romani knew Principal Christian's strange demeanor stemmed from extreme surprise. She hadn't revealed the Xuanwu technique, only practicing the physical and meditation techniques from Alicia Romani's memory fragments. The physical technique originated from the Hua family, while the meditation technique came from the royal family, both celestial grade cultivation methods. Others might merely recognize these as celestial grade techniques, but Principal Christian, having served as the Crown Prince's teacher, could naturally identify the meditation technique's origin. Knowing Alicia Romani's background, the principal was undoubtedly astonished that she, exiled to an edge star, would know the royal family's meditation technique. However, he didn't question her further. After reviewing her various metrics, he quickly developed a suitable training regimen. Upon receiving it, Alicia Romani had only one thought. Following this cultivation plan would leave her utterly exhausted every day. Alicia Romani had joined the 958th elite class more than 2 months after the term began. Being all male, her classmates didn't reject a beautiful female student. Especially after learning this girl had saved their leader, they accepted her wholeheartedly. Though not rejecting her, these lads, accustomed to their all-male environment, weren't quite sure how to interact with her. Fortunately, Principal Christian had arranged a private cultivation room for Alicia Romani, so apart from regular school training sessions, she spent her other cultivation time alone. "Our cultivation can't compare to hers, but boss, your cultivation matches hers. You, Huadali, and Minu will all have 3D cultivation potential. The Gus Empire's acknowledged young geniuses. No matter how good this Hua classmate is, she can't be much better than you three. Surely she's not E grade? Why does the school prioritize her cultivation as if she's someone's inner millennium prodigy? Though not objecting to their new classmate, Luther Gulick felt dissatisfied that his leader couldn't enjoy similar special treatment. Their leader was an 18-year-old early-stage level 5 warrior, though not quite matching Hua classmate. He wasn't far behind. Couldn't the treatment be more equitable? Actually, she is, Alexis Berry replied, not sharing Luther's sentiment. What? Hua classmate's cultivation potential is E grade. What? Luther Gulick looked as if he must have misheard. Alexis Berry glanced at Luther Gulick but refrained from further crushing his spirits. This was merely Alicia Romany's warrior cultivation potential. Her mental power cultivation potential was even more impressive. The legendary 3E, not just in the Gus Empire but throughout the Gulemai Star region. No one could match her. Having reunited with her biological parents, Alicia Romany no longer worried about credit coins. Her account had been credited with 10 million credit coins, and she had received a custom-made Battle Realm holographic game bod, even more exquisite than her previous one. Alicia Romany accepted these gifts without false modesty. From Huadayu and his wife, she would accept what was rightfully hers. With the holographic game bod, Alicia Romany could enter Battle Realm. Upon entering Battle Realm, Alicia Romany immediately checked her ID attributes. Unsurprisingly, her basic attributes had changed significantly. Her mental value matched Alicia Romany's, but her stamina, strength, and speed base values actually exceeded Alicia Romany's. Before her rebirth, Alicia Romany had worked diligently in Battle Realm to qualify for the first military academy of Xuangu, achieving a ranking of over 30,000 in the Gus Empire's youth division. Given Alicia Romany's original cultivation, this ranking was quite impressive. However, to her elite class companions, this ranking seemed utterly incongruous with their goddess. They concocted their own explanations, speculating that their goddess was likely so immersed in cultivation that she rarely entered Battle Realm. Otherwise, with her cultivation level, she would surely rank in the top 10. Upon learning that Alexis Berry's Battle Realm player ID was "Please call me Senior," Alicia Romany asked with an odd expression, "Senior, is your guild called the Whirlwind Guild?" "Yes. Is there a problem?" Alexis Berry raised an eyebrow, noting Alicia Romany's curious expression. "Hua classmate, our Whirlwind Guild was the first established in the Gus Empire's youth division." "Impressive, right?" Luther Gulick proudly interjected. Alicia Romany glanced at his player ID, "I am Senior's teammate," and marveled at life's unexpected encounters. Without the extraordinary talents of Alicia Romany and Hebrew Adam emerging in this life, the Whirlwind Guild had become the first established in the youth division of Battle Realm. Huadali had established the second guild, named the Xuangu Guild. In this life, there was no Imperial City First Guild. Examining the youth division rankings, Alicia Romany saw that in this world, "Please call me Senior" ranked first, while Huadali's Hua Tanfai ranked second, and meanwhile his Immortal Flying ranked third. It seemed that before Huadali matured, he wasn't the Gus Empire's only outstanding young genius. Alexis Berry, 2 years his senior, clearly dominated Huadali. Alicia Romany silently reflected that without her accidental rebirth and rescue, Alexis Berry would likely have perished in the barren forest. There would have been no record of him advancing to early stage level 5 warrior at 18, an achievement that should have belonged to Huadali, and in this life, without the reborn Crown Prince investing heavily in his transformation. Second Prince Hebrew Adam was merely a typical wastrel. Checking the Skynet, Alicia Romany discovered that at 17, the Second Prince's warrior cultivation was only late stage level 3. Despite his youth, he had already earned a reputation as the philandering prince. Looking at the slightly blurred photographs in trending news, Alicia Romany felt that this second prince and Alicia Romany's second prince shared only facial similarities. In spirit and temperament, they seemed like entirely different people. In Alicia Romany's life, second prince Hebrew Adam had been exceptional in character, cultivation, and appearance, outshining Huadali completely.